Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday, December 21st, the first day of winter. Thank you so much for streaming live now from Fox. We are taking a live now look over I-4 in Orlando, Florida. You can see people already on the road, either on that commute to work or already hitting the road to get to their holiday travel destinations. We are talking holiday travel all week long and how a spike in COVID-19 cases is potentially impacting people's plans. A lot of people deciding not to gather in large groups as cases continue to spike across the nation. Even though it's the first day of winter, I do want to let you know that if you are joining us from the Florida area, we are tracking some severe weather that is making its way across the Florida peninsula. A low pressure is developing in the Gulf that will set the stage for big weather changes today. Breezy conditions and rain chances continue into this morning as the low continues gaining energy, sliding closer and closer to Florida. Today brings a rise in severe weather potential. On the threat level scale, we're currently looking at a 1 inch for marginal risk of isolated strong to locally severe storms. There is a moderate risk of damaging wind gusts of up to 55 miles per hour or greater, but lower risk for isolated tornadoes and hail. So that's some good news. Rain and flooding will be the biggest threat to parts of central Florida. The low pressure will send a ribbon of showers into the state towards tonight before stronger storms arrive. North central Florida, including most of our viewing area here in Orlando, that includes Jacksonville, up into the Panama City Beach area. Showers will begin to build around 9 a.m. this morning and continue into the afternoon. So you can see that system pushing up, and then it is later expected to affect some parts of the southeast, including Georgia and parts of the Carolinas, but is expected to die down once it makes its way further north. So this is just something that we are tracking here on Live Now from Fox. However, it did happen just moments ago. I'm very shocked, honestly, that this weather did not affect SpaceX from launching its final mission of 2021. It happened just a couple of moments ago. A Falcon 9 rocket carrying supplies to the International Space Station, and we'll play for you that full launch here on Live Now from Fox in just a little bit. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours before my co-host Michael Page picks up our coverage from Phoenix, Arizona. We are a national operation here at Live Now from Fox. We have several hosts, and I invite you to follow me on social media. It's at Regina Live Now on Twitter. All of our hosts are constantly posting interviews, the latest news when it comes to updates on any stories from across the country. And it comes with an occasional dog picture or two, or pictures of my travels, but definitely encourage you to follow myself and all of our Live Now from Fox hosts on social media. I do want to let you know that as we continue to follow the spike in COVID-19 cases across the country and around the globe, we do know that President Biden is expected to address the nation's plans to combat COVID-19 at around 2:30 p.m. this afternoon Eastern time. So you can bet that we will be streaming that update for you live, raw, and unfiltered, because that is who we are and what we do. We are going to start off our coverage with some COVID-19 related news. And before we get into the latest on what we can expect from President Biden's speech, I actually do want to let you know that we heard overnight heard from the National Hockey League. It is a tweet that came out just overnight, and I do want to read you the latest. The NHL taking to Twitter to announce a brief pause to its season, 2 games before a scheduled Christmas break, and this is due to the surge in COVID-19 cases. The Post said that the team facilities will be closed through Christmas, and players will report back to their teams on December 26, which shall be used for testing, practice, and travel only. A reported 11 teams have suspended operations this week due to coronavirus infections, and more than 15% of its players were in virus protocols. The league said no player can enter facilities unless they are being tested and until they have a negative test result. The NHL's regular season schedule will resume on December 27th. The decision was reached in coordination with the NHL Players Association. 2 games slated to be played today are still being set to go on as scheduled. So we'll get into this a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, NHL champions, Tampa Bay Lightning, at around 8:15 a.m. Eastern time. We will be heading out to Tampa, Florida to touch base with our Fox 13 team on this news. So definitely staying on top of that for sure. Anyways, heading back out to the White House. Again, we do want to let you know that state officials and healthcare workers around the country eagerly waiting today to hear what President Biden will say during his highly anticipated COVID briefing at the White House. He's expected to discuss the Omicron variant and his administration's response to a nationwide surge in COVID cases. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork is giving us a closer look at what we could expect from these remarks, and he is joining us from Washington, D.C. this morning.
The U.S. grappling with a rise in coronavirus cases. The CDC says the Omicron variant is now the most dominant strain of the virus in the country. President Biden set to deliver a speech Tuesday outlining new measures from his administration to get things under control. The White House says the president will deliver a warning to Americans who choose to remain unvaccinated, arguing that they'll continue to drive up hospitalizations and deaths.
This is not a speech about locking the country down. This is a speech outlining and being direct and clear with the American people about the benefits of being vaccinated.
In some cities, holiday and end-of-year celebrations are at risk of being canceled. In New York City, for example, the fate of the Times Square ball drop will be decided this week. Officials there are working to increase their testing capacity.
We recognize that the data and the science changes, so we're going to be ready to pivot, and the mayor has promised a decision by Christmas.
Health experts are still closely examining the new Omicron variant and whether it causes more severe illness.
Whether you're vaccinated, boosted, or not, you are still able to get COVID-19. Thankfully, in those vaccinated and boosted, it is likely going to be a very mild illness, if maybe even just a cold.
Outgoing NIH Director Francis Collins warns the U.S. could hit 1 million cases a day if Americans don't remain vigilant. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Meanwhile, President Biden himself will not be quarantining after learning he was in close contact with a White House official who tested positive for the coronavirus. The White House releasing a statement yesterday evening saying 4 days ago that staff member spent about 30 minutes with the president on Air Force One. The president is tested for COVID-19 regularly and received a negative test yesterday. He will be tested once again today. But in the meantime, the director of the World Health Organization says there is consistent evidence that the Omicron variant is spreading faster than the Delta strain. The U.S. is averaging close to 130,000 new coronavirus cases each day. So I do want to bring you the latest on all the information we have for you this Tuesday morning from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri.
Los Angeles called off its New Year's Eve celebrations, and Rhode Island will reimpose an indoor mask mandate. Broadway musicals Hamilton and Aladdin announced the cancellation of all performances through Christmas due to breakthrough infections. The NFL has postponed several games after 100 players, many of them fully vaccinated, tested positive over the course of 3 days. The National Hockey League has postponed a total of 42 games this season.
When we cancel games or postpone them, it's not because we're trying to interrupt the outbreak the same way. It's because we have to respond to an outbreak that's already happening on our team.
That's it.
Vaccine maker Moderna released new data today showing its current booster shot produces a 37-fold increase in Omicron neutralizing antibodies. Doubling the authorized dose increases antibody levels 83 times. Earlier this month, Pfizer released data showing 3 doses of its vaccine were effective against the variant.
With those who have maximal protection from a vaccination and a boost, you either won't get infected, or if you do get an infection, it will be most likely mild. But if you are unvaccinated, I'm worried about you.
Federal health officials believe vaccines and treatments will allow the U.S. to avoid more lockdowns.
So if I could just see an ID to match with that.
Mandates are a different story. Yale is telling students to get booster shots before spring semester. Tomorrow, Washington, D.C. will reinstate its indoor mask policy. And Boston's mayor announced people will need to show proof of vaccination to enter restaurants and other indoor venues starting January 15, eliciting jeers from protesters.
There is nothing more American than coming together to ensure that we are taking care of each other.
In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Meanwhile, once again, heading out to the White House. Once again, we will be streaming President Biden's remarks on COVID-19 measures today at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So be sure to stick with our team for that live update. Meanwhile, some exciting news at the White House. I'm a dog lover, and I have a German Shepherd, so I am ecstatic for the Bidens right now. There's a new dog at the White House, everybody. Yesterday, a new puppy was spotted playing on the South Lawn, and according to the White House officials' social media, the new dog is named Commander and was gifted to President Biden by his family. The dog appears to be a German Shepherd, or something similar to it at least. The Biden family unfortunately lost their late German Shepherd Champ this past June. He was 13 years old. They have another German Shepherd named Major, though he mostly lives in Wilmington, Delaware, after he had a couple of aggressive incidents with a White House staff member. So exciting news for the Bidens, a Christmas gift for sure. A little puppy, he's adorable. Again, I have a German Shepherd, so I might be being a little biased. Anyways, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are still continuing to monitor a reaction from lawmakers, even in the Democratic Party, after over the weekend we learned that West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin said he simply cannot support President Biden's Build Back Better Act. After that break, also, we're going to get into what we saw yesterday in the courtroom as closing statements went underway in the Kim Potter trial. The case now rests in the jury's hands. Will the former Brooklyn Center police officer be convicted of manslaughter in the shooting death of Daunte Wright? All of that is coming up after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this Tuesday, December 21st. Senator Joe Manchin is being harshly criticized by fellow Democrats over his decision not to support the president's massive tax and spending plan, otherwise known as the Build Back Better Act. I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram, as he has more from Capitol Hill on what lawmakers have to say.
Political fallout a day after Joe Manchin dropped a thermonuclear bomb on his own party.
I can't get there. This is a no on this legislation.
Liberals are apoplectic.
We all knew that Senator Manchin couldn't be trusted. The excuses that he just made, I think, are complete bullshit.
We have every right to be furious with Joe Manchin. We have to stop giving people get-out-of-jail-free cards. Enough.
Manchin's exhausted by the constant hectoring.
They figure, surely to God we can move one person. Surely we can badger and beat one person up, and they can just beat the living crap out of people and think they'll be submissive. Period.
Still, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer pledges a vote on the bill early next year. Schumer says Democrats should make their position known on the Senate floor, not just on television. Democrats may have pledged too much to their base.
They promised things to progressives that were never politically realistic.
Still, Democrats are undeterred.
I have confidence that Senator Manchin cares about our country and that at some point, very soon, we can take up the legislation.
But Democrats need Manchin more than he needs them in a divided Senate.
It would not surprise you to know that I've suggested for years it would be a great idea, representing a deep red state like West Virginia, for him to come over to our side.
Kid gloves may be in order for Manchin. Manchin was asked again if he would remain a Democrat. He said he's fiscally responsible and socially compassionate. Manchin said that if there are no Democrats like that, the party must push him where it wants him. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Going from our nation's capital out to a live now look we have over Minneapolis, Minnesota, 5:19 a.m. out there. We are now seeing jurors in Minneapolis deliberate the fate of former police officer Kim Potter. Just yesterday, attorneys had one last chance to make their case. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tenney has more on this story.
Members of the jury, this case is in your hands.
The trial of former Minnesota officer Kim Potter wrapping up today, with both sides making their final pitch to the jury. Potter is charged with first and second degree manslaughter and faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted.
The defendant told you her sons will be home for the holidays. But you know who won't be home for the holidays is Dante Wright.
State prosecutors arguing Potter violated 26 years of training when she shot and killed Dante Wright during a traffic stop in April. Assistant Attorney General Aaron Eldridge telling jurors Wright's death was entirely preventable and that Potter made a blunder of epic proportions.
She told you herself, I could kill someone if she ever used that firearm. She disregarded that risk. And her actions show that she recklessly handled that firearm.
The defense argues Potter made a mistake when she pulled her gun instead of a taser. Attorney Earl Gray saying Wright caused his own death by trying to flee.
Within seconds, he all of a sudden breaks away. That's the cause, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That's what caused this whole incident.
Gray also criticized prosecutors for playing videos of the shooting frame by frame, saying what happened was a chaotic struggle.
Kimberly, Potter, Johnson, Lucky, and Wright were fighting, struggling, and it was in seconds that happened, not slow motion.
The jury of 6 men and 6 women will be fully sequestered during deliberations. In Minneapolis, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
Meanwhile, the fate of Ghislaine Maxwell is now squarely in the hands of a jury as well. Closing arguments came on day 13 of Maxwell's sex trafficking trial yesterday. A defense attorney for the 59-year-old claiming that her deceased longtime partner, Jeffrey Epstein, kept secrets from her. The attorney also claims prosecutors did not prove she knew about his activities with teenage girls. Maxwell is being accused of recruiting and grooming 4 teenage girls to specific specifically be abused by Epstein from the years of 1994 to 2004. Maxwell has maintained that she is not guilty of any of the crimes. Epstein killed himself in his Manhattan jail cell in 2019. We also do know that the Elizabeth Holmes trial deliberations continuing this week, so verdict watch for sure here on Live Now from Fox. If and when we get verdicts for any of these trials, you can bet that our team will bring you all of the developments here on Live Now from Fox. Another top story making headlines across our nation, a petition on change.org has more than 4 million signatures, and it's protesting a 110-year prison sentence on a truck driver for a crash that killed 4 people. The crash happened in April of 2019 in Lakewood, Colorado. Investigators say the brakes on Aguilera Madero's semi-truck failed. Now, the petition asks for Aguilera Maderos to be granted clemency or his sentence to be commuted to time served. A judge in Colorado says he was bound by the state's mandatory minimum sentencing laws when he sentenced Aguilera Maderos last Monday. So, a lot of traction on social media coming from this story. I've seen posts about it on Facebook myself. So definitely going to continue to keep you updated on this story here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, another interesting story making national headlines this morning. Washington, D.C. public schools are now investigating after a librarian at an elementary school is accused of having students reenact the Holocaust. Our Fox 5 DC's Lindsay Watts is investigating and speaking with parents about this alleged incident. Let's take a listen.
Tonight, the school district is apologizing for this alleged lesson here at Watkins Elementary School Friday. The kids involved, 8 and 9-year-olds, who are reporting they had to pretend to kill each other.
My husband picked up our child after school. There was a lot of sobbing and crying and distress.
The mother I spoke to didn't want to be identified to protect her child. She says her 3rd grade student had to pretend to die in a gas chamber at school on Friday.
And we don't understand how this could have happened in a D.C. public school.
In a letter to parents at Watkins Elementary, the principal says he heard reports that a staff member staged a Holocaust reenactment that included students portraying participants from the Holocaust, like Adolf Hitler, digging ditches to serve as mass graves, and simulated shootings. And he says the staff member leading the lesson is accused of making anti-Semitic statements. What do you think about the impact on your child?
I think it's traumatic. I think it's a terrible corruption of historical trauma that was inappropriate for 8 and 9-year-olds to learn about it this way, and I'm outraged.
She says she's talked to other parents of kids in the class.
One parent said that their child was worried the teacher in question was hiding at their house. Children are having nightmares and generally having a very hard time.
There was a child that had to play Hitler, right?
That's right.
Do you know how that child is doing?
To my knowledge, that child is not doing well at all.
It allegedly happened during library time, and I spoke to the staff member in question by phone. She denied the reenactment, saying, "I think somebody's misquoting what happened in the library that day." She would provide no details on what did happen. The district says that staff member is now on leave as an investigation is conducted.
My child told me at the end of this Holocaust reenactment, the teacher told them not to tell their parents.
In a statement, DCPS says in part, students should never be tasked with acting out any atrocity, especially genocide and war. Additionally, there were allegations of a staff member using hate speech during the lesson, which is unacceptable and not tolerated at any of our schools. This was not an approved lesson plan, and we sincerely apologize to our students and families who were subjected to this incident. And the principal says there is counseling available for the students impacted. The mom I spoke to wants to know, could this have happened before? She says an apology from the school district simply is not enough. Back to you.
Very interesting story to bring you there this morning. We'll continue to follow any developments if the librarian gets in any further trouble here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, shifting our focus to some more national news that we have been covering since the very beginning, the cleanup following the deadly spawn of tornadoes that went across the Midwest last weekend. The long road to recovery still happening here, but as that happens, as people are cleaning up their belongings and trying to pick up the pieces, more arrests are being made when it comes to looters. So Fox Weather's Katie Byrne has this story for us out of Kentucky.
The tornadoes killed 77 people in the state of Kentucky. Here in Mayfield, people are still in shock. New video shows the moment the powerful tornado hit. This is a bank in the historic downtown of Mayfield. In a matter of seconds, you can see the power going out, the glass front doors blown out, and Christmas decorations go flying, and debris from outside comes flying in. In Mayfield, it's been raining for the second day in a row. Most homes and businesses are damaged, if not a total loss, so people have belongings that are just getting soaked. We talked to a survivor who lives here. He was trapped in his house that night, and he couldn't get to his wife right away. He says he's just thankful to be alive and to see his wife again.
It was like a reunion, and you know, I don't care if the people say grown men don't cry. You're lying, because I cried. I cried when I first seen my house, but I really cried when I seen my wife. We've been married for 20 years, well, 19 years, but you just, possessions you can replace, lives, people you can't.
And the ugly side of what can happen after disaster strikes. We rode along with Kentucky State Police when they got a theft call and detained a group of people who were driving off with tornado-damaged cars and copper. Kentucky State Trooper Sarah Burgess told us that was one of the bigger looting incidents they've seen. 6 people were arrested. In Mayfield, Kentucky, Katie Byrne, Fox Weather.
All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head to the U.S.-Mexico border where Fox's Bill Malugin is telling us about an apprehension of a potential terrorist. We're also going to get into some news when it comes to the missionaries that were held captive in Haiti returning safely home. So some international news coming your way as well after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a live now look over a camera we have in Van Horn, Texas. It's one of the vantage points we have live from the U.S.-Mexico border. That's where border agents have apprehended a potential terrorist who entered the country illegally last week. The migrant was apparently disguised as a volunteer EMS worker. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin is at the border with the latest on this story. Let's listen in.
Border Patrol in Yuma, Arizona report they've caught a potential terrorist after he crossed into the U.S. illegally from Mexico. The 21-year-old man from Saudi Arabia has ties to several Yemeni subjects of interest, according to Border Patrol. He was wearing a jacket from the Central Oneida County Volunteer Ambulance Corps in upstate New York. In a phone call, their chief tells us they have no idea who this man is, they have no affiliation with him, and they don't know how he got one of their outdated jackets. Here in the Rio Grande Valley, bad weather and chilly temperatures didn't stop migrants from crossing illegally. Late Sunday afternoon, at least 100 showed up in La Jolla, Texas, a mixture of families and single adults. Many of them shuttled to Border Patrol processing areas in pickup trucks. One Honduran man told us he had just been smuggled across the river by the cartel. We asked him if he paid them.
Well, I had to.
How much?
$3,000.
And in Rio Grande City on Saturday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott officially announced the beginning of construction of the Texas border wall. It's the first time in the history of the country a state is building its own wall.
People aren't making it through those steel bars.
Meanwhile, after President Biden canceled all federal wall construction, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of steel already paid for by U.S. taxpayers continues to sit unused at storage locations in the Rio Grande Valley. Governor Abbott says Texas has reached out to the Biden administration about potentially using or purchasing that steel for the Texas wall, but says they have gotten no response.
If they want to be responsible stewards for taxpayer money, they should be providing that material either to the state of Texas or to the contractors who are working with the state of Texas.
And earlier today, we did reach out to the White House to ask them about all of that federal steel that's been left unused out here, but we never heard back. Reporting in La Jolla, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Bill Malugin for that report. Meanwhile, a group of Christian missionaries is safe and sound after being held captive for 2 months at the hands of a dangerous gang in Haiti. Fox News correspondent Brian Yenas is in New York and got to speak to all these missionaries. Let's listen in.
A message to the kidnappers. You caused our hostages and their families a lot of suffering.
A Christian missionary group is now speaking out after a dozen of their members were held hostage in Haiti for months by the 400 Mawazo gang. The 17 members were in Haiti rebuilding houses and roads before they were kidnapped back in October by the dangerous gang. Last week, they orchestrated their escape, breaking out of a blocked door before slipping past guards. The missionaries then hiked for several miles before finding someone who helped them call for aid.
One of the hostages said, and I quote, 2 hours were through fierce brambles. We were in gang territory the whole hike. They weren't sure where to go. They stopped. And what do you think they did? They prayed.
5 other hostages had been freed separately in November following the kidnapping. The leader of the gang threatened to kill all of the hostages unless they received $17 million, or $1 million per hostage. Despite the scary ordeal, the head of the Christian Aid Ministries extended forgiveness to the kidnappers.
We know that our hostages told you very clearly how you can also be forgiven by God if you repent.
The White House also chimed in, thanking federal and Haitian officials for their role in the safe return of the hostages to the U.S. and Canada.
We are thankful for the FBI, the State Department, and Haitian law enforcement officials who have been working tirelessly to get these missionaries safely home.
All of the rescued hostages are in good health, and the missionary group says they will continue to serve in Haiti. In New York, Brian Yenas, Fox News.
A positive update to bring you on that story that we followed very closely since the very beginning. I do want to bring you another story when it comes to a health crisis plaguing our veterans after 20 years of war. The VA estimates nearly 3.5 million troops could have been exposed to toxic burn pits while serving in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's causing severe lung damage now years down the road. National security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has the latest on this story.
The first time I saw the burn pits was kind of mind-boggling to me. I really couldn't understand why we were burning trash.
Army veteran Chris Vadot served as a Black Hawk helicopter pilot and chief warrant officer while stationed at Camp Speicher in Tikrit, Iraq in 2007. Like many other military bases during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, everything from plastic bottles to medical waste was thrown into burn pits, a crude method of trash incineration.
Continuing to breathe the toxins, you really realize that we're doing something wrong. About 6 months after returning from Iraq, I was struggling to run, and I was wheezing a lot, and I was coughing a lot. And I did a lot of tests, and I found out my lungs were probably that of a 70-year-old when I was 33 years old.
Vadot's doctor believed that his lung issues were caused by the benzines that burned off from the plastic bottles in the pits at Camp Speicher. Thousands of veterans claim that burn pit exposure has not been recognized by the Veterans Administration, but a group of bills currently on Capitol Hill aim to make it a presumptive condition. VA Secretary Dennis McDonough says helping veterans exposed to burn pits is a top priority.
We are looking, by virtue of our toxic exposure work, at rare respiratory cancers and rare lung diseases for our next round of presumptives.
And until veterans are truly able to file a claim and get those benefits, then we haven't made a positive change yet.
At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to tackle some more COVID-19 related stories, especially when it comes to business and consumer. We're going to be speaking with Fox Business's CJ Papa, and we're also going to be chatting live with Fox's Doug Lazader in just a couple of minutes, as we are just a couple of hours away from President Biden speaking live on how the nation and his administration plans on combating the spike in COVID-19 cases that we are seeing. We're going to be talking about how COVID is impacting the NFL season, holiday travel, and students. So all that coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this Tuesday, December 21st. Let's get the latest when it comes to our Fox Business Report with CJ Papa. He's talking about how travelers are not letting the Omicron variant ruin their holiday plans, why real estate sites are dropping in crime data, and the worst company of 2021. Let's listen in.
A surge in holiday travel. 6.5 million people flew between Thursday and Saturday. That's more than 2 million each day screened by the TSA. In some cases, more than double last year's numbers. It shows that despite the Omicron variant of COVID, people are committed to normal life and seeing friends and family for the holiday, the numbers are down slightly from 2019. Popular real estate websites Redfin and Realtor.com are dropping crime data from their home listings. The companies had used surveys that they feel could be racially biased. They also say the data did not speak accurately to the questions buyers have when they're inquiring about a neighborhood's safety. Redfin's chief growth officer saying people are interested in safety and not crime. And after a name change and several scandals, Facebook, now known as Meta, was crowned the 2021 Worst Company of the Year. The social media giant receiving 50% more votes than runner-up Alibaba in Yahoo Finance's annual survey. The results following news that the company may have been targeted by 7, quote, surveillance for fire firms, potentially collecting data from about 50,000 Facebook and Instagram users. For more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm CJ Papa.
Meanwhile, the NFL rearranging its schedule once again as COVID-19 cases were surging among the players. 100 players tested positive over the last 3 days. Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano reports outside Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas.
The Las Vegas Raiders should be back in Vegas by now from playing the Cleveland Browns, but COVID concerns pushed the game to tonight. For the second year in a row, professional sports teams aren't just worried about their opponent, they're also worried about whether there are enough players to play the game. The Las Vegas Raiders' first year with fans in the stadium, second year in Sin City, and second year dealing with COVID-19.
Just like anywhere else, you have to think about, can you operate your business if everybody's sick? The NFL is no different. They have to think about how they're going to manage this when there is a pandemic going on.
The NFL saw a record high of COVID positive players last week, 100 over 3 days, including the Browns quarterback Baker Mayfield. The NFL postponed 3 of its Week 15 games, allowing time for some of the players to receive a negative test result.
The problem the NFL is seeing is that they started testing a lot of people and they were finding positives, and they had to deal with that then and cancel games, postpone games, do things like that, which is affecting their ability to play.
Since then, the NFL announced it would reduce testing to only non-vaccinated players. Fully vaccinated asymptomatic players no longer have to test weekly.
All parties should be in the same bowl, regardless of if you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. I think everyone should follow the same protocol.
Lifford Hobley is a former NFL player for the Miami Dolphins and the president of the NFL Alumni Dallas chapter. If he had played in 2020, he would have played in front of cardboard cutouts. And if he were playing this season, he says he would do his part in the fight against COVID.
The responsibility falls on all parties, including the players. And of course, being responsible enough to make the right choices.
The National Hockey League also announced that games played between U.S. and Canadian-based teams would be postponed as well, and the NBA postponed 5 of this week's games. In Las Vegas, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
Meanwhile, with Omicron cases spiraling out of control, the pandemic is seeing no real end in sight, and it's having a real impact on young children. But educators think that they have a solution, from dancing and jumping to relieve frustration or to just opening up about their feelings. Kids in some schools are taking part in behavioral therapy sessions to help improve their mental health. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has the latest on what they're doing.
You're probably familiar with the standard subjects taught in school, like math, science, English, and history. But soon, a growing number of kids could be exposed to a new topic, therapy.
Feelings is my heart and my body, what's going on in there.
As psychology experts across the country say the pandemic is taking an extensive toll on children's mental health, some schools are embracing the concept of incorporating behavioral therapy into the classroom to help kids cope.
Kids just really anxious, not knowing what's going on at home, not knowing what's going on at school. I've seen a decent amount of self-harm thoughts with kids that they just feel completely overwhelmed.
The therapy lessons center around helping kids better understand their emotions and express their feelings, and are already underway in elementary and middle schools in Paw Paw, Michigan.
I think it's really cool that the teachers actually care about how we're doing in life, other than just like our grades and everything.
Students and behavioral specialists also work together in groups to tackle tough topics, including anxiety, depression, and even suicide prevention.
Feelings are very important, and I think that people should definitely know that, so they don't do something because of their feelings that gets them in trouble.
And therapy lessons like these could be coming at a very good time. According to a recent study from the Associated Press and MTV, roughly half of all teenagers say they're struggling to stay happy throughout the pandemic. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Again, this pandemic having a huge impact on children. We are continuing our coverage when it comes to the spike in cases that we have seen across the nation in recent days and weeks. It didn't take long. Omicron, now the dominant COVID strain in the U.S. And as we've been mentioning all throughout the morning today, President Biden will address the nation on the steps that the White House is taking. But as Douglas Zader is reporting from Washington this morning, mask mandates are back and some institutions are already shutting down. He is joining us live to tell us more about everything we need to know. Doug, good morning to you. I understand that we already kind of have an idea of what the president could say in this national address. So what do we know? What can you tell us?
Good morning. Well, the president is going to speak later on today about steps the administration is taking to deal with this new COVID variant, Omicron, that is spreading so quickly. It has overtaken Delta now as the primary variant in this country. And the president's going to spend a lot of time, it sounds like, talking about expanding testing availability, making at-home test kits available by the millions, and also trying to expand testing sites. You know, there's been a real crunch in some parts of the country as far as availability of COVID tests are concerned. And you know, it stands to reason that you've got a lot of people trying to get tested right now before they head out for the holidays. There may be a lot of people that try to get tests done when they return from wherever they're going. And at the same time, we're seeing some institutions beginning to shut down. Now, the White House doesn't like that phrase. They're kind of staying away from the idea of shutting things down. But it is happening in some parts of the country because of the spread of this new variant.
Yeah, and Doug, you know, as you just mentioned, I don't know about you, but I feel like this is a little bit of deja vu. We are seeing New Year's plans get altered. We're seeing live entertainment kind of alter there. So the sports industry. So, you know, I know you're joining us from Washington, D.C. What are things looking like in your area? I know we heard from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser yesterday.
Well, we're less than an hour into our new indoor mask mandate, which is something we didn't think we would go back to, and yet it's starting up again, and it's going to go pretty deep into January, it sounds like. You know, no one really has a feel for how much longer this is going to go. There's some indications that this may burn bright for a while, but that cases may subside relatively quickly. But, you know, we are expecting a big bump in cases and hospitalizations as well, as this new variant kind of tears across the country.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Doug, as always, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate your time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks for calling Personal Shopper. My name's Tiffany. How may I assist you today? Okay, give me one moment. Let me look that up, see if we do still offer that.
You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Some more business news to bring you here on this Tuesday morning. We are getting some more tips and bringing them to you here on how to upgrade your working from home workspace. Because as you know, the resurgence of coronavirus cases bringing people back home to work once again. Experts do have tips for telecommunicating for the long haul. Ergonomic space and design experts say remember a few things. Make sure that space is separate from other home spaces with no distractions and properly fitted for a work environment. Desk tables and computers should be adjusted to the proper height. Also be sure to have sufficient indirect light to illuminate that workspace. Some experts say you also might want to add something enjoyable to your at-home setup. I'm a huge fan of succulents, so if you got a nice plant, I really recommend having that up and maybe around your desk. Brings a little green to the room. Also, how to save some money on your holiday meals. If you're trying to keep Christmas under a budget this year, here are some tips on cutting the fat out of the holiday meals. Inflation and supply chain issues might be making your traditional Christmas meal spike in price, but experts have some advice on protecting your savings. Start by making a shopping list and sticking to it. Shopping early, looking for sales, and using coupons. And for added savings, try changing up the menu to use inexpensive sides or making your family meal a potluck. Have guests bring a dish or drink with them to share. So definitely some tips that we wanted to bring to you here as we are just a couple of days away from Christmas. That is absolutely mind-blowing to me. But anyways, as we are inching closer to Christmas, we've got Santas around the world working very hard to bring you the Christmas spirit. So I do want to bring you this latest story from Fox's Chris DeMeo. He caught up with a bunch of Santas. I'm pretty jealous. Let's listen in.
All around the world, people are dressing up as the Jolly Man in Red as they spread Christmas cheer in uniquely festive ways. Over in Italy, dozens of Santa Clauses and helpful elves are converting one of Venice's famous canals into a winter wonderland, floating down the waterway in gondolas for this holiday parade. Santas in Brazil, on the other hand, are swapping their sleigh bells for scuba gear, swimming with sharks and stingrays at this aquarium in Rio.
Happy to share this joy with the children and to see this joy as a response to our work.
But besides bringing smiles to visitors, these divers hope to inspire optimism heading into the new year.
The message we bring is, don't stop believing. Let's have hope for 2022 and that it will be much better than 2021.
And you've probably heard of Run Run Rudolph, but what about a jogging St. Nick? Hundreds of runners in Venezuela gave Santa's bulky uniform a marathon-friendly makeover for this 6 Miles Santa Claus fun run in Caracas.
For a runner, it is the way to celebrate Christmas. We get dressed as Santa, put on hats, the color red, everyone together to run as a family.
Thousands of runners in Spain also took to the streets of Madrid over the weekend for a Santa-themed charity run, raising funds for the victims of this year's volcanic eruption on the Spanish island of La Palma. Meantime, the real Santa Claus still prefers to travel by sled, and according to the North American Aerospace Defense Command, Santa usually starts his journey around the world in the South Pacific. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Well, as you know, everybody, our show is powered by owned and operated stations across the nation. And when we stay on the topic of Santa, we're just days away from Christmas. Well, there's a specific Black Santa in the Chicago area who has a message for children this holiday season. His name's Dreezy Claus. So let's listen into this really cool segment here on Live Now from Fox.
Christmas for Kids in Aurora is extra special this year with a visit from Dreezy Claus.
Yeah, Dreezy, of course, is Chicago's Black Santa, and he's making his way to the burbs to spread joy, hope, and inspiration. And he joins us this morning with more on his message to kids of color. Good morning to you, Dreezy Claus.
Good morning, Chicago. Good morning, Terrence and Anita. How y'all doing today?
Fantastic, my man. Fantastic.
We are happy to be here with you. So this is really special. Tell us why you made your way all the way from, I guess, wherever you come from, the North Pole, to go all the way to Aurora, of all places.
Awesome. Yes. Well, it's a blessing. Coming from the south side of the North Pole, I was already working with Chicago with the tree lighting ceremony, and I was invited to come to Aurora, and I jumped on the opportunity because it was definitely an honor and a privilege to go down there and represent.
Now, talk to me about why it is so important for kids of color to see a Santa of color.
I think representation matters because as long as you're black or brown or whatever ethnicity, and you believe in Santa. Santa magic is something that is like universal. So therefore, why can't Santa look like you? That's pretty much the basics of it. I think it's very important to have that. And since taking on this responsibility, I've gotten a lot of positive feedback about representation. And I've never seen a black Santa. I've always wanted to see black Santa. And you're doing great being black Santa. So it's a good mission.
And so now we know what the kids say to you when they see you. What do you say to them when they say, I never knew there was a black Santa? What do you say to them?
I say a lot of things. I say, well, if you're black, then I'm black. If you're real, then I'm real. And then I also written a book called Dreezy Claus and a Boy Who Didn't Believe. And in that book, it basically breaks down, why Black Santa does exist and things like that, to basically understand, it's all about believing. And if you believe, then anything can happen.
What's on the list for kids this year? What's at the top of their wish list? Is it a PS5 or is it something else?
You got it. Definitely PS5, LOL dolls. Barbie is never going away. Mm-hmm. Barbie and a Barbie Dream House.
Classic.
Barbie cars. I had 2 girls actually ask for 4-wheelers, like little kitty 4-wheelers. Okay. That's pretty cool. And Legos are big. Slime kits, and lastly, this one young boy asked for a remote control dragon, and I thought that was cool, so now I want one.
All right, so if we have some kids that are watching today, like watching you right now, is there a message from Dreezy Claus to the kids as they get, this is a really big week for them?
Yes. First and foremost, I want to congratulate them and thank them for going through the year in this pandemic times, and keep strong, stay safe, listen to your parents, follow directions, be good at school. All right, be good in school and do your best.
Absolutely.
Because as long as you do that, then you will definitely get the rewards that's entitled to you.
Fantastic message. One more question before we let you go. As far as Anita and I, what list are we on this year? Nice or naughty?
Oh, nice.
Okay, good. I was on that naughty list last year, so I'm just checking.
I have a nice database of all the good kids. So if you got anybody that you want me to put on a naughty list, you send me a message. I'll take care of that for you.
All right. Well, you say hello to our good friend Andre Russell out there. Dreezy Claus, thank you so much for coming on this morning. We're going to continue to be good so that we can have something aside from coal underneath the tree. All right. Have a great.
Really cool message there from Dreezy Claus, talking about diversity when it comes to children having that visit with Santa ahead of Christmas. Hard to believe we are just a couple of days away from Christmas. I hope that you all have a happy and safe holiday. With this spike in COVID-19 case, it's important to remain vigilant, important to take precautions to keep you and your family members safe. My name is Regina Gonzalez, with you live from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours before my co-host Mike Page picks up our coverage from Phoenix, Arizona. I do want to let you know that we are following several top stories here on this Tuesday morning, and I do want to start off with the fact that President Biden is expected to announce new steps that he will take to combat the rapid spread of COVID-19. He's going to be building on steps already laid out in his winter plan and taking on 3 new initiatives to counter the Omicron variant. This includes deploying 1,000 military members with medical training to help hospitals that are overburdened with recent infections. In addition, the administration will be expanding access to testing and set up a website where Americans can have tests delivered to their homes for free. Finally, the president will order FEMA to pop up vaccination clinics to help get more shots in the arms of those who need him. So or excuse me, those who need them. So we will be streaming that update, those live remarks for you here. They're expected to get underway at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. So be sure to watch Live Now from Fox as we bring that to you raw and unfiltered, front row to the president's remarks. Meanwhile, we are also under verdict watch for several trials that are wrapping up before the Christmas holiday, or possibly. We do have a jury in Minneapolis now deliberating the fate of former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter. She's facing manslaughter charges in the shooting death of Daunte Wright that happened during a traffic incident on April 11th of this year. So will the jury decide her fate before the Christmas holiday? We do know if they don't, they will not be meeting on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and will get back to business the following day. So again, that's something that we're going to be watching for here on Live Now from Fox. Also watching for a verdict in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, the socialite accused of grooming young women for her former colleague and friend Jeffrey Epstein. That case wrapped up yesterday in New York City, so now this also in the jury's hands. Also, to let you know, as we continue our coverage with COVID-19, in just about a little less than 20 minutes, we'll be joined by Dr. Mike Sirigliano live. It is a Tuesday, and he'll be bringing us everything you need to know when it comes to the spread of the Omicron variant. Lots of sports companies, lots of live entertainment companies shifting operations and postponing games. We actually can bring you an update from the National Hockey League that we did receive overnight. Here's actually a full tweet from the National Hockey League themselves. They are saying that they're briefly pausing their season 2 games before their scheduled Christmas break due to a surge in COVID-19 cases within the league. The Post said that the team facilities are going to be closed through Christmas, and players will report back to their teams on December 26th, which shall be used for testing, practice, and travel only. A reported 11 teams have suspended operations this week due to coronavirus infections, and more than 15% of its players were in virus protocols. The league said no player can enter facilities unless they are being tested until they have a negative test result. The NHL's regular season schedule will resume on December 27th. The decision was reached in coordination with the NHL Players Association. The 2 games slated for today are still set to go on as scheduled. So stick with us here on Live Now from Fox at 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time. We will be speaking with Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan. She'll be outside Amalie Arena in Tampa, Florida, where the NHL champions, the Tampa Bay Lightning, typically play. She is going to be breaking down the latest on this news. So we also do want to let you know that we are tracking some severe weather here across the state of Florida and the southeast. So if you are joining us on this first day of winter, unfortunately snow not the only thing that we're tracking, but a bunch of severe storms making their way across the Florida area, and it could potentially impact other parts of the southeast. So I can read you the latest from our Fox 35 Orlando weather team, as it is a storm alert day for them specifically. We do know that quite a shakeup in Central Florida weather is coming. Low pressure developing in the Gulf that is setting the stage for big weather changes, including breezy conditions and chances for rain throughout this morning and into tonight. Tonight, we are expecting some severe weather potential on the threat level scale. We're currently at a 1 inch for marginal risk of isolated to strong or locally severe storms. There is a moderate risk of damaging wind gusts of 55 miles per hour or greater, but a lower risk for isolated tornadoes and hail. So that is some good news. Rain and flooding will be the biggest threat to parts of Central Florida, North Central Florida, including Gainesville, the Ocala area. We'll see the heaviest activity late morning. Showers expected to begin building around at 9 a.m. Eastern time and continuing into the afternoon. You can see this system kind of pushing north and also expected to impact parts of Georgia and the Carolinas. So if you are joining us from this area, definitely be weather aware. It's pretty nasty out. We are right here in Orlando, Florida with you. So if you are working from home, I don't suggest leaving the house if you don't have to. Definitely have a rainy day. Stay inside and enjoy the stormy weather. Anyways, again, as we continue with some top stories that we are following, I want to bring you back out to the White House right now. We do have that shot coming live to you from our nation's capital. That is not the White House. This is the White House. We're going to give you the latest from our Fox 13 Tampa team as they are digging deeper into the Biden administration's latest infrastructure law. Let's take a listen.
Well, please welcome Gina McCarthy, one of the nation's top-ranking environmental experts. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me, Craig.
As the Biden administration implements the infrastructure law to get rid of lead paint, to get rid of lead pipes across the nation, we hear a lot about the costs of it. What's the cost benefit in terms of illnesses that can be prevented, lives that can be saved, healthcare costs that can be reduced?
Look, there's 10 million American households that have lead in their paints or in the walls of their homes. There's 400,000 daycare centers that are exposed to lead in their water, right? Where the kids going there have that exposure. And there's 24 million housing units that have significant lead-based paint hazards. So we are talking about a significant challenge.
Roughly how many of them may not even be aware of it?
I think far too many, Craig. I think the vast majority of individuals really don't know whether they have lead pipes in their homes or in their yards as they're connecting into the water system that's in the streets. I mean, we simply don't know where these lead pipes exist. We know a lot of them in our urban areas, but not all of them. And you can't fix them if you can't find them. So part of this effort is to really identify those lead pipes, do everything we can to make sure that that exposure is minimized. But it's not good enough to simply minimize it. It has to go away because the CDC has done some additional testing that is showing us that lead, even at very low levels, can rob IQ points from our kids.
What if the pipes are not made of lead, but the solder, how you join them together, in fact, is? How easy is that to detect or difficult to detect, one, and two, how dangerous might that be as well?
Well, that's an in-the-home issue that really has to be addressed, and you're right to raise it. It's one of the considerations. We need to get rid of the lead pipes in our streets and into our homes, but we also have to make sure that people have the information they need if there's lead in the homes themselves, and to start looking at alternatives to the lead solder that used to be used in piping. So there's a lot of older homes where we have to go in. Paint is one of the biggest threats to our children's health. It is really ubiquitous in many of our older cities.
To local government officials who may be listening to this interview as we speak, how would you advise them to make sure, one, they're aware of any lead that may exist within their communities, and two, what to do to make sure they take advantage of the infrastructure law to get rid of it?
Well, part of our challenge is not just to provide grants to states and local communities to address this issue, but we're also going to be using Treasury Department to remind every state that they can take the $350 billion from the American Rescue Plan and use this for this purpose. So we're going to go around, we're going to provide training. We're going to talk to every local community. We're going to be using the CDC and the Education Department to actually make sure that people are aware of this challenge and have the wherewithal to be able to address it. We're going to be strengthening our clean water rules, which means we're going to have every water system doing the kind of testing we need to identify where those problems are. Look, the other challenge with lead is that for the most part, we're seeing the real challenge in communities that we say have been left behind, those that have been disinvested in. We know that Black kids have much more serious exposure than other children to lead paint and to lead in drinking water. We have to get at those communities first and make sure we do do the right thing in helping them protect their kids and their families from a poison that should never be in their water system or on their household walls.
Gina McCarthy, thank you for your time.
Craig, thanks very much.
Speaking of the Biden administration, everybody, some really cute news to bring you on this Tuesday morning. Now, I was saying before when I brought you the story earlier, I might be a little biased. I do have a German Shepherd at home, but as you can see, there is a new puppy at the White House. Yesterday, this little guy was spotted playing on the South Lawn, and according to White House officials, his name is Commander, and he was gifted to President Biden by his family. The dog appears to be a German Shepherd or something similar. I'd say definitely a German Shepherd. The Biden family unfortunately lost their German Shepherd Champ this past June. He was 13 years old. They do have another German Shepherd named Major, though he actually was moved to Wilmington, Delaware, and that's where he mostly resides now after a couple of aggressive incidents with a White House staff member. So he's just so adorable. You can't start your day with a puppy pic. Anyways, again, everybody, my name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you live from Orlando, Florida. As mentioned several times throughout the morning, we are on verdict watch here for several trials across the nation, specifically our very own Daytona Everett, catching up with a legal analyst following the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. It is officially in the hands of a jury, and she is accused of grooming young girls to be allegedly abused by her former colleague and friend, Jeffrey Epstein. So let's get the latest from Daytona Everett here on Live Now from Fox.
Jury deliberations have begun in the Ghislaine Maxwell federal trial this afternoon after the prosecution and defense presented closing arguments that focus primarily on her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. For some legal analysis, I want to bring in Randy Zellin. Randy, thank you so much for joining us here. I want to start off first with the timeline of this. This jury deliberation starting far sooner than what we all predicted.
And that creates quite the conundrum. First of all, I do believe that the reason why things were expedited the way that they were is because we're coming up on the Christmas holidays. And I have myself been involved in trials where I was hurt by the fact that the jury saw a holiday coming up, and quite frankly, they sped up their deliberations so this way they would not have to come back after the holiday. I can assure you the jury does not want to be deliberating past Thursday afternoon because Friday is Christmas Eve. And I think because of that, the other conundrum is the fact that the government sold this case. 1 billion witnesses, 9 zillion pieces of evidence, the trial that would go on forever, and now suddenly it's over in 3 weeks. And I'm wondering if there is a juror or there are jurors who are wondering what happened to the rest of the government's case. And that's called built-in reasonable doubt when you're looking for more information. So I do believe that that could come back in a weird way to haunt the government.
Yeah, so you're saying the prosecution possibly is going to be hurting from this because at the front of it, they said they have undeniable evidence that the whole jury was going to find Ghislaine Maxwell guilty of trafficking these girls beyond unreasonable doubt. So what do you foresee as the future for the government side of things?
Well, it's kind of like when a judge is talking and issuing a decision from the bench and it sounds like things are going real well, and then suddenly the judge says, but, or the judge says, having said that, so I will do my but, my having said that. And having said all of that, I do believe given the times that we live in, the environment that we live in, the ugliness of the allegations, the fact that the defense really was a matter of, hey, wait a minute, these women are lying because of money. I think that too is a double-edged sword because the testimony came out that, or the evidence came out that Ms. Maxwell got $30 million from Jeffrey Epstein. That's a hell of a Band-Aid or a hell of a piece of duct tape over someone's mouth or over someone's memory. So once again, we see the double-edged sword. So I do believe that there will be a conviction. Again, you had 4 women who were children at the time coming in and stating very clearly what happened to them. I do believe that Ms. Loftus's testimony in terms of their memories having been corrupted, something as horrifying as that, something as traumatic as that, I don't believe that that is going to be something that your memory will be corrupted. They're either believed or they're not. And the fact that Ms. Maxwell did not get on the stand, look the jurors in the eye and say, I've got an explanation for the evidence against me. I think ultimately there will be a guilty verdict, and there will be a guilty verdict sometime between tomorrow and Wednesday.
So you think that Ghislaine not taking the stand is one of the biggest reasons that the defense could quite possibly lose?
I don't believe that it's one reason. I think it's the cumulative effect, but I do believe as I get older and I try more cases, I do believe the jurors do want to hear a defendant say, I didn't do it, or I'm sorry, the government's mistaken. I get it, the burden's on the government, and my client and I could sit there and read the Wall Street Journal or the New York Post during the trial, and we don't have to do a damn thing, but it's human nature. If I'm accused of doing something wrong, someone is going to want to hear me say that I didn't do it. And I think here she really had nothing to lose. Unless she's trying this case for an appeal, or unless she's trying a case for a sentence, if she really was trying the case to get an acquittal or a hung jury, she really needed to get on that stand and look at those jurors and say, I didn't do what I've been accused of, and make those jurors feel that in fact she really is being treated as a scapegoat. Jeffrey Epstein isn't here, he's dead, so let's take next online. And that's something that she could have rebutted, or she could have refuted, and she could have said, listen, think of me what you will. I am not a monster, I am not an animal. I would have, and I did not, and would not have ever permitted any of these things to happen, particularly to a child.
So why didn't she take the stand? You've been a criminal defense attorney in the past. What are your thoughts?
Probably because she couldn't say it without perjuring herself.
Well, the defense did urge jurors to be skeptical of evidence that was presented from the government. Any key takeaways on evidence that was presented in this trial? As we've said, this was very high profile, lots of big names being brought up.
Well, you can really put the big names aside. In fact, the big names, again, could be something that hurts the government, because if these jurors were waiting for some salacious tale of Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton and other high-flying notable people traveling back and forth with Jeffrey Epstein, they didn't really get it, nor did they get any real high-profile witnesses. What you did have was you had 4 women come in who were girls, who were children at the time, who were minors at the time, and they testified in graphic detail what had happened to them. And the only way to get an acquittal in this case is to accuse them of having been liars, not having been mistaken, not having misinterpreted, but they are stone cold liars who are in it for a payday. So there's really no room for the jury to go. There's no wiggle room. They either believe the women or the women are gold-digging liars. And I don't think the jury is prepared to come back and say that they're gold-digging liars, and that they will give Ms. Maxwell a gold star and send her back home.
Yeah, money being a huge part of both sides, prosecution and defense. Like you noted before, the prosecution saying that money also motivated Ghislaine Maxwell, like you said, that $30.7 million. And mind you, that was during the time period of 1999 to 2007, which was the alleged time that grooming and recruiting was taking place with many of these quote-unquote accusers' victims.
And that's an awful lot of money for someone to look the other way. And keep in mind,
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. Currently listening in to a segment from our very own Daytona Everett, speaking with a legal analyst as the jury begins to deliberate the Ghislaine Maxwell trial out there in New York. We're on verdict watch for several cases this week ahead of the Christmas holiday, but I do want to entirely switch gears here right now and bring you the latest when it comes to the spike in COVID-19 cases that we have seen in recent days and recent weeks. Some states showing record numbers of single-day positive cases. So it is Tuesday, everybody, and in order to bring you the latest on the COVID-19 pandemic, we are welcoming onto the show Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Dr. Mike, always good to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right, Regina. We're in a bit of a bind right now. We're having a COVID surge yet again.
Yeah, I know. 2 years into the pandemic, Dr. Mike. So that is my first question to you. Do we know if this surge has to do with most of the cases being the Omicron variant? Is it true that this is the dominant strain in the U.S. at this point?
Well, some estimates are that it's now the dominant strain, and it will be the dominant strain. The doubling time is extremely impressive with this virus. This virus spreads like wildfire, and it now, I believe the statistic is 73% of new cases are Omicron. And so the problem with that is that we are in the middle of a holiday season. It's cold in many parts of the country, and when you throw all of that in, you have a perfect storm. And so that's why many experts, including Dr. Fauci, are saying, look, we're in for a bit of a rough ride. Put your seatbelts on. Going to be a little air turbulence.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, we're playing video right next to you of holiday gatherings. We're days away from Christmas. So what recommendations do you have to our viewers as far as staying as safe as possible during these holidays?
Well, I always put my money where my mouth is, and the bottom line is going to tell you what I'm going to do, Regina. Number one, you want to limit the number of people you're with. The studies show the more people, the higher the risk of having a problem. So limit the numbers. That's number one. Number two, I was fortunate enough last week to purchase a couple home quick antigen tests. Now, they're not 100%. They're about 85% sensitive. When done properly, and that means, at least with this test kit, doing it and then repeating 24 hours later on the day of the visit, you get a pretty good shot of knowing if someone's positive or not. I plan on doing that with the limited number of people that are coming to my house. And then finally, although I don't have anyone in my household who is extremely in high risk, if I did, I would mandate in my own house that people wear masks unless they're eating, and maybe not go and hug Grandma Jones, because Grandma Jones has significant medical problems. Now, that all being said, Regina, remember the psychological toll that this pandemic is taking on our kids and our families is not to be ignored. And so that's why, although the World Health Organization leaders are saying in areas where there's no vaccination, don't get together, I would make sure that your guests are vaccinated and boosted. And if Uncle Joe doesn't want to get vaccinated, maybe Uncle Joe needs to hang out somewhere else, or Uncle Joe needs to wear a mask and he can eat outside. And you can blame Dr. Mike.
Yeah, I'll definitely tell my family that, but we're just doing immediate family this year. Dr. Mike, I want to go back to these home COVID tests because it's been a huge angle that we've been focusing on as far as the pandemic in the last couple of days. I understand that these tests are pretty hard to get right now. Is that true?
Well, like I said, I went and got a few on Friday, and by Sunday, they were sold out. And I have a number of friends. My wife is a pharmacist. I contacted a number of pharmacists in the area. They're out. And that's because supply and demand. They had about 120 kits in this one local pharmacy where I live on Friday. They were sold out by Sunday morning. And so they may get another shipment in, I'm told, Friday. So you just have to look around and keep trying, and I think you'll be able to find some. But remember that if you can't get them, you can always call your healthcare professional and get a test. The problem with that is that for many folks, the offices will be closed on Friday, Christmas Eve. So if you're going to do it, you need to do it tomorrow so that you get the results Thursday, unless they do rapid tests. And if you go to urgent care centers, I think that many of them will be open on Christmas Eve. So that might be another option for you.
Now, Dr. Mike, I want to talk about vaccines. How good are the current vaccines holding up against the new Omicron variant? I understand that a lot of companies are in the process of working on a specific vaccine for Omicron.
Well, Moderna just came out with data showing quite effective results when it comes to Omicron with its booster. And I think if you look at both the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines that are readily available, they are holding their own. And I will tell you anecdotally that the 10 patients that I have, yes, 10 that have COVID in my practice, are doing just fine. They're at home. They're convalescing, but they're not on a ventilator in my hospital. So remember, the first death is in a gentleman who was not vaccinated, had medical issues, and succumbed to COVID-19. So you want to make sure that you get the vaccine and you get boosted. It's never too late to do it.
Yeah, and Dr. Mike, last point that I want to make to our viewers, because I understand that it was a huge topic of concern and it still is what this new surge, what impact does this have on hospitals that have been dealing with this for the last 2 years?
Well, not to mention the tremendous amount of burnout. I was talking to one of my colleagues. People are saying, like, look, a lot of nurses, I've had it. I'm going to take a break. I'm either going to retire or I'm going to sit it out for a while. And so staffing shortages. The other thing that's very sobering, there are estimates that 20 to 30% of healthcare workers will be infected with Omicron. That means they're out for 10 days, which is going to make the shortage even worse. That's why they're bringing military folks in to help where there are situations where hospitals are being overrun. And I'm very concerned what the next couple of weeks are going to bring. It could be rather ugly and reminiscent of the old days when this first started.
All right, well, Dr. Mike, as always, we appreciate you coming on with us and bringing us the latest. Unfortunately, we are seeing the spike in numbers. We hope that you have a very Merry Christmas, and we'll be talking with you soon. Be safe.
Remember, Regina, you don't fear the virus, you respect the virus. Let's be as smart as the virus, and we'll get through this. Just be smart and be safe.
Yes, definitely wise words from Dr. Mike this morning. As always, thank you so much, and we will get through this. All right, everybody, again, we are very appreciative of Dr. Mike for joining us every Tuesday and Friday to bring us the latest. Unfortunately, 2 years into the pandemic, we are seeing that spike in cases once again, and do need to let you know that at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, President Biden will be addressing the nation on how he plans on combating the spread ahead of the winter. This comes just weeks after he made an original winter plan when we first got word of the Omicron virus. Some of you are going to see a quick commercial break. When we return, we're going to listen in for a bit on the latest press conference from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She was outlining some details of what we can expect from that speech from Biden today. So we'll get into that here after this quick break.
Judges bring the total for the year to 40, more than any president in his first year in office since President Reagan. But it's not just the sheer number of people nominated and confirmed. As the president said at his commencement address last week at South Carolina State, he is proud to have appointed more black women to the circuit courts than any administration in American history. We've confirmed the first LGBT and critical nominees. This included 9 district court judges, bringing the total for the year to 40, more than any president in his first year in office since President Reagan. But it's not just the sheer number of people nominated and confirmed. As the president said at his commencement address last week at South Carolina State, he is proud to have appointed more black women to the circuit courts than any administration in American history. We've confirmed the first LGBTQ woman ever to serve as a federal circuit court judge, and these 40 judges include people who have previously served as public defenders, labor lawyers, and civil rights lawyers, as well as prosecutors and government attorneys. The Senate also voted to confirm 41 ambassadors to countries around the world, including critical allies such as including Japan, France, the European Union, and more. These qualified, competent leaders can now finally get to their important work representing America's interests abroad. There's a lot of work to be done, and we'll continue to work with the Senate to make sure we have the people in place so that we continue to serve the American people. Also wanted to note that the Department of Justice announced today that they'll be awarding $1.6 billion in grants to support a range of initiatives to reduce violent crime and make our communities safer. This money will help address the surge in gun violence that we've seen over the last 2 years and will bolster steps that the administration has already taken to crack down on violent crime, including the president's comprehensive strategy to prevent and respond to gun crime in June. These grants will help advance community violence intervention programs. They'll support evidence-based police and prosecution strategies. They'll ensure the victims of crime get the resources they need. They'll help people returning from prisons and jails transition successfully back into their communities, and they'll support responses to crises like drug overdoses and mental health episodes. This is just the latest example of historic levels of funding that President Biden has made available to cities and states to address crime, including through the Rescue Plan, through investments in proven community violence intervention strategies that we announced in April, through the COPS community policing grants announced last month, which are helping to put 1,000 more police officers on the beat across 183 police departments this year, and through early Department of Justice awards, including $1.2 billion for victim assistance and compensation programs, and more. With that, I would say, since there's space in the back, why don't folks who are standing sit in some of the back seats, just because I know everybody's focused on the spacing in these days. Go ahead, Colin.
Okay, a couple things. So on Omicron, cases are rising dramatically across the country. Americans are still traveling en masse. Biden is giving a speech that has been labeled urgent, but the speech is tomorrow. The vice president also was saying that scientists were caught off guard by the variants, and then there's been pushback from the scientific community on that. So can you help just talk a little bit about what the White House's message on Omicron is? What should the public be thinking? How should we be concerned? What should we do? And then the second one, I'm sorry, I'll ask you after. Go ahead.
Absolutely, Colin. Well, let me first say that the president, as you noted, will be addressing the American people tomorrow, and he'll talk about what to expect as we head into the winter months and detail additional steps that we will be taking. The president has been clear that while vaccinated individuals get COVID he will restate tomorrow, I should say, that while vaccinated individuals get COVID due to the highly transmissible nature of Omicron, their cases will likely be mild or asymptomatic. We continue to see, and our health experts assess, that you're 14 times more likely to die of COVID if you have not been vaccinated versus vaccinated. Importantly, he'll restate we're prepared and that fully vaccinated individuals have the tools to protect themselves with a booster shot and masking where CDC recommends. For those who choose to remain unvaccinated, he'll issue a stark warning and make clear unvaccinated individuals will continue to drive hospitalizations and deaths. That is not trying to scare people, or maybe it is trying to make clear to people in the country what the risks are here of not being vaccinated. What is clear is that we're not in the same place that we were in. This is something he'll reiterate tomorrow as well. The beginning of the pandemic, thanks to the president's extraordinary work to get over 200 million Americans vaccinated. To be clear, COVID-19 is not the same threat to fully vaccinated individuals that it was in March 2020, and I outlined some of the reasons why. And again, as I said at the top, he will also announce additional steps. So he will outline this clearly tomorrow. He has
The U.S.
and critical nominees. This included 9 district court judges, bringing the total for the year to 40, more than any president in his first year in office since President Reagan. But it's not just the sheer number of people nominated and confirmed. As the president said at his commencement address last week at South Carolina State, he is proud to have appointed more black women to the circuit courts than any administration in American history. We've confirmed the first LGBTQ woman ever to serve victims of crime, get the resources they need. They'll help people.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. If you notice some weird, finicky video, it looks like we did just have a little bit of technical difficulties. I'm going to fast forward where we were right here in this White House press briefing from Jen Psaki. So let's listen in here for a bit on Live Now from Fox. Pretty soon she will be detailing what we can expect from President Biden's speech that is going to be made today at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time on how we are combating the spread of COVID-19 here in the U.S.
To drive hospitalizations and deaths. That is not trying to scare people, or maybe it is trying to make clear to people in the country what the risks are here of not being vaccinated. What is clear is that we're not in the same place that we were in. This is something he'll reiterate tomorrow as well. The beginning of the pandemic, thanks to the president's extraordinary work to get over 200 million Americans vaccinated. To be clear, COVID-19 is not the same threat to fully vaccinated individuals that it was in March 2020. And I outlined some of the reasons why. And again, as I said at the top, he will also announce additional steps. So he will outline this clearly tomorrow. He has been candid and he has been direct as he's provided updates to the American public throughout on our steps to address what we know is an unpredictable virus and our fight against a once-in-a-generation pandemic. But that's what people can expect tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. On the negotiations over Build Back Better, we see Senator Manchin's version of events sort of differ from the White House's version of events in your statement on Sunday, which was yesterday. Feels like a long time ago. I just wanted to know if you could talk a little bit about like where the gap is, if the negotiations fell apart over the child tax credit issue, if the White House is prepared to go around legislation on the CTC if necessary. Kind of where are we with Manchin?
Well, I would say I think the lengthy statement that I issued yesterday outlined pretty specifically the events of the last few weeks. And it was important to the president and to all of us to make that clear to the American people, the status and the steps that had been taken. But I'm not going to relitigate the TikTok of yesterday from here today. I will say that from the president's viewpoint, and I saw him this morning, he's worked with Senator Manchin over the course of decades. They share fundamental values. They're longtime friends. That has not changed. And what's most on the president's mind is the risk of inaction. And if we do not act to get this legislation done and the components in it, not only will costs and prices go up for the American people, but also we will see a trajectory in economic growth that is not where we want it to be. And we've seen projections from Goldman Sachs and others today on that front. So he's no stranger to legislative challenges, and we are going to continue to take steps, work like hell to get it done. Go ahead.
Does the president feel betrayed by his friend?
I think our statement yesterday made pretty clear what we feel, what was the factual depiction of events that happened. But again, the president sees Senator Manchin as somebody who is a longtime friend, somebody who has worked well together on, and our objective and our focus now is moving forward.
And where do the lines of communication stand at this point between either the president and Joe Manchin and the White House staff, which you spoke about? Is there a contact at all?
I'm just not going to assess or give you an update on specifics from here.
Okay, just quickly on COVID, ahead of tomorrow's speech, should Americans expect any new restrictions?
This is not a speech about locking the country down. This is a speech outlining and being direct and clear with the American people about the benefits of being vaccinated, the steps we're going to take to increase access and to increase testing, and the risks posed to unvaccinated individuals. Go ahead.
Does the president still trust Senator Manchin?
Again, I understand the questions here, but our focus is on moving forward. I think our statement yesterday made clear what the course of events were over the last couple of weeks. It was important for the American people to know and see that, but he considers Senator Manchin a longtime friend, and our focus is on moving forward and getting this done.
Are you confident that all 49 other members of the Democratic caucus are still on board with Build Back Better?
I think, sure, I understand that. I can't obviously speak for all of them, but I think you saw quite a bit of unanimity yesterday in the response of people and their desire from across the Democratic Party and the desire to get this legislation done.
What would be his message to progressives who he asked to hang with him as things moved over to the Senate, now that what many of them warned has happened?
Well, I would say, one, his message would be we need to work together to get this done, and he's going to work like hell to get it done. And that would be his message, and January is an opportunity to do exactly that.
Quickly on Ukraine.
Yes.
The State Department issued a level 4 travel warning today, saying U.S. citizens should be aware of reports that Russia is planning for significant military action against Ukraine. Jake Sullivan spoke with his Russian counterpart again today. Apparently over at the Pentagon, they've just said that they've conducted an assessment of air defense needs in Ukraine. Obviously, you've said you're monitoring this. Is U.S. intelligence picking up something new?
Well, let me first say that the travel advisory for Ukraine remains a level 4. Do not travel due to COVID-19. The State Department updated it to include information on Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's border, just to provide additional information, but it has been at a level 4.
So nothing new otherwise?
Well, again, the State Department provides additional information through travel advisories to make sure they are being transparent with American citizens who are in different countries, and that's exactly what they did in this case. And we have historically seen large numbers of Americans and others, of course, traveling to Ukraine during this time of year and the holiday season, so it was just an effort to provide that information directly. Go ahead.
Jen, your statement yesterday alluded to working more on Build Back Better next year. Is your expectation that President Biden and Senator Manchin will talk at all before the end of the year?
I'm just not going to give you any updates on their engagements from here. I wouldn't expect, and we're going to keep those private.
Got it. And do you regard his $1.8 trillion proposal as a non-starter, given that it excludes child tax credit?
I think the president has been clear about, and I'll let Senator Manchin speak to the specifics of his proposal. I'm not going to confirm those details from here of what I know. I know there have been reports out there, but I'll let him speak to that. But I would say that the president, of course, wants to extend.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Currently listening in to the latest White House press briefing from Press Secretary Jen Psaki. You can see she is talking about a number of major topics that we are following. She did give a little bit of detail as to what we can expect from President Biden's announcement on combating the surge of COVID-19 cases in the U.S. That's happening today at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Also making some remarks on the fact that Senator Joe Manchin has said that he cannot support the Build Back Better Act. So lots of big numbers happening out of this press briefing. However, I do want to entirely switch gears here for just a moment on Live Now from Fox, because deliberations are getting underway once again today when it comes to the Kim Potter trial. She is the former Brooklyn Center police officer facing manslaughter charges in the shooting death of Daunte Wright. We saw closing statements wrap up yesterday, and now the case is in the hands of the jury. So I do want to head out live to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where, as always, Fox 9's Bill Keller is joining us from outside the courtroom to bring us the latest. Bill, good morning to you. For people who are just kind of catching up, what did we see yesterday in the closing statements from both the prosecution and the defense?
Good morning, Regina. Yeah, before this case went to the jury, both the prosecution and the defense had their final pitch to the jury, basically boiling down 8 days of testimony into just a couple of hours. Of course, Kim Potter shot Daunte Wright as she and some other Brooklyn Center fellow officers were trying to arrest him. He had an outstanding warrant for a weapons violation. The 49-year-old, by the way, you'll recall she admits mistakenly pulling out her gun instead of her taser. But the state charges there's no excuse. A well-trained, a 26-year veteran police officer should have known the difference. The question, of course, facing the jury is, was it a crime? During closing arguments, the state, by the way, said they don't need to prove that she intended to kill Daunte Wright in order for this jury to convict her.
Now, deliberations are underway this morning, Bill. When we heard from the judge yesterday, what are some of the rules that the jury has to follow or consider as they continue to deliberate today?
Yeah, in fact, they asked one question. In fact, they were all brought back into the courtroom. The question was given to the judge. It was about the timing of an interview that she had with a doctor, and basically the judge kicked it back to them, saying, you got to refer to your notes. The jury deliberated in all for about 5 hours yesterday. They were giving a deadline of, I believe it was 6 p.m. last night, but they will not be given any deadlines moving forward. This is kind of interesting. They were actually given an empty Glock handgun as well as a disabled taser, something they're able to sort of handle in their deliberation, considering so much of this revolves around the difference of what those two devices should feel like. They also, of course, have access to all the video evidence, and we know there is plenty of that.
Yeah, and Bill, you know, you've mentioned it a couple of times when we've talked throughout the last several weeks, but what do we know about the jury when it comes to the people that are sitting on it and, you know, deliberating on this case?
Well, the two alternates were dismissed yesterday. Remember, you've got 14 people listening to the whole trial, just in case somebody has to be excused for some reason. Those two are dismissed. They're left with 6 men, 6 women, all pretty much under their 50s, and they also are 75% white. And that is pretty much not a jury of his peers, but it is, in fact, the demographic makeup of Hennepin County where the crime took place.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, definitely verdict watch this week. I know that the judge had anticipated on wrapping this case up before the Christmas holiday. So we'll continue to check in with you and your team, Bill. We really appreciate you keeping our viewers up to speed. Have a great day.
Absolutely, Regina. Have a good morning.
All right, everybody. Everyone, we'll see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. On this Tuesday, December 21st, we are continuing to bring you all of the major top stories that we are following this morning. And when it comes to the Pentagon, we actually did get a briefing for the first time in a couple of days or weeks, I would say, from the Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby.
The North Korea claims for Russia. How do you think about
Russia claims
that
the United States
flew. Yes.
And then North Korea is supporting Russia's claim that the United States violated Russian airspace.
Exactly.
Is that correct, Jen?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. I don't know anything about this particular incident and the claim, so I'd really rather not speculate about it. I've not heard about this particular incident, so why don't we take this question too, and we'll see if we can get you a better answer on that.
I think this is nearby Black Sea, that's Russian border, so I think.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know anything about this incident or what the claims are, the counterclaims. We have said repeatedly we're going to fly, sail, and operate where international law permits us to do that, and that continues. And the Black Sea is an international body of water, and we routinely operate in and above the Black Sea. I don't see any change to that going forward, but I don't know about this particular incident that you're talking about.
Can you take a picture because to find out what
Yes, I
happens?
can.
Because North Korea said the disruptor of the world peace.
Yeah.
The U.S. is a world peace breaker or something like that. They criticize.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it for you.
Thank you.
Jack Detch from Foreign Policy.
Hey, John. The Pentagon ballparks back in the spring that there were 100,000 Russian troops on the Ukrainian border. Just wondering if you have a troop count or a characterization for what the Russians are doing now.
I don't have a troop count for you. We have, as you know, Jack, we've refrained from providing estimates like that. I'm not going to get into intelligence. What I would tell you is there remains a significant Russian force presence around their borders with Ukraine, and we continue to monitor that closely. We continue to be concerned about that, but I don't have an exact number for you.
And just regarding the DoD delegation that went over to Ukraine the other week to talk about air defense, do you have any sense of when the report is coming back from that, whether it's public, just what the details are on that?
Yeah, there was a small assessment team that went over to Ukraine to talk to them about air defense issues and to evaluate what they believe their air defense needs are. That team has just recently come back, Jack, and we don't have a formal readout of what they learned or how that might affect security assistance packages going forward for Ukraine. So I don't have an update to give you, and I don't know that that their work will be the kind of work that would give us much flexibility to talk openly, unless or until there's a decision to provide more security assistance. And when that comes, we've been pretty transparent about what's involved with that. So it'll be folded into the discussions that we're having here in the department about how to continue to assist Ukraine with their self-defense needs. And again, should anything come of that, we'll be as transparent about it as we can be. Ellen Mitchell, The Hill.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am.
So last month, after Secretary Austin responded to the Oklahoma governor regarding the National Guard vaccine mandate, you were asked if there was a concern that this could quickly snowball, that other governors will say, well, we won't enforce the mandate either. And at the time you said the secretary didn't have any plans on reaching out to governors to try to get in front of the issue because you said you hadn't seen any snowballing on your side. But now that there's 7 Republican governors asking for retraction or exemption from the mandate, does the secretary have plans to reach out in any way to governors he thinks might follow suit? And basically, what's the Pentagon's plan to try to make sure other states don't pile onto this?
Well, we're not going to make an active effort here to try to tell other states not to express their concerns. So I know of no plans to proactively reach out to governors on this. We have received additional correspondence from a few other governors of states, and we will reply to their concerns as appropriate, just like we did Governor Stitt. I don't have an update for you on those replies, but we'll do that. The only thing I would say is that what I've said before, the vaccine is a valid military readiness requirement, medical military readiness requirement. It remains such, and the mandatory vaccine policy remains in effect, and that does include the National Guard. I don't have anything more to add than that. We want to see everybody get the vaccine because we think that's the best way to make a more ready force.
As a quick follow-up, has the secretary responded yet to the other governors that sent their letters out last week?
No, as I said, he will respond appropriately. I don't have an update for you on a reply, but we did reply to Governor Stitt. We'll reply to these additional governors in due course and appropriately. Tom.
Thanks, John. I have two follow-up questions. My first is, did the Space Force reach out to you regarding the design of their cake?
No, they did not. But I do hope I get a piece.
My second question in regards to extremism, I looked through what was released in the briefing. It strikes me as it's somewhat of a passive approach. In other words, individual A is flagged for perhaps exhibiting extremist behavior, and then that individual is talked to or whatever. Do you anticipate at some point, and without going into speculation, that there'd be a more aggressive approach to extremism? Here's why I ask. You remember earlier this year, there was a Marine at Quantico who was identified as participating in extremist activity, and the question was asked, will that individual's participation and his associates be investigated to see the extent of extremism perhaps at Quantico or in his unit? And the answer is no, you're just focusing on an individual. So I'm wondering, that would be more, less passive. In other words, individual A posted this, let's see who he or she is associating with. Do you understand the question?
I think I do, Tom. I think the best way I can respond to that is to, remind, and I know I say this all the time, and maybe it kind of gets lost in the noise, but the assumption for the department is, and we think rightly, that the vast, vast majority of the men and women who serve in the armed forces do so honorably, with integrity and character, and they take very seriously the oath that they took to the Constitution. That's our assumption going in. And so I don't know that I would describe this as passive, although I do understand where you're coming from. I get the point of your question. But if there is, in your words, passivity here, it's because we fundamentally believe that everybody in uniform is going to serve with character and dignity and uphold that oath. And we also are treating this not unlike we treat other potential violations, which is largely individual. When you raise that right hand and take that oath, you subscribe yourself to a set of values and a set of expectations about how you're going to behave. And if you don't meet those expectations, then in an organization like the military, there's ramifications for that. I mean, we were kind of talking about the same thing when it comes to the COVID vaccine. It's a mandatory military medical requirement. If you don't meet that requirement and you don't have a good reason for why you can't meet that requirement, there'll be ramifications. And I think that's the same way we're treating this. Yeah, Abraham.
Yeah, thanks, John. I wondered if the Secretary has a response to the New York Times story about airstrikes and accountability that ran over the weekend. In particular, is the department's capacity for such high precision strikes, is that sort of a handicap that now there's this unreasonable expectation of no errors ever? And then also, does the Secretary believe perhaps that there should be further study as to the procedures for when a strike is conducted?
I think the only thing I would do is point you back, Abraham, to what the Secretary said himself about a month ago. That we work really hard to avoid civilian casualties, but he said himself, we clearly need to work harder, and he's dedicated to that. And I don't have any updates or policy changes to state today. Yeah, go ahead.
Then two-part question, please. If Secretary is paying any visit to India anytime soon, and because of the Chinese influence in the region going on, and also at the same time, many smaller nations are under pressure from China because of, in the name of construction on infrastructure, and China is loaning them a lot of money, billions of dollars, including like Pakistan and now recently like Nicaragua. So what do you think, if any concern as far as U.S. security is concerned from this?
I don't have anything on the Secretary's schedule to announce today with respect to travel. As you know, we have visited New Delhi, and he had a great visit there, meeting with his counterpart and discussing what is a very important defense partnership with India. And as for Chinese influence around the world, without getting into specifics, we know that they coerce and intimidate and try to bully countries to act in ways that are beneficial to Chinese security interests and not necessarily the interests of a given region or that given country. Where and when we believe that our national security interests are put at greater risk because of their activities, we have that discussion, and we have that often directly with the third party country involved or through other channels with the Chinese. Jen.
John, you said you'd get back to us about the Chinese mind control weapons, and are they real? Are they a real concern? What are they? What does the Treasury Department has sanctioned this Chinese
I regret to inform you that I don't have an update on that for you, but I'll keep working it. Barbara.
With COVID clearly spiking all over the country at this point, can you tell us if there are any plans, decisions, discussions on any additional steps to help keep troops and bases safe during the holiday season when so many military people, like other Americans, may be traveling, to try and keep them safe from COVID? And one of your biggest holiday programs, the NORAD Trapped Santa program, is that actually going to be able to go ahead with the spike in COVID? Are you going to have enough people to handle that program?
I would refer you to NORAD Northcom for specifics, but my understanding is that they absolutely will be tracking Santa this year. We have all kinds of capabilities to do that.
And he will be kept safe?
He will be kept safe. Of course he will be. My granddaughter definitely wants to know. Yes, he will be kept safe. And on the other question about the vaccine.
No, I'm sorry. What I really meant is, with it spiking all over the country.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
What steps are you taking? Will there be even more teleworking? Will there be more restrictions? Mm-hmm. Anything you're looking at doing in the coming weeks to try and keep it from spiking within the ranks?
Well, obviously, it's a priority for us to get the number of COVID cases down, and we have seen a spike, particularly over the course of the summer. Largely, that was due to the Delta variant. We don't believe we have widespread Omicron cases inside the military right now. I think the number stands at like 10 across the force. But we're obviously watching this just as closely as everybody else. And while I don't have any changes to our medical health or public health posture to talk to today, certainly we're going to keep all our options open. And if we believe that we need to take additional precautionary steps, we'll certainly do that. Whether some of those steps are across the force writ large or whether it's delegated down to the local commander level, because oftentimes a base commander, for instance, in one state is going to have a different community issue to deal with than in another state. So there'll be a mix of, if there's changes, a mix either across the force but also at the local level. But I have nothing specific to announce today. We're obviously watching this closely.
Just to button that up, no indication at this point any governor might be asking for hospital ships or anything like that?
No hospital ships are being requested right now. I think you've seen some governors have added or requested their National Guard help in some of their hospitals. There is Northcom is still running a few small active duty teams that are helping out in certain states. In fact, I can give you the list. We can do that afterward if you want, where there's small 15 to 20 person active duty teams are helping out in various states in hospitals. And that number could change over time depending on what the need is. But I know of no large scale military requests for assistance with respect to the boosts in cases. We have done it in the past, as you saw back in the spring, and we certainly would consider any future requests for support. We take those very seriously, but I'm not aware of any major changes right now. Yeah.
On this anniversary of birthday of the Space Force, is there any announcement about possible briefing going forward? Are there plans over the next 12 months, that sort of thing? Priorities? I mean, they've talked about this all along, but sometimes on an anniversary you do something special.
Yeah, that's a great question for the Space Force. I don't know. I don't know if they've got something planned to lay out, what they've accomplished in 2 years and what they're looking forward to next year. That's really a question for them.
And then on the Baltic Sea, some time ago there was a report of a Russian submarine sighting passing under the bridge between Denmark and Germany, or Denmark and Germany. And the question was whether the ship had been retrofitted so that it was there was a great deal of lethality that hadn't been there before. And I'm wondering if there's any additional concerns about security concerns in the Baltic Sea area that have surfaced by the Baltic countries, or reports to you of concerns about security?
I'm not aware of anything specific. I mean, obviously, we have great relationships with the Baltic states. We do rotational deployments to many of those states. Obviously, our Navy and the navies of our allies and partners operate routinely up in the Baltic area. But I don't have anything specific on that incident. I had not heard about the particular Russian submarine going up under a bridge and having unique capabilities. Let me go back to the phones here. Excuse me, Tony.
Tony's disconnected. I know what Tony wants to ask.
Oh, you do?
Pete from Bloomberg, yeah.
Okay, do you want to take on the role of Tony today, or?
That would be impossible.
I can try my best.
That's true.
No offense.
No, I know it's a tall order. I think you wanted to ask about the status of the nuclear posture review, and is there an expectation on when it's going to be released and what it will focus on?
Well, it's going to focus on our nuclear posture, of course. I don't have an update on the actual review itself, and this is an interagency effort we are certainly a part of, and but I couldn't give you an an update specifically.
No, you're supposed to say that. Aren't you supposed to check your cheat sheet?
What about your cheat sheet?
Yeah, your cheat sheet.
Well, no, I don't need to check my cheat. I actually study before I come up here, so I don't have to check it for everything. Did you have a question of your own that you'd like to throw?
No, I'm just going to channel Tony.
Just
today.
Tony.
Yeah.
Jeff? Can I just circle back? Can you just define for us, since we're on the record, what is considered extremism?
Jen, I mean, that's almost a philosophical question, which is not one that we tried to tackle in this instruction. The instruction specifically listed a definition of what extremist activities are. I can read them for you if you want them. If you want that, I'll do that. But it is in the instruction. There was never an intent from the get-go to come up with a definition of what is or what isn't extremism. The purpose of this instruction was to better, well, many purposes, but one of them was to better define what is prohibited extremist activity. And then we added that two-part test of not just the activity, but what is active participation in that activity? What does that mean? And all that's laid out very, very specifically in the instruction.
And of the 100 people that you identified in the process of this review, what portion, if any, if you could break it down, were they all members of sort of groups that you might consider white supremacist groups, or were there also some who may have been present at a Black Lives Matter protest? What is the breakdown of the types of activity that you saw?
I don't have that breakdown of what their specific activities were. And again, these were individuals that were substantiated allegations of participating in extremist activity. I don't have a breakdown of all 100 of them, what the specifics were. I don't. Okay, I'll take one more because it's a holiday week. Jeff Schogel?
Thank you. Can the Defense Department provide a list of the assets that will be escorting Santa Claus through American airspace this Christmas?
Jeff, that is an excellent question. I'm going to have to take it because we're talking about operational issues, and you know, we don't like to do that from the podium, particularly OPSEC. So what I can tell you is that to the degree that we can be fully transparent with you, we will be about Santa's escorts. But I can assure everybody that he will, in fact, get the escorts he needs, and he will be rendered as safe and effective as he can be on Christmas Eve.
Was he vaccinated?
That's really beyond the purview of the Department of Defense.
Does it need to be vaccinated?
What I can tell you is that we will make sure that those escorting Santa have been fully vaccinated. All right, thanks everybody.
Are you going to brief the rest of the week at all, John?
I think I'm briefing tomorrow, and then I'm out on Wednesday, so I'll be out till after the New Year.
Next week is next week. Are you?
I'm gone.
You're gone next.
I will be with my grandkids next week.
Okay. Well, tomorrow you said.
I'll be briefing tomorrow, and then after that, not till after the New Year.
As you may have seen Friday night and Saturday
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. On this Tuesday, December 21st, we have a front row seat to holiday travel on this Tuesday morning. Taking a live now look inside Chicago O'Hare International Airport. As you can see, people making their way to the TSA checkpoint, trying to get to their holiday travel destination. Despite the surge of the Omicron cases, a lot of people had these plans in place already, so safety is key here. If you plan on traveling by air, by train, by car, wherever you might be going, it's important to stay safe amid this surge in cases. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here live from Orlando, Florida this morning. I do want to say hello before we get into some top stories that we are following this morning. Hello, everybody. All right, so the main story of the day today, Omicron, Omicron, Omicron. Cases continuing to surge in the United States. I do want to take you out to a live now look of the White House. We do know that President Biden at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time this afternoon is expected to address the nation on how he is going to be offering resources across the country to help combat the spread of this virus. So let's get the latest from Fox's Doug Lazater on what we are learning about more states and cities putting mandates in place, canceling events, and then what we can expect from President Biden's speech today.
The president today is expected to offer up another warning to the unvaccinated, but Omicron is spreading quickly, even among those who have gotten their shots. Lines for COVID tests are growing, and in many places supplies are limited, and it's hard to keep up with the demand ahead of Christmas.
I'm supposed to go home to Florida tomorrow, and a bunch of people are testing positive. I work at a gym.
The first U.S. Omicron death has now been reported in Texas. Broadway shows are shutting down, so are some schools. Indoor mask mandates are back in many places, including Washington, D.C., as of this morning. And the markets faced a sell-off yesterday in the face of rising COVID cases. The president, who promised to shut down the virus, is facing more pressure as he offers up his strategy today.
This is not a speech about locking the country down. This is a speech outlining and being direct and clear with the American people about the benefits of being vaccinated, the steps we're going to take to increase access and to increase testing, and the risks posed to unvaccinated individuals.
Some doctors are pressing the administration to expedite treatment options to help curb hospitalizations. And the public may have little patience for a new wave of mandates and closures.
The country has no appetite anymore for lockdowns, restrictions. We've seen the downsides of that damage. Plus, at the same time, we're dealing with a virus now that is very difficult, if not impossible, to contain.
And that's true even at the White House, where a staffer who was in close contact with the president contracted COVID. The president, though, tested negative. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
And as you just heard Doug Lazater mention, President Biden not quarantining after learning that he was in close contact with a White House official who tested positive for COVID-19. The White House releasing a statement yesterday evening saying 4 days ago that staff members spent about 30 minutes with the president on Air Force One. The president did test negative, and he's tested for COVID regularly. He will be tested again today. In the meantime, the director of the World Health Organization says there is consistent evidence that the Omicron variant is spreading faster than the Delta strain. The U.S. is averaging close to 130,000 new coronavirus cases each day. So let's get the latest on what we know this morning from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri.
Los Angeles called off its New Year's Eve celebrations, and Rhode Island will reimpose an indoor mask mandate. Broadway musicals Hamilton and Aladdin announced the cancellation of all performances through Christmas due to breakthrough infections. The NFL has postponed several games after 100 players, many of them fully vaccinated, tested positive over the course of 3 days. The National Hockey League has postponed a total of 42 games this season.
when we cancel games or postpone them, it's not because we're trying to interrupt the outbreak the same way. It's because we have to respond to an outbreak that's already happening on our team.
That's it. Vaccine maker Moderna released new data today showing its current booster shot produces a 37-fold increase in Omicron neutralizing antibodies. Doubling the authorized dose increases antibody levels 83 times. Earlier this month, Pfizer released data showing 3 doses of its vaccine were effective against the variant.
With those who have maximal protection from a vaccination and a boost, you either won't get infected, or if you do get an infection, it will be most likely mild. But if you are unvaccinated, I'm worried about you.
Federal health officials believe vaccines and treatments will allow the U.S. to avoid more lockdowns.
So if I could just see an ID to match with that.
Mandates are a different story. Yale is telling students to get booster shots before spring semester. Tomorrow, Washington, D.C. will reinstate its indoor mask policy. And Boston's mayor announced people will need to show proof of vaccination to enter restaurants and other indoor venues starting January 15, eliciting jeers from protesters.
There is nothing more American than coming together to ensure that we are taking care of each other.
In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And you can watch President Biden's address to the nation here on Live Now from Fox at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will be bringing it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to stay at the White House for just a second, but to bring you a very cute story, actually. We've got a new first puppy, everybody. Look at how cute he is. Like I said, I'm biased. I have a German Shepherd, but again, there's a new puppy at the White House. Yesterday, he was spotted playing on the South Lawn. According to White House officials, the dog is named Commander and was gifted to President Biden by his family. The dog appears to be a German Shepherd or something similar, but I would definitely say that's a German Shepherd puppy. The Biden family unfortunately lost their German Shepherd Champ this past June at the age of 13. They do have another German Shepherd named Major, though he mostly lives in Wilmington, Delaware, after a couple of aggressive incidents with a White House staff member. So just wanted to bring you that sweet story here on Live Now from Fox, a new first puppy at the White House. Meanwhile, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue following reaction from lawmakers after Senator Joe Manchin said that he can just not support the president's massive tax and spending plan known as the Build Back Better Act. So we'll have that story and more for you here after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Before we go to break, though, here's another live look at travelers packing an airport in Chicago, ready to get to that Christmas destination. So if you are traveling this week, be sure to stay safe, stay vigilant, wash your hands, wear a mask, and we will get through this pandemic together. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this Tuesday, December 21st, continuing to bring you all of the top stories that we are following this morning. Senator Joe Manchin receiving harsh criticism from Democrats himself after he simply said that he cannot support President Biden's Build Back Better Act. So I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram as he follows the reaction that we've seen thus far.
Political fallout a day after Joe Manchin dropped a thermonuclear bomb on his own party.
I can't get there. This is a no on this legislation.
Liberals are apoplectic.
We all knew that Senator Manchin couldn't be trusted. The excuses that he just made, I think, are complete bullshit.
We have every right to be furious with Joe Manchin. We have to stop giving people get out of jail free cards. Enough.
Manchin's exhausted by the constant hectoring.
They figure, surely to God we can move one person. Surely we can badger and beat one person up, and they can just beat the living crap out of people and think they'll be submissive. Period.
Still, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer pledges a vote on the bill early next year. Schumer says Democrats should make their position known on the Senate floor, not just on television. Democrats may have pledged too much to their base.
They promised things to progressives that were never politically realistic.
Still, Democrats are undeterred.
I have confidence that Senator Manchin cares about our country and that at some point, very soon, we can take up the legislation.
But Democrats need Manchin more than he needs them in a divided Senate.
It would not surprise you to know that I've suggested for years it would be a great idea, representing a deep red state like West Virginia, for him to come over to our side.
Kid gloves may be in order for Manchin. Manchin was asked again if he would remain a Democrat. He said he's fiscally responsible and socially compassionate. Manchin said that if there are no Democrats like that, the party must push him where it wants him. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Chad Pergram for that report. We are going to go from our nation's capital out to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where the fate of former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter now rests in the hands of a jury. The closing arguments in that trial officially got underway yesterday, and deliberations with the jury are continuing today. The judge did hope to have the case wrapped up before Christmas, so we are officially on verdict watch in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's get the latest on what we saw in the courtroom yesterday and the tough decision that the jury has to make moving forward.
Members of the jury, this case is in your hands.
The trial of former Minnesota officer Kim Potter wrapping up today, with both sides making their final pitch to the jury. Potter is charged with first and second degree manslaughter and faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted.
The defendant told you her sons will be home for the holidays. But you know who won't be home for the holidays is Dante Wright.
State prosecutors arguing Potter violated 26 years of training when she shot and killed Dante Wright during a traffic stop in April. Assistant Attorney General Aaron Eldridge telling jurors Wright's death was entirely preventable and that Potter made a blunder of epic proportions.
She told you herself, I could kill someone if she ever used that firearm. She disregarded that risk. And her actions show that she recklessly handled that firearm.
The defense argues Potter made a mistake when she pulled her gun instead of a taser. Attorney Earl Gray saying Wright caused his own death by trying to flee.
Within seconds, he all of a sudden breaks away. That's the cause, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That's what caused this whole incident.
Gray also criticized prosecutors for playing videos of the shooting frame by frame, saying what happened was a chaotic struggle.
Kimberly, Potter, Johnson, Lucky, and Wright were fighting, struggling, and it was in seconds that happened, not slow motion.
The jury of 6 men and 6 women will be fully sequestered during deliberations. In Minneapolis, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
We are also on verdict watch for the Ghislaine Maxwell trial that officially wrapped up in New York City. The fate of Maxwell now squarely in the hands of a jury as well. Closing arguments came on day 13 of the sex trafficking trial. A defense attorney for the 59-year-old claiming that her deceased longtime partner Jeffrey Epstein kept secrets from her. The attorney also claims prosecutors did not prove she knew about his activities with teenage girls. Maxwell is being accused of recruiting and grooming 4 teenage girls to specifically be abused by Epstein from 1994 to 2004. Maxwell has maintained that she is not guilty of any of the crimes that Epstein killed himself in his Manhattan jail cell in 2019. So again, we are keeping a close eye on all of these cases across the nation. And be sure to stick with us here, because in just a little more than 20 minutes, we will be joined live by a legal analyst breaking down what we saw in the closing statements yesterday in the Potter trial. Meanwhile, another interesting story making national headlines this morning. A petition on change.org with more than 4 million signatures is protesting a 110-year prison sentence on a truck driver for a crash that killed 4 people. It happened back in April of 2019 in Lakewood, Colorado. Investigators say the brakes on the driver's semi-truck failed, and the petition asked for the driver to be granted clemency or his sentence to be commuted to time served. A judge in Colorado says he was bound by the state's mandatory minimum sentencing laws when he sentenced the driver last Monday. So I've definitely seen social media posts on this exact story myself. So we're going to continue to bring you any development here on Live Now from Fox. Also wanted to bring you a story making national headlines out of the Washington, D.C. area. D.C. Public Schools is investigating an elementary school librarian after students and parents claim that she made children reenact the Holocaust. Our Fox 5 D.C. team is taking a closer look and investigating this morning. Let's listen in.
Tonight, the school district is apologizing for this alleged lesson here at Watkins Elementary School Friday. The kids involved, 8- and 9-year-olds, who are reporting they had to pretend to kill each other.
My husband picked up our child after school. There was a lot of sobbing and crying and distress.
The mother I spoke to didn't want to be identified to protect her child. She says her 3rd grade student had to pretend to die in a gas chamber at school on Friday.
And we don't understand how this could have happened in a D.C. public school.
In a letter to parents at Watkins Elementary, the principal says he heard reports that a staff member staged a Holocaust reenactment that included students portraying participants from the Holocaust, like Adolf Hitler, digging ditches to serve as mass graves, and simulated shootings. And he says the staff member leading the lesson is accused of making anti-Semitic statements. What do you think about the impact on your child?
I think it's traumatic. I think it's a terrible corruption of historical trauma that was inappropriate for 8- and 9-year-olds to learn about it this way, and I'm outraged.
She says she's talked to other parents of kids in the class.
One parent said that their child was worried the teacher in question was hiding at their house. Children are having nightmares and generally having a very hard time.
There was a child that had to play Hitler, right?
That's right.
Do you know how that child is doing?
To my knowledge, that child is not doing well at all.
It allegedly happened during library time, and I spoke to the staff member in question by phone. She denied the reenactment, saying, "I think somebody's misquoting what happened in the library that day." She would provide no details on what did happen. The district says that staff member is now on leave as an investigation is conducted.
My child told me at the end of this Holocaust reenactment, the teacher told them not to tell their parents.
In a statement, DCPS says in part, students should never be tasked with acting out any atrocity, especially genocide and war. Additionally, there were allegations of a staff member using hate speech during the lesson, which is unacceptable and not tolerated at any of our schools. This was not an approved lesson plan, and we sincerely apologize to our students and families who were subjected to this incident. And the principal says there is counseling available for the students impacted. The mom I spoke to wants to know, could this have happened before? She says an apology from the school district simply is not enough. Back to you. Tonight, the school district is apologizing for this.
You're likely to see is a United States Marine. We cannot do our jobs with.
All right, everybody, we are going to entirely switch gears here. We are getting this live feed into our desk this morning. This is happening at the State Department, where Secretary of State Antony Blinken is expected to deliver remarks at the Toys for Tots ceremonial presentation. Let's listen in here live, raw and unfiltered.
Leader among our federal agency counterparts in supporting this program. And judging from the toys that I'm seeing over here, I'm pleased to confirm that the U.S. Department of State has maintained its leadership. It's my honor to present Secretary Blinken.
Thank you very, very much, and good morning, everyone. Gentry, thank you both for the introduction, but especially for your leadership every single day of the Diplomatic Security Bureau, working tirelessly to keep our people safe around the world, and I am one of the primary beneficiaries of your incredible work. I'm also incredibly impressed that you gave up your own bicycle for this, so thank you for that. Brigadier General Anderson, thank you so much for representing the Marines today, and to domestic security officers Byron Harley, Alan Finley, all that you did to help coordinate Toys for Tots here at the State Department. And I think, as we'll see a little later, there's been terrific participation and support from the department. I've got to say, this event is almost certainly going to be the highlight of my day, probably my week, maybe even my month. Every year during the holidays, the State Department employees donate gifts to kids across the District of Columbia, Maryland, Virginia, through the U.S. Marine Corps' National Toys for Tots program. I think the program says a lot about the character of the Marines. You're some of the toughest people in the world. You also have huge, huge hearts. You want to make sure that no child feels left behind, left out, forgotten during the holidays. And that parents or grandparents who need it can get a little bit of help. Millions of children have received toys through Toys for Tots going back to 1947. It is a terrific program, and I have to say we're very proud here at the State Department to be able to support it. Diplomatic Security has organized annual donation drives for Toys for Tots going back more than 2 decades. So we've done a little math. By our estimate, State Department employees here in Washington have donated more than 40,000 gifts for kids in our communities. And every year, our uniformed protection officers coordinate their own fundraiser to buy bikes for Toys for Tots. So this is literally a department-wide commitment, and I'm grateful to every single one of you who participated in it. We know Toys for Tots can have a lasting impact, well beyond one Christmas, one holiday season. Raytheon Mitchell received gifts from Toys for Tots for a few years of his own childhood. And he says, and I quote, "All I wanted was the little green men, the green tanks, maybe some Ninja Turtles. Being able to get those gifts restored my hope." Then Raytheon grew up, joined the Marine Corps, rose to the rank of gunnery sergeant, and now he coordinates Toys for Tots and the program at Selfridge Air National Guard Base, in Michigan. So that's one reason this program has thrived over the decades, because those tots grow up, and they grow up and keep the joy and hope going for the next generation. And just to echo very briefly what Gentry said, the State Department does have a special relationship with the Marines that goes back more than 200 years. And as Gentry noted, as I've noted before, indeed, the first person you often see going into any U.S. embassy anywhere in the world is a U.S. Marine. And that is a source, I know, of tremendous comfort for so many Americans as they travel the world and go into our embassies. And of course, our embassies literally couldn't function without the security and protection offered by the Marines. So we have a partnership that goes back a long time and that thrives to this day, and we're grateful for it. Simply put, no diplomat, no development worker could do their job without the Marines doing theirs. So, thank you all for your partnership, thank you for your service, and thank you especially for your remarkable generosity to kids across the entire capital area. And with that, General, over to you, and then we have a few toys to give out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Blinken. Great words. You reminded me of a few times that I've been overseas at a few of your locations, and you're right. Certainly an incredible partnership that we have. A no-fail mission for the Marines, of course, and yeah, as I mentioned with the Assistant Secretary, with his recent travels is a place that I was at locally. So thank you both for being here today. The State Department, the number of donations that this group has brought to Toys for Tots has been incredible over the last years of partnership that Mr. Ryan mentioned earlier. So on behalf of Lieutenant General Bellin, the commander of the Marine Forces Reserve, thank you. Thank you to all that are here. We know you have an important mission to do outside our borders. To be able to have the opportunity to focus inside, take care of some children that are in need, and be able to have that present under the tree for them in the morning is really the mission of what we're doing here at Toys for Tots. I know some of you in the room are probably a little closer to remembering what it was like to be a child and wait for Christmas morning. It's a distant memory for some of us others that are here. However, these toys will bring that same feeling back. If you can remember that pit in your stomach and what it was like to wake up Christmas morning, it's more than just what we have here in the boxes, in the bikes, and all the fantastic gifts that are here. It's trying to replicate that feeling of Christmas morning, and you all are doing this here at the State Department. We couldn't thank you more for this. Over 8 million children last year were able to receive gifts via Toys for Tots, and we think that number is going to be even higher this year in 2021. So the American public steps up, even during the times of pandemic, some of the tough times that kids are dealing with locally, and people really understand the Christmas spirit. So thank you to all. I appreciate it. Please, a round of applause for everybody that's donated here today. Thank you.
Now or afterwards? Okay. Okay.
Everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news, bringing you front row this morning as Secretary of State Antony Blinken made some remarks at the National Toys for Tots ceremony being held alongside the United States Marine Corps. It does look like they might be taking photos and passing out some toys. It looks like they're going to be bagging up some toys. So a really cool event. Wanted to bring you that here. A little bit of an earlier event being held out there in our nation's capital. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll continue on with some more top stories, and we'll get into some weather-related news. I do want to let you know that this morning we are tracking some severe thunderstorms that are making their way across Florida throughout the day and into the evening, and are then going to shift up north as you make your way into the late evening and tomorrow. So it could impact parts of Georgia and the Carolinas. We'll have all the details you need to know after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing to bring you this feed out of Chicago O'Hare International Airport. You can see a long line of travelers making their way towards the TSA checkpoints and the kiosks as we are just a couple of days away from Christmas. A lot of people taking this entire week off to enjoy some time with family and friends. But as we continue to cover some more and more cases of COVID-19 being detected across the nation, record numbers in certain states, it's important to remain safe and vigilant if you are going to continue on with those travel plans. Speaking of travel, if you do plan on traveling from the state of Florida, you may be delayed or impacted by some severe weather that is coming across our area. I say that because I am located here in Orlando, Florida. This is our XRAD radar. You can see the lightning bolts dancing across the peninsula, that system kind of moving towards the upper right-hand side. This is a low pressure system that started off in the Gulf of Mexico and is making landfall across Florida throughout today. It is bringing the threat of severe thunderstorms, including a few tornadoes, while heavy rain may also trigger flash flooding along the southeast coast. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch for southwestern Florida until about 10 a.m. Eastern time. This includes Sarasota, Northport, Cape Coral, and Bonita Springs, Florida. In addition to the threat of a few tornadoes, the storm in Florida could produce damaging wind gusts today. The primary risk for severe thunderstorms will be during the morning along the Florida Gulf Coast. Then the threat will shift towards the eastern Florida peninsula throughout this afternoon. This Gulf of Mexico low has actually been ingesting plenty of moisture from the Gulf waters and will also spread a quick round of moderate to heavy rain across North Florida, and the heavy rain could trigger areas of flash flooding as well. So that you're kind of talking Jacksonville, Panama City Beach, up towards really the Georgia state line. By tonight, the system will exit into the Atlantic Ocean, but some of the heavier rainfall could still brush parts of the southeast coast, and that includes Georgia and parts of the Carolinas as well. So this is a system that we are tracking here on Live Now from Fox, that information courtesy of our Fox weather team. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here live from Orlando, Florida. We are continuing to keep you on verdict watch here on Live Now from Fox. We had the Kim Potter trial wrapping up with closing statements yesterday in Minneapolis, Minnesota. You also got the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, with the jury deliberating today as well, and the Elizabeth Holmes, the Theranos owner accused of fraud. The jury is continuing deliberating this morning also. So when we do get any of these verdicts, any information, any developments, you can bet that we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to play for you an update and segment from our very own Daytona Everett. She was speaking with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team about the latest when it comes to the Potter trial, what we saw in the closing statements, and what we can expect kind of within the next coming days. We are also just minutes away from being joined by our own legal analyst to speak on that same topic as well. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
A look from inside of the courtroom as the jury is now deliberating on whether to convict or acquit former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter of manslaughter in the deadly shooting of Dante Wright. This comes after even a motion for mistrial, and the jury already having questions today about some of the specifics that went down in court. I want to bring in Fox 9's Paul Bloom joining us live from the newsroom there. Paul, man, we're already here. Jury deliberations. We don't know when they're going to come out with a verdict, but it could be anytime.
Exactly, Daytona. Very much on verdict watch here in Minneapolis. I believe you took, I can't see your video feed, but I assume you showed viewers the seal of the state of Minnesota, which is what these court TV, or which our cameras are zeroed in on until Judge Chu takes the bench, and that's when the cameras can pull out. The only thing the court would tell us is if there is a question or a verdict, we will be there will be a bulletin that goes out. And you mentioned a busy day. We had closing arguments, the state going first, the defense, and then the state gets one final rebuttal. That going a couple of hours, two very different arguments playing out, as you might imagine. The defense basically blaming Dante Wright, escalating the situation, attempting to flee. Kimberly Potter making a mistake. She's human in the moment, but even notwithstanding the mistake she made, given the circumstances, the totality of what was going on, the officer's proximity, Dante Wright's behavior, Kimberly Potter would have been authorized to use deadly force in the moment. So they see this as sort of a two-pronged opportunity at acquittal, a not guilty verdict on those 2 counts of manslaughter 1 and manslaughter 2. The state countering that this was not this was more than a mistake. This was a reckless mistake. This was a police officer, well-trained, 25 plus years, culpably negligent, creating the risk in that traffic stop, escalating it beyond the point of no return, and then shooting and killing the 20-year-old unarmed black motorist. Here, we can take you inside the courtroom now for some of the arguments made by both sides just a few hours ago now.
Members of the jury, this was no little oopsie. This was not putting the wrong date on a check. This was not entering the wrong password somewhere. This was a colossal screw-up. A blunder of epic proportions. It was precisely the thing she had been warned about for years, and she was trained to prevent it. It was irreversible, and it was fatal.
Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect, ladies and gentlemen. And this lady here made a mistake, and my gosh, a mistake is not a crime. It just isn't. It just isn't in our freedom-loving country that we're going to put you in jail for a mistake you made. Even though you took all the training, even though you did everything, you made a mistake. And make no mistake about it, Kimberly, Potter, Johnson, Lucky, and Wright were fighting, struggling, and it was in seconds that happened, not slow motion. So when you go into that jury room, play it like it's supposed to be played, not a rabbit hole of misdirection. Rabbit hole of misdirection, no threat by Dante Wright. He broke free from a law enforcement officer and took off in his car even after he was shot. No threat.
She pulled her handgun instead of her taser. And that was her apparent intention, was to pull the taser. That's recklessly handling a firearm. That's how. These alleged crimes are based on recklessness, the reckless handling of a firearm by a highly trained professional who was trained to know about the risk of confusing a taser for a gun, or the other way around, and who pulled her gun and shot Dante Wright.
And Daytona, you may have heard there in defense attorney Earl Gray's arguments, don't play it slow motion, watch it in real time, watch the chaos. That a reference to the jury. They get a laptop with a thumb drive, not connected to the internet, but they have the evidence in their deliberation room where they can access the videos, the body cameras, the squad dash camera, so they can play it back. Earl Gray took offense that the state was slowing it down in our second-by-second sort of culture of watching instant replay, and he took offense to that. He told the jury to watch it in real time, take it from the perspective that Kimberly Potter was dealing with it on during that traffic stop on April 11th.
Right, and the jury.
All right, everybody. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox as we continue our coverage. We are on a verdict watch at this point as the jury is continuing to deliberate this morning the fate of Kim Potter, the former Brooklyn Center police officer facing manslaughter charges after the shooting death of Dante Wright that happened during a traffic incident earlier this year. You were just listening into a segment from our very own Daytona Everett speaking with Fox 9 Minneapolis's Paul Bloom, kind of going over what we saw as far as closing statements yesterday. I do want to continue our coverage with some of our own information and live guests here. She has joined us on Live Now from Fox several times as we've followed this case, and she is joining us once again this morning. Her name is Danielle Cohen-Higgins, and she is with us here right now. Danielle, good morning to you. Always great to see you. How have you been?
Good morning. I'm very well. Great to see you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Well, Danielle, you and I spoke over the weekend, and the main focus was closing statements yesterday. What could we expect? So, we saw even some emotions, some hands going when it came to those statements. So what were the key moments for you from the prosecution and defense? Walk us through your thoughts.
Yeah, so, interesting. I think both sides did a pretty decent job on their closing arguments. And if you don't mind me politely correcting you, because you say closing statement, and it's a common kind of mischaracterization, right? We do opening statements where we are only allowed to give the jury insight and a purview of what the evidence will reveal. But closing arguments are arguments, and that's exactly that. You have a lot more latitude as an attorney. You are allowed to make arguments. You are allowed to insert conjecture and speculation in your own kind of summation of what the evidence revealed. So what we heard were closing arguments, and both of these lawyers did the best that they could to argue to this jury each side of their case. And as far as highlights, what I thought was effective on both sides, prosecution, she gave an extensive closing argument where I thought it was effective. Number one, that she talked about family units, right? She talked about the fact that this law enforcement was considered Kim Potter's family. She described it as her family, and that, witnesses are, when you are closer to the defendant, right, the more kind of biased you are, and the farther out away from the defendant that you get, right, the more non-biased you are. And she said, you members of the jury don't know Kim Potter. You are not a member of her family. It is your job to weigh this evidence without emotion, without connection, but in a purely objective light. She spent a lot of time talking about this family unit, and the farther away that you move, the more of an objective point of view you should have. And I thought that was effective because I think she was trying to train that jury to not be swayed by the emotion that Kim Potter revealed on the stand. Additionally, I thought it was very effective that the prosecution talked about the spark test, right? They have a burden of showing that Kim Potter was reckless in the use of her firearm on April 11th. How are they going to do that? How are they going to show that she was reckless, which is what they have to prove in order to get first-degree manslaughter? Well, the evidence, they said, showed that she didn't do the spark test 4 out of the last 10 shifts. Why is the spark test important? The prosecution revealed, not just to test to see that that taser was working, but to hold it, right? She meaning Kim Potter, is supposed to pick that taser up and test it before every shift. And the effectiveness of that is not only to make sure that it's functional, but to differentiate between the weight. The fact that Kim Potter did not do that on April 11th, will this jury use that as critical evidence to determine that she was reckless, which would then lead to the first-degree manslaughter charge? Additionally, I think that it was effective that the prosecution argued, and this is where the greatest discrepancy is going to be in this case, and I think this is what the jury is deliberating on right now, is whether or not an accident is a crime, right? I think that that is likely where this jury is hanging their hat. Remember, this is one defendant and only 2 charges. In previous high-profile cases, for example, the Ahmaud Arbery, there were 3 defendants, a total of 27 charges, right? Look at how much time this jury is taking on just one defendant, 2 charges. We have to ask ourselves, what are they thinking about? What are they hanging their hat on? And I think it's this question of, is an accident a crime? The prosecution said, absolutely, an accident is a crime if it involves recklessness. And so I thought that those were very, very important and good points from the prosecution. From the defense, listen, I think that this is a Hail Mary for them. I think that they're relying on jury nullification to a certain extent. I think that the defense did what most defense lawyers do, and he blamed the victim, right? He said that Dante Wright was responsible for his own death. I'm sure that made his family cringe. I'm sure that was difficult for his family to hear, but his argument was, listen, in this freedom-loving country, a mistake is not a crime. And so those are the 2 arguments that this jury is deliberating. Is a mistake and an accident a crime? According to the prosecution, absolutely yes. According to the defense, absolutely not. So I believe that those are the 2 aspects that they're likely focusing on the most.
Yeah, definitely. All great information. Thank you so much for correcting me, because you made a really great point. Yesterday, we definitely saw that emotion looked more like arguments instead of just straight, you know, this is what happened and this is why we're saying this. Now the case rests in the jury's hands. When, you know, we were playing a segment before you, and the reporter there in Minneapolis was kind of talking about what the jurors get when it comes to deliberation. So first off, Danielle, can you walk us through the rules that the jury has to follow? We saw the judge yesterday really break down all the rules, boring to the viewer, but really critical for the juror. What do they need to know going into these deliberations?
Yeah, and juries are bound by these rules. And sometimes these cases come out with verdicts that the public finds shocking and jarring. They say, how can this happen? You know, the evidence seemed to be in the complete opposite direction, but the jury is limited to the bounds of the law. They are limited to make decisions based on the instructions that the judge provided to them. And so, for example, yesterday, they came back with a question for the judge. And the question was, what was the time frame of Kim Potter telling Dr. Miller, the psychologist, regarding this important statement that she made? And the judge said to the jury in response to that question, listen, the evidence has already been presented. We cannot introduce new and additional evidence at this time. So the jury goes back into the deliberation room, 7 females, 7 males, 2 alternates, and they are looking at every piece of evidence. They're able to hold the taser, they're able to hold the handgun, they're able to look and feel, they're able to watch the videos. It is them in a room with the evidence, and they are bound to review only the evidence that was submitted during the trial, and then they're able to use that evidence to determine whether or not it met the elements and the burden that the prosecution had to meet in order to charge effectively first-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. So I like to analogize it to a puzzle. The jury is currently putting a puzzle together and seeing whether or not the evidence that they were presented that was admissible evidence, right? If the judge or a lawyer objects and the judge says that the objection is sustained, that, for example, doesn't come in. It's only the admissible evidence. They are trying to piece together 2 separate puzzles, one for first-degree manslaughter, the second for second-degree manslaughter. And that's currently what they're doing in their deliberations.
Yeah, and you know, Danielle, I know that the judge wanted to have things wrapped up by Christmas. You know, in your experience, a case of this national attention, and really, you know, you said is an accident a crime? That's really what the jury is deciding. How long do you anticipate that they could be deliberating this case?
You know, that is pure speculation. Excuse me, but the rule of thumb typically is that the longer the jury takes to deliberate, right, the less positive indication that is for the prosecution, right? If a jury comes back with a quick verdict, typically that means that there is a guilty verdict and that they were quick in finding that decision. Here, the jury is deliberating more than 5, going on 6+ hours at this point, again, for only 2 charges. So I'm sure the prosecution is getting very antsy and very concerned about whether or not this jury is finding their evidence and their argument convincing. So the longer that the jury takes, typically that tends to lean towards a not guilty verdict. And what I would imagine, what I would predict, is that it's possible that the prosecution may have overcharged this case. What I mean is, initially, Kim Potter was charged with second-degree manslaughter alone. They later introduced the higher charge, carrying a longer sentence of first-degree manslaughter. I feel as though, you know, considering the amount of evidence that was introduced and watching this trial closely, that the jury may come back with a guilty verdict on the second-degree manslaughter, but they may be having difficulty on the first-degree manslaughter charge. And that may be where the jury is focusing their efforts. The distinction, of course, is an important one. Second degree, you just have to show culpable negligence. The first degree has to come with that recklessness charge. And I think that's what the jury is probably having some difficulty with.
And when it comes to it, per se, if she's convicted on one of the charges, on both, how many years are we looking at as far as Kim Potter going to prison when it comes to the fate of her right now?
So the sentencing guidelines in Minnesota for the first degree carry a minimum sentence of 7 years, and the second degree in Minnesota carries a minimum of 4 years, as I understand it. But the prosecution has indicated that they intend to ask for a longer sentence as a result of obviously the amount of attention, the loss of Daunte Wright's life. So we'll see what the sentencing brings if she's convicted on one or both of these charges, but those are the minimums in the state of Minnesota. And so she's looking at time here if convicted on one or either of these charges. And again, it would be my prediction that they're focusing on this first degree manslaughter charge and whether or not the state did what they need to in order to meet those elements.
Well, we will definitely be keeping a close eye out for a verdict whenever it comes through. And Danielle, we really thank you for joining us throughout the entirety of this trial to break down everything we've seen. Obviously, a very emotional one and a lot to unpack every day. So we thank you. We hope you have a happy holidays, and we'll be talking with you again soon.
Merry Christmas. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. As always, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're very grateful for guests just like Danielle to join us throughout the entirety of these very complex trials, and we will be on verdict watch in the days to come. Some of you are going to see that quick commercial break. When you return, we are going to shift our focus back to some COVID-19 related news, as we are just hours away from hearing President Biden deliver remarks on combating the very rapid spread of the Omicron variant. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Once again, letting you know that in just a couple of hours, we are expecting to hear live from President Biden as he outlines a newer strategy on combating the spread of COVID-19 in the United States, as the Omicron variant has proved to be very contagious. I do want to bring you this segment from our Fox 26 Houston team. They are speaking with a doctor about everything you need to know about this variant, at-home testing. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, a lot of people starting to take vacation.
Yes.
They might be picturing no more alarm. It can be tempting to sleep the day away. However, there are many health benefits to waking up early. Our entire morning team is going, la, to hear this news.
We love this because we always talk about how, bad our health is because we don't get any sleep. So now we're talking about the benefits of being an early riser. Dr. Puneet Patni with Kelsey-Seybold joins us live to talk more about it. Doctor, thank you for being with us. Can you list some of the benefits of being an early riser?
Oh, I don't think he can hear us yet.
Do you hear us, doctor?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Wonderful. Can you list some of the benefits of being an early riser for our viewers who are up so early with us?
Well, there are benefits to the early risers because there are early risers and there are late risers. The early risers do get benefits in the sense of when they're up early in the morning and everyone else is asleep, they have time, uninterrupted time to get a lot of things done. Especially a lot of people who do creative work or have a big chunk of dense amount of work that requires a lot of concentration to get done. You can get exercise done, meditation when it's peace and quiet. So there are some benefits there to being an early riser.
I agree. When I get up early, even before I come in, if I can get more done in the morning than I ever can in the afternoon. It's like your brain's fresh and you're ready to go. All right, so let's go back and talk more about what you talked about. You mentioned a workout. How important is that to get that in? Does it matter if you do it early? Do you have any benefits at all if you do it closer to when you wake up?
No, it really doesn't matter, what time you exercise. Probably the only time you don't want to exercise is immediately before going to bed. It raises your body temperature, gets you kind of revved up and can make it harder to fall asleep at night. But other than that, it doesn't matter as long as you get it in any time of day. Exercise is great for you.
Here's something that's interesting to me. You say that breakfast is not necessarily important. You don't necessarily have to eat breakfast. Explain that.
Well, yeah, we all grew up, hearing that breakfast is good for you and all the benefits of it. But in reality, the evidence for that is pretty sparse. And so there's no obligation to eat breakfast. Some people feel much better when they do, and some people actually don't miss it. And you're probably aware that these days a lot of people are experimenting with intermittent fasting, and they're concentrating their eating time during a limited time of day. And for many people that involves skipping breakfast. And a lot of those people actually feel better. You probably do want to talk to your doctor first before you embark on a significant dietary change, but breakfast is definitely not something that you have to do.
As both of our stomachs are growling right now.
I wish I could skip it. My body will not allow that.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking time from Kelsey-Seybold and for just making our day, knowing that we're going to be all right by getting up super early.
All right, so a segment about being an early riser, not COVID-19. However, we are expected to get very shortly a COVID-19 update from Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Michigan alone has seen a really big spike in COVID-19 cases, and they have been having a really bad hospital surge and influx of patients because of the virus. So it does look like we're expected to get a COVID-19 related press conference very soon. You can see the podium saying, "Stay safe, get boosted." So it looks like she is going to push everybody to get vaccinated in the state of Michigan. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head out to the state of New York. Over the weekend, New York alone recording record number of cases for COVID-19. We heard from New York Governor Kathy Hochul yesterday, so we'll listen in here after this break.
All's in place? Are we all set? Well, thank you for joining us once again. We have the COVID response dream team here assembled. You'll be hearing from Catherine Garcia, who is our head of everything, Commissioner of Head of State Operations, as well as Jackie Bray, the Acting Commissioner for the New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services. So we'll get started with today's report. One thing I do want to say that we would have had one more seat here this morning to join us, but Dr. Bassett will not be joining us. She has tested positive through a COVID rapid test. Everyone who sees me is tested, or all the team that comes through here is tested every day. We, following the strict protocol, should be having another PCR test just to confirm that. So in the meantime, we're going to take all the necessary precautions, and she left the office immediately, and we're just waiting for those results. Of course, she is vaccinated and boosted, so this would be a breakthrough case, but she's feeling fine, and we're thinking about her and her family and all the New Yorkers who are just having their family plans disrupted because of this virus. So reminder, there's no better time to be vaccinated and boosted and wear your masks, and your symptoms, if it's following the trends that we've been experiencing thus far, will not be very serious. So what did I do today? Got on the road again. It was great to be out everywhere from Wyoming County to Tioga County to Broome County, and made a quick stop up in Wayne. But I had a chance to do some things that were important to me. First of all, to thank the healthcare workers who are on the front line every single day. When I went to the hospital, the community hospital in Warsaw in Wyoming County, just to have a chance to talk to the nursing staff, the skilled nursing staff, the head of the hospital, as well as a lot of nurses. These individuals are just incredible. They're tired. They've been working so hard, but they never show it. They say every single day, no matter how exhausted and exasperated they feel, because they also know that it did not have to be this way. We did not have to have so many hospitalizations, and even a small hospital, it has 24 beds filled with patients, and nearly half are COVID patients. And so this is putting a real stress on our smaller upstate healthcare systems, and this is even before this Omicron surge hits upstate. So we knew the winter surge was coming. We've been talking about this. That's one of the reasons I also went to a vaccination site, a test site down in Broome County, and I had a real good conversation with there and thanked our National Guard. But as we talk about this winter surge and the vertical increase in the number of cases, and it is vertical, it's going straight up, this is not March of 2020. It is not even December of 2020. And I'll talk about why we don't even make those comparisons, because they're not comparable to what we went through when we did not have vaccinations and boosters and the knowledge we have now. We're taking it very seriously. This does not mean we're not being very aggressive in our approach. It was we've been since the very beginning, but we have to just meet this moment with action and not fear, but also just lean into the strengths we know we have, and that we'll get through this. And so asking everyone to do something that you're going to hear from me over and over. Vaccinations, get the booster shot, get tested, stay home if you're not feeling well, and that's how we're going to get through this together, New York. I know we can do this. Let's take a look at some of the numbers. Yesterday, we broke another record with 23,391 cases. You can see the cases per 100,000 people has been rising, a 4 times increase in cases from last week. We had about 6,000 on last Sunday to 23,000 this Monday. So that is a very high spike in cases. We've been watching this closely, just what we've been seeing in the places it started in other places of the world, just what we're seeing all over this country, something that was foreseen once Omicron made its way to this nation, and we knew this was going to be the case. But we are starting to see some other encouraging news from the other nations that have been affected. Those numbers went up quickly and they dropped quickly, and that's what we expect to see happening, as well as in cases where people are vaccinated and boosted. Again, the severity is not what it was at all with respect to Delta or even our early variants of this. So that's something just to keep in mind when we're just calibrating a response. We're going to be as aggressive as possible, and we have been. But in terms of people's own personal anxiety about it, just know that it's Very likely to be minor symptoms if you're vaccinated and boosted. Another very important metric to us are our daily hospitalizations. Sadly, we had 60 people die yesterday. Their families will be devastated during this holiday season, people who had been hospitalized, very sick. And this is just a horrific time of the year to have to experience this loss. And that is why our hearts go out to these individuals and their families and their loved ones, their neighbors, their friends. But also a reminder that we have to take the steps now to make sure that everybody we love is with us for the next holiday season, and we have the power over that. But the hospitalizations, if you look at where we were on this graph, beginning March of 2020, April.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. As promised, we are going to go to a live update from Governor Gretchen Whitmer out in the state of Michigan. This is actually her first update on COVID-19 since the month of June. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Our goals are simple. Keep Michiganders safe by helping people get vaccinated and get boosted. It's the best way to stay safe against Omicron. Protect our healthcare workers and our hospital systems from becoming overwhelmed. Yes, they are overwhelmed. Let's keep them from getting more stressed under this moment. And let's ensure that our third goal, let's ensure that our kids can stay in school and our businesses can stay open. Now, there are 4 groups of Michiganders I want to address today. 1, Michiganders who have already received their booster. 2, Michiganders who are vaccinated but not yet boosted. 3, parents who have kids in our schools. And 4, those Michiganders who still have not yet been vaccinated. First, to my fellow Michiganders who've already been boosted, thank you. Thank you for taking action to keep yourself, your family, and your community safe, and to help our economy recover. I'm proud to have gotten my booster and that everyone in my family has gotten their booster. Over 35% of those with 2 vaccines have already been boosted, and that's fantastic. It includes nearly 2 in 3 seniors who've been boosted. To you, you're well protected against both the Delta variant, and preliminary data suggests that you are well protected against the Omicron variant. You should still take precautions. Stay home when you are sick. Mask up in indoor settings and high transmission areas, and get tested if you're not feeling well. You probably won't end up in the hospital, but let's make sure you don't accidentally spread the virus to others if you are carrying it. You have done the right thing, and you have taken action to protect yourself and your loved ones and your fellow Michiganders, so thank you. I'm hopeful that together we can help 1 million more eligible Michiganders, including 95% of eligible nursing home residents, get their boosters by the end of January 2022. So I urge you to speak to your friends and family and urge them to get their boosters or get vaccinated if they haven't yet. Second, I want to talk to the Michiganders who've been vaccinated but who have not yet gotten their booster shot. Data shows that you are protected against COVID-19, but not as well protected against the Delta or Omicron variants until you get that booster. So simply put, 2 doses is an important thing that you've done, but the booster is the best way to stay safe. What we know is that the booster offers greater protection against both infection and severe illness caused by variants. So I urge you to make your appointment as soon as you're eligible, meaning 6 months past that second shot of Pfizer or Moderna, or 2 months past the J&J vaccine if that's what you got. Get that booster. We have a robust vaccine and booster distribution infrastructure in place. There are thousands of places you can go all across Michigan to get that booster. A pharmacy, a retail store, medical facilities. It is free and it is effective. So visit vaccines.gov to find the site near you to make your appointment. You've already taken action to protect yourself by getting 2 doses of the vaccine. Please get your booster. 15 minutes of your day can help keep you out of the hospital and keep you safe. We have a narrow window. I mean, we're talking days here. So get your booster before Omicron is everywhere. We see it moving fast, so please act fast as well. Third, I want to talk to parents. I think we all want the same things, right? It's to get our kids and keep our kids in school and to keep them safe. For them to be safe and to continue learning, we're encouraging parents to get your questions answered by your pediatrician or a trusted medical professional that you know. These vaccines can ensure that our kids stay in school and stay safe. Every Michigander 5 years old and up, they are now eligible for these vaccines. And so we urge parents to get their kids vaccinated. And finally, to our fellow Michiganders who've yet to be vaccinated, I urge you to consider moving forward now. We all see the stories playing out of people who've not been vaccinated, who desperately ask to be vaccinated while they're suffering from the impact of COVID, while they're getting breathing treatments, while they're fighting for their lives, and it's too late at that point. If you're unvaccinated, now is a great time to get vaccinated. More than 6.2 million of your fellow Michiganders have gotten the vaccine. 240 million of your fellow Americans have been vaccinated. They greatly reduce the risk of getting sick and vastly reduce your risk of being hospitalized and have saved millions of lives. So, please, now is the time. From January 15th to December 3rd of this year, unvaccinated or not yet fully vaccinated Michiganders made up 85% of the COVID cases, 88% of our hospitalizations, and 85.5% of deaths from COVID. Now, I want to be clear, if you're vaccinated, you can still get COVID, but you will stay out of the hospital. You will be able to survive a COVID infection. That's why vaccines are so important. It doesn't mean you won't be exposed to COVID. It means you'll survive. It means you'll stay out of the hospital. Have a greater likelihood of both of those. So, please, right now, take action. We all want this to be behind us, right? Since March of 2020, we have been facing and fighting this virus. And it feels like we take 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And every one of us is tired of this, I can tell you. We've sent over 2.6 million tests to schools, over 912,000 to long-term care facilities, 550,000 to the Department of Corrections. We started the Michigan Backpack Over-the-Counter program, which has distributed 120,000 at-home tests. We've delivered $275 million to local public health departments to fight COVID and coordinated 3,613 mobile vaccine events. 63% of Michiganders have gotten at least 1 shot. More than 56% are fully vaccinated. Over 2.1 million Michiganders, including 64% of eligible seniors, have gotten their booster. There is hope on the horizon. We're hopeful that the FDA can move quickly to authorize the Pfizer pill and the Lilly therapeutics, which are additional tools. We're making progress, but progress depends on all of us doing our part. Right now, that means getting vaccinated and getting boosted. The longer this virus lasts, the more it spreads and the more it mutates. The more it mutates, the more transmissible and possibly deadly. So let's all do our part. I wish everyone a happy holiday, a Merry Christmas if you celebrate, a wonderful New Year ahead. Let's all do our part to make sure that that's the case for all. Now, I want to hand it over to Director Elizabeth Hertel of the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Whitmer. I often talk about my optimism when it comes to the road ahead in our fight against COVID-19. And it is still my hope that we will get to a point where COVID-19 is behind us, or at least a minor concern in our daily lives. However, we aren't there yet, and today we remain at a critical point in the pandemic. While vaccination is a choice being made at the individual level, when it comes to vaccine decisions and a highly transmissible, potentially deadly virus, one person's decision has the potential to directly impact everyone around them, including and especially family members, loved ones with underlying conditions, and kids who are too young to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. Earlier this year, people across our state helped to drive down COVID numbers, but now our local hospitals are struggling again to handle their usual load of non-COVID patients, plus COVID-positive patients. the vast majority of whom are unvaccinated or only partially vaccinated. This surge of severe COVID-19 visits and longer hospitalizations is pushing our system and our healthcare workers to the brink. It not only has the potential to impact your access to care if you remain unvaccinated and need hospitalization, but it also jeopardizes the ability of you or your family who might need care for other common conditions or in emergencies to access that care, and that should be everyone's concern. If you need emergency care, you should seek it. However, to illustrate the severity of the situation, emergency room wait times have increased dramatically in some parts of the state, and some of our hospitals have been forced to close their emergency departments for extended periods of time. As the more transmissible Omicron variant continues to spread, now is the time for everyone to make sure that you have plans for the holidays to keep you and your family safe into the new year, and make sure you have access to care if you need it. Here's why. Our state positivity rate has decreased, but remains relatively high at 16.2%, which reflects our high transmission levels. Cases are at 477 per million and have been rising and falling over and over, but remain at an elevated level. This is a number we expect to rise and rise very rapidly as Omicron variant continues to spread very rapidly. The data thus far indicates it is likely that it is significantly more transmissible than other strains of COVID, including the Delta variant, and breakthrough cases are possible. 20.8% of our inpatient hospital beds are occupied by individuals with COVID, and this number has been increasing for 22 weeks. The mortality rate is increasing, and from December 3rd to December 9th, there were 756 COVID deaths. That's over 100 people every day in 1 week who won't be here to celebrate the holidays or ring in the new year. And there could be hundreds or thousands more who won't be at our tables next year unless we make the choice to double down on our precautions this week and in the coming weeks. None of us can predict whether we will get mild or severe symptoms or if we find ourselves facing long COVID symptoms. Even otherwise healthy and young people can get sick or end up needing care. So it is important that everyone use all of the proven prevention strategies that we have at our disposal. Over the past month, 30 to 39-year-olds were experiencing the highest case rate, and there were increases in hospital admissions among most age groups under the age of 50. The best approach to stay healthy, help our friends, family, neighbors, and others who work in healthcare, and make sure that our emergency rooms are open when we need them, is to take steps to prevent COVID-19 or getting loved ones sick in the first place. So in addition to supporting vaccines and very strongly recommending masks, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services has been working with our local, state, and federal partners to support our healthcare systems, to address this surge, and to save lives with the resources that we have available to us. We have been coordinating the allocation and monitoring of our federally distributed monoclonal antibody therapies, working on expansion of administering those therapies, and identifying staffing resources for sites. We are supplementing mechanical ventilators to meet surge demand in ICUs, and we've requested additional stock from the national stockpile. We're surging local supplies of PPE for healthcare workers using state supplies. And we're identifying federal staffing resources to support our hospitals. The Department of Defense have sent 3 teams working in hospitals across the state. However, if the strain on hospitals increases, we are unsure of any additional federal clinical teams that are available at this time. So we are also asking every person, every family in this state to do the same and take action. For families across Michigan, and as the governor mentioned, that means 5 simple things that everyone can do to prevent COVID-19 and reduce the chance of hospitalization. Number 1, get vaccinated or get your booster. We recommend that everyone 5 and up gets vaccinated and everyone 16 and up gets a booster. Getting that initial dose this week puts you one step closer to protection against severe disease. And we all need to play the long game here to beat this virus. So far, the data indicate that people who have had their initial vaccine series plus the booster are more likely to be protected against Omicron. This is important not only for your individual protection, but to reduce the risks to your loved ones and children who could not be vaccinated, and to others whose immune systems are not able to protect them against the virus. And while we see some breakthrough cases, vaccines are doing what they are supposed to do, which is reduce the chance of infection and severe disease or death. With Delta as the more common variant in recent weeks, only about 2.5% of people who are fully vaccinated have been reported as a breakthrough infection. If you are unvaccinated, it is not a matter of if you will get sick, but when. And none of us can predict how sick we will get or if we'll give it to a family member. Plus, not every patient qualifies for therapeutics. From January 15th through December 3rd of this year, people who were unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated represented 85.1% of COVID-19 cases, 88.1% of hospitalizations, and 85.5% of deaths. And I know the governor ran through those numbers, but I think they're really important. Vaccines are free, safe, and effective, and remain our best tool to protect ourselves. Layering strategies with vaccination further reduces the chance of getting sick. So number 2, for now, we strongly recommend that everyone 2 and up wear a mask in indoor, public, and crowded outdoor settings. A few weeks ago, we issued a public health advisory to emphasize the importance of masking, regardless of vaccination status, as an added layer of protection. And for holiday gatherings, immunocompromised people should take all precautions of unvaccinated people, including wearing a well-fitted mask. Given the increased transmissibility of Omicron, this is also a good time to upgrade your mask to something with additional layers like a KN95, or to wear 2 well-fitted face coverings. Number 3, get tested, even before gatherings. If you have symptoms, if you may have been exposed, or before any unmasked gatherings, get tested. You still have time. If you're gathering with family or friends, including multiple households, or people from different regions from the state or country, the safest way to avoid unknowingly spreading COVID-19 is to gather in small groups in well-ventilated spaces, ensuring that everyone has been vaccinated and confirming that everyone recently tested negative. If your household is not yet part of our My Backpack program to send those over-the-counter tests to schools, remember there is no cost testing available statewide, including rapid tests in many locations. Number 4, very importantly, stay home if you are sick with COVID-19 or any symptoms of a respiratory illness. Stay home and away from other people. Find a way to connect with your family or friends over the phone or Zoom instead. I know it's not the same, and we were all looking forward to being in person, but I would highly encourage people to be cautious. If you do test positive, ask a doctor if you do qualify for the therapeutics, and visit the state COVID-19 website to find a monoclonal antibody location near you. We're coordinating the allocation of these monoclonal antibody therapies with a diverse group of providers across the state, and we've developed an outreach strategy for expansion. We may be ready to move on from the pandemic, and this virus, all of us are ready. But right now, it's proving once again just how unrelenting it can be, unless all of us take this seriously and do something to slow the spread. So please, if you're gathering with friends, family, or traveling, be extra vigilant, get vaccinated, get tested, and wear a mask to keep your friends and your family safe. I would now like to introduce Dr. Schmidt, who's joining us from Spectrum. She is a pulmonary critical care specialist.
I'm an intensive care unit physician, and what I see every day is heartbreaking. I see school-aged children draped over the body of their parent with tear-streaked cheeks and bloodshot eyes, with their mother asking, "Why my husband?" Their parents asking, "Why my son?" What more could we have done? I wrote the first COVID-19 death certificate for Spectrum Health. And since the beginning of this pandemic, I have never taken care of a patient dying from the vaccine. I have taken care of dozens and dozens who are dead from this virus, nearly all unvaccinated. Healthy people in their 20s and 30s and 40s making their last FaceTime call to their loved ones while they're about to be put onto life support, knowing they have less than a 50-50 chance of survival. This is not a game. This is not about ratings or readership or polls. This is about 800,000 American lives. And this is preventable. The mRNA vaccines are the safest, most effective vaccines that humans have ever created. Based on over a decade of basic science research and billions of your tax dollars that brought it to fruition. It is a medical miracle of the modern age. We doctors are vaccinated. Our children are vaccinated. You will have to trust me when you or your relative comes to my intensive care unit and needs to be put on life support. Trust me now. Trust this vaccine. Mask, distance, but above all, vaccinate. Boost. We will only find our way through this if we do this together. I'd like to introduce my colleague from the Helen DeVos Children's Hospital Infectious Disease Program, Dr. Dalia Kuhn.
I want to thank Governor Whitmer for having us speak our testimonials today. And here are my comments. Early on in the pandemic, what we were really seeing were a lot of adults getting really sick. The doctors that Dr. Schmidt was, or the patients that Dr. Schmidt was speaking to. But what we are seeing now is that many children are also getting sick enough to need hospitalization and sometimes requiring maximal life support. In addition to this, children can also develop a post-infectious complication called multi-system inflammatory syndrome, where multiple organ systems can shut down. It can be life-threatening, and it requires sometimes stays in the ICU. With this latest surge in Delta, we are seeing not just more cases, but more hospitalized cases. And time again, I've heard from parents who say, I just didn't think it could get this bad with my kids. And while the risk of severe infection and death is low in children, let's put that into context. It has now become the number 3 non-accidental cause of death, only behind cancer and heart disease in children. So it is not nothing. It's clear also that while kids don't get severe disease, they can readily transmit it to others. Classmates, parents, grandparents, both vaccinated and unvaccinated, and their siblings who don't have the opportunity to get the vaccine because they are just too young. So think about the next Miss Sports dates or other extracurricular activities that the kids have to stay out of, sleepovers, fun times that all kids are missing out on at the moment, in addition to thinking about the more dire circumstances that are associated with severe COVID infections, missed days of schools, poor test scores. All of these are considerations. Not to mention the isolation that can occur from multiple isolation and quarantines that can that follow an infection with COVID-19 or exposure to COVID-19, resulting in lots of missed days of school and an increase in the mental health burden on our public health systems. So, the best way to protect each other, the best way to protect our children, and the best way to protect our loved ones is to all get vaccinated, all get boosted. Wash our hands frequently, wear masks, socially distance when we need to. Of all the kids that have been hospitalized with COVID-19 that I've taken care of, none of them have been vaccinated. None of them have had vaccines. So they've all been unvaccinated patients. Children make up a substantial portion of the population. It's clear that children are a key part in making sure that we get past this pandemic. As a physician, I ask you to get your kids vaccinated. Be an ambassador if you've already had your own children vaccinated, and talk about how your kids have reacted to it or not reacted to it. As a physician, I have been vaccinated. I have certainly vaccinated my children, including my recently turned 5-year-old the day after he turned 5. I will do my best to take care of your children when they show up in the hospital, regardless of their vaccination status. Help me help our pediatric community in getting everyone, including your children, vaccinated. Together, we can help the children of West Michigan stay safe. Thank you. And up next is Dr. Cummings-Pulliam with her comments.
Good morning. I work with Miami Public Schools as a special education administrator. And in part of that role, I am the director of our Huntington Woods Early Childhood Center program for special education preschoolers. All of our educators and the students of our parents agree that it's most important to keep our children healthy and safe. And we agree that the best place for our kids to be educated is at school. But in order for that to happen, it is crucial that everyone who can get a booster gets a booster. Our preschoolers, many of them who are youngest Michiganders in school, are testing positive for COVID-19, and they're showing symptoms, which means they're getting sick, which wasn't the case before. Many of our preschoolers are absent, especially the last couple of months, due to COVID-19. And yes, our little guys are very resilient. However, they are exposing their parents and grandparents to the disease. They're exposing their classmates, our school population, our school staff, and some of them are not vetted where they can really stave off the more severe symptoms of COVID-19. And they are getting even more sick. It is my hope that we all make a commitment to take care of ourselves and one another and keep our schools open by getting a booster. And I am comforted by Governor Whitmer in that she shares in this goal of keeping our school community healthy and our schools safely open. I would like to introduce Alita Kelly, who is a business owner. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alita Kelly, and I'm the co-founder of Southeast Market, a grocery store on the southeast side of Grand Rapids. Owning a small business in times like these means making tough decisions like how to navigate operations when one crucial staff or owner is compromised or exposed. My business partner contracted COVID last week, and for a small business with a small but tight-knit team like ours, one person out of the mix has large, heartbreaking implications. We're grateful for the leadership of our governor to advocate for us with all her diligence around vaccinations, as it's one of the best ways we can support our families, communities, and one of our best shots at keeping small businesses open. COVID dollars are coming to our county, but unfortunately for businesses led by people of color like ours, we have yet to see any of these funds. I hope that changes, but in this moment, we are depending on the power of our collective community action to do what is right for everyone. Just as it's clear that having access to healthy foods makes for a healthier community, having access to vaccines along with the education around their impact makes for stronger communities and local economies. Last night, I had a dream where my grandmas told me that we needed to reimagine public safety. We have an opportunity now to look at, my grandma's told me that we needed to reimagine public safety. We have an opportunity now to look at social determinants of health and address their role to inform how we keep our communities safe and healthy. I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation with leaders like our governor on how we can empower small business leaders in our community to stay in business so we can serve the communities we live, work, and learn in. Next, we have Pastor Jerry Bishop.
Thank you. Well, I'm fortunate to pastor in the 49507 area code, zip code. It's also very unfortunate that the area I pastor in is one of the most vulnerable populations in our world-class community. It's also one of the most unvaccinated segments of our entire community. COVID-19 and all of its variants is truly an equal opportunity antagonizer and killer. It's bipartisan, it's cross-cultural, cross-socioeconomic, it's cross-denominational, it's co-ed, and it cares nothing about age. As we get into arguably one of the most dangerous seasons that we've seen, please protect your families from the eternal loss. Please strongly consider getting vaccinated. Please wear a mask, social distance, and please encourage others that you have significant social influence over to do the same. There's probably not one household here that has not been impacted negatively by COVID-19, including myself. Having buried so many people from this devastating virus since January 2020, it is leaving a remnant of devastation that we've never seen, yet you and I can use our social influence to help turn the corner to save people's lives if simply we would just advocate these simple processes of vaccination, the booster, masks, and social distancing. Thank you. I'd like to turn it back to our governor. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Alita, Southeast Market. Appreciate. Oh, hi. We switched our order. And the doctors. I so appreciate these stories that you've shared with us so that people can understand how serious this moment is and how important these vaccines are. With that, I'd be happy to open it up. I know you're all freezing, so let's jump in. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you for doing this on the first day of winter outside.
You're welcome.
We've been seeing reports already out of South Africa and Europe that while transmission rates are up, hospital rates are dropping. Is it safe to say, or is it believed that it's more transmissible but maybe more mild, the Omicron variant compared to others?
I'm gonna ask either the director or one of the doctors to come and give a little more insight, but I'll say this. What we know is that Omicron is moving fast. As you saw the reports nationally, they're saying that 73% of new cases nationally are the Omicron variant. When that many more people can get it, even if it is less deadly, and I don't know that we can conclude that yet, but even if it is, it still means that many more people will end up in a dire situation where they are filling hospital beds that already are full. So I think that while we can take maybe a little solace in some of the initial reports that perhaps it's not as deadly, I don't think any of us can make any assumption in terms of what that could mean for us individually. But Director, anything you want to add? Okay, thank you. Doctors, anything to add? Yeah.
I think one of the things to keep in mind about this virus is that first we see the infections, then we see the hospitalizations, usually about 2 weeks later, then we see the ICU start to fill up, and then we see the mortality. So there's really no way we're going to know what the true effect of this variant is until all that time gets a chance to play out. And with as catchy as it is, it's really just not worth us running the risk with it.
Well, you know, the numbers will rise and fall, and because of the lagging indicators in terms of when you have exposure to when there's hospitalization or ICU or need for a ventilator, I just don't think that we can take any solace in a somewhat downtrend. I mean, that's good. It's a good development, but I don't think that it is indicative of a trend. We can't make it that assumption. The one thing that we do know is that if you're vaccinated and boosted, you've got a lot more protection against this virus. I know that we're seeing people who are vaccinated and boosted test positive for COVID. I think the goal is, of course, all of our individual goal is not to get it in the first place, but the goal is to stay out of the hospital. The goal is to stay alive. And our odds of doing both of those are much improved if we are vaccinated and boosted. I have come to appreciate the fact that because this virus is mutating and it's spreading so quickly, every one of us is likely going to have some exposure at some point. What is our goal? To stay out of the hospital and to stay alive. And the best way to do that is through vaccination and through being boosted. And also being smart. Upgrading your mask, as Director Hertel mentioned, not having big groups of people that you don't know their status and that you're in close contact and it's not ventilated and you're not masked up. These are the things we know, and these are the tools we have that we didn't have, a year ago. So we're in a much more informed position of how to stay safe, but getting those vaccines is critical. Yeah.
We have more cases now than ever. Are you willing to issue another mask mandate or shut down?
At this juncture, we've got tools we didn't have. We've got knowledge we didn't possess at the early days of the virus. We had to use blunt tools in the early days, and we saved thousands of lives doing that. At this juncture, we know that it's the unvaccinated population that is most at risk to themselves, to others, to all of us in terms of being a vector for a mutation, right? And so that's why our focus has to be on making sure that people get boosted and the unvaccinated get vaccinated and that our kids get vaccinated. Sweeping mandates are less likely to influence and encourage that population to get vaccinated. And that's why it's an education effort. It is sharing what the experience is, what the real threat is, how powerful and quick spreading the Omicron variant is, and why it's important that we avail ourselves of these vaccines. Yes. You can go on to Michigan. What's the website? Vaccine.gov? Vaccine Finder, thank you. And make your appointment now. And the reason we say days, not weeks, is because we are seeing how quickly Omicron is spreading. My team and I, we're always consulting with our local physicians, with our expertise here in Michigan, but also national experts. We had our calls on Sunday morning. I don't know what you all do Sunday mornings, but I talk to national experts on COVID so that we are making smart decisions. This virus is spreading so much faster than anyone anticipated in terms of this particular mutation, the Omicron variant. And that's why when we say days, it really is moving fast, and we want people to move fast as well. You can stay out of the hospital. You cannot be that story that the doctor shared about children crying because their parents are sick, or children who are being admitted. Get vaccinated, and going to Vaccine Finder is the best way to make your appointment now. Listen, I've done hundreds of briefings since COVID first came to Michigan. Especially in the early days, it was critical because we didn't have a lot of information around COVID and people were scared. We didn't know a lot, but what we did know, we wanted to share as quickly as possible. Director Hertel has continued to make sure that she is having regular briefings so that people understand the seriousness of the moment and what is happening. So we will continue to provide information. We will continue to keep the public informed. I think it's important to recognize the vast majority of people in our state have availed themselves of the tools to stay safe. That is a wonderful thing. We have more work to do. Those who've not yet been boosted, now is the time to get there. Those who've not yet been vaccinated, please do. Don't take it from me, take it from all of the people that we've heard from. Our goals are to stay out of the hospital, to keep Michiganders alive, to keep our kids in schools and our businesses open, and that's what today is all about. We'll continue to have briefings, but they will be headed, as usual, by Director Hertel in the Department of Health and Human Services. I hope everyone has a happy holiday, stay safe, and that all of you who've been sitting out here in the cold go and get warm. Thank you.
Governor Whitmer back on the COVID-19 updates here. You heard it there. First one since June. Reporter asking her at the end, hey, what's been the gap here? Why haven't you been giving these updates here? And now we're just days away from Christmas and getting this really stark warning about this new variant here. So you're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you always joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you for joining us today. Live look at the White House, because we will have a White House briefing, but we're just being told, everyone, that it got pushed back by half an hour right now. So now we're looking at 1:30 Eastern. Yesterday, we saw it get pushed back 4 different times before that briefing got going. So we don't know just exactly when this will all be happening, but we will feature it for you live when it does. Also, folks, 2:30 Eastern, President Biden making a very special announcement talking about the winter surge with COVID-19, what his administration is planning to do. We already saw the report there that 500 million free tests of COVID-19 will be given starting in January to Americans that want those at-home tests. So we'll feature that for you in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. We're getting a look here of New York City going to be giving a COVID-19 update in just a little bit. We'll feature that some of that for you right here. I do want to go out to, though, looks like in Philadelphia, TSA officials coming together to talk about people traveling in these next couple of days to get ready for Christmas. Here are some of the do's and don'ts when traveling this holiday season, everyone.
TSA Philadelphia, and I'd like to bring you some holiday travel tips to help you get on your way safely, securely this holiday season. The first thing I want to recommend is that you get to the airport early, at least 2 hours early for a domestic flight and 3 hours early for international flight. That'll give you plenty of time to get through all of the different processes, parking, security, and get down to your gates. The next thing is I have to remind everybody to wear your mask. Mask mandates are still in effect and will be until mid-March. There is an aggressive enforcement policy and campaign in effect. That's in all areas at the airport, the terminals, the ticket counters, down in the gates, and on board the airplane. And last thing, spend some time thinking about what you pack and what you bring to the airport before you get here. Things like some of the items that we have here on the table will slow the process down. Don't bring things like ammunition, don't bring things like knives, don't bring things that are going to cause you a problem when you get to the security checkpoints. Have your documents out and ready. Make sure that you and your family have all the documents you need, your boarding passes, your QR codes, whatever it might be to get through security. These things will greatly expedite your process through and get you on your way quickly, safely, and securely. Thank you.
A couple of things. So it's Lisa Farbstein, Farbstein. I'm a spokesperson with Transportation Security Administration. So one of the things we want to stress is the fact that you have to wear a mask. The mask mandate is in effect until mid-March, and quite honestly, I recommend you bring an extra one. I know that when I fly, I like to have an extra mask. Actually, I like to have a couple extra masks. I use one for the flight, and then I use a fresh one when I arrive at my destination. Also, of course, in case there is a mask malfunction, you might want to have an extra one handy as well. So do keep that in mind. When you do come to the airport, you need to be wearing a mask at all times. And when you get to the checkpoint, if you're not wearing a mask, the TSA officer will ask you to put your mask on. If you don't have a mask, the TSA officer will offer you a free one. So most people bring their own masks, and if they don't have one, they're very happy to take a free one from TSA. We want to also stress the importance of knowing what should go in your carry-on bag versus your check bag. A lot of people are flying with foods this time of year, and if the food is a solid item, then indeed what they can do is they can put that in their carry-on bag. So you see here, even a fruit cake is a solid, and even the fruit cake can go in your carry-on bag. For checked items, if they're liquids, if they're spreadable, then that's what you want to put in your check bag. If you're not sure if something should go in your check bag or carry-on bag as it relates to food, again, solids go in your carry-on, and something liquid, spreadable, gel, that should go in your check bag. Basically, if you can spill it, spread it, spray it, pump it, or pour it, then it should go into your check bag. This time of year, we know that snow globes are a traditional holiday gift. Snow globes, especially see this one, has lots of liquid in it, and if it has more than 3.4 ounces of liquid, then it should definitely go into your check bag. So you'll need to pack that extra carefully. People are also traveling with gifts this time of year, and so you see we have a display of gift bags and gift boxes. That's the way to go. If you are traveling with a gift and it's wrapped, and for some reason it triggers an alarm, the TSA officer has to resolve that alarm, which means that the gift will need to be unwrapped. You know what? We don't want to be the Grinch opening the gift. We want the recipient of the gift to be the one who opens it. So we recommend packing your gifts in beautiful boxes. They're recyclable, reusable, or gift bags. Also recyclable, reusable. Let me show you why. So here's a gift box. So let's say that this is wrapped in wrapping paper. So if this is wrapped in wrapping paper and it triggers an alarm, the TSA officer is going to have to unwrap it to help resolve the alarm. Now if it's in a box or a bag, they just have to open it. And so let's say this one triggered an alarm, and you can see there was something prohibited inside. So that's why. They just want to make sure that everything that goes through the checkpoint is allowed and is not prohibited or illegal. Also, just want to re-emphasize one other thing he said, and the importance of getting to the airport early. We expect to screen about 30 million people nationwide from basically yesterday through January 3rd. Airports are going to be crowded. You're going to see lines everywhere. You might have trouble parking. Might take you a little longer to park. Might take you a little longer to return a rental car. Might take you a little longer when you're checking your bags at the airline check-in counter. And of course, that's all before you even get to the checkpoint. So keep that in mind. Get to the airport early. So we're going to be available.
All right, those were just some of the travel tips from TSA officials. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, Mayor Bill de Blasio out of New York City giving another COVID-19 briefing. We'll have it for you live right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. And it's the stream that never stops giving you content. This is Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and always unfiltered, giving you events that are happening in real time. And we don't give you sound bites. We give you pretty much the whole event right here on Live Now from Fox. That's exactly what we're going to do. Let's head out to New York City, where we have the mayor, Bill de Blasio, giving an update on the COVID-19 surge.
Good morning, everybody. I want to talk about the news of the day from Washington and also an important new announcement we'll be making here in New York City right now. But first, I want to give you the big picture. Once again, we got to really focus on where we're at this exact moment, what Omicron means, what it means now, where it's going, what it means for New York City, what it means for all of us. So here's the bottom line. As Dr. Choksi said yesterday, it's going to be a challenging few weeks. There's no question about it. We're seeing a big upsurge in cases. Thankfully, in general, they seem more mild, and thankfully, our healthcare system is well positioned in this city to deal with it. But it will be a tough few weeks, and we need to understand that, and we need to do everything possible to address that. But look, this is going to be a temporary reality, and I want to emphasize that. What we're seeing so far from Omicron is a very fast upsurge and then goes back down again. That's based on what we've seen in other parts of the world. We are preparing for that kind of very fast scenario. And that means we got to keep focused on the big picture, which is to keep this city moving forward. To remember, we got to keep building our recovery. We got to keep everyone safe. And the way to do that is vaccination. What unites all the strategies is vaccination. Vaccination is the way to protect ourselves against Omicron. Vaccination is the way to continue our recovery. Vaccination is the way for people to live their lives again. Vaccination equals freedom. So that's going to be our focus in all of our strategies. When it comes to vaccination, New York City is ready, and we need you to be ready too. We need you to do your part. Everyone who has not yet gotten vaccinated, it's time. Everyone who can get that booster, it's time. Everyone who has a young child not yet vaccinated, it's time. So this city is ready to make sure that everyone gets vaccinated, everyone gets that booster, and that's the way we move through these challenging few weeks. And the other important point is, adamantly, I feel this, no more shutdowns. We've been through them. They were devastating. We can't go through it again. In this case, we weather the storm because we were prepared with a high level of vaccination already. We were prepared with a strong healthcare system. We're prepared to get through. We need to all work together now to get through these weeks, come out the other side, continue our recovery, but no shutdowns, because that would devastate the lives of so many New Yorkers. Okay, with that overview, here's the news of the day. First from Washington, good news, and very thankful to President Biden, who continues to come up with new approaches to help address COVID, continues to respond whenever New York City needs help. And I want to thank him for that. We've gotten word there will be additional federal testing sites in New York City. That's going to help. There's obviously a huge demand for testing. We're increasing the city sites to 112 sites, fixed sites and mobile sites by the end of this week. Federal government's coming in to help. They're going to be up and running in the next few days. That's extremely helpful and important. I've been talking to the president's COVID czar, Jeff Zients, who has been always responsive with his team, always responsive to New York City. We're trying to get a major new shipment of at-home tests as well. So we're going to hear from the president this afternoon with more details. But what we're hearing so far is going to be really helpful to get us through these next few weeks. Now, when it comes to what we're going to do here, well, let's again frame this. As we said at the start of this week, we now have over 6 million adult New Yorkers who have had already one dose at least. Over 6 million adults in the city have had one dose. That's amazing. Over 600,000 young people. That's fantastic. We need that number to go up more. But New York City's been leading the way with high levels of vaccination. It's made all the difference. It's made us strong and resilient compared to so many other places, but we got to double down. And one of the ways to double down is with boosters. Boosters are absolutely key at this moment. We need everyone to focus on boosters. If you're eligible, it's time. It will make all the difference. Now, we heard great news yesterday from Moderna that their booster increases the antibody levels that are necessary to fight Omicron. And that is crucial. We have more and more evidence of the impact boosters can have in fighting off Omicron. This is a crucial piece of the equation. So if you're vaccinated, that's great. But if you want that extra protection, go get that booster now. We want everyone right now, as quickly as possible, to get those boosters. And we're going to make it even better for you with a new incentive, and an incentive that is here just in time for the holidays, because every one of us knows we're out there shopping for our families. It would be nice to have a little extra cash. So as of today, we're announcing a $100 incentive for everyone who goes out and gets a booster here in New York City between now and the end of the year. So it's a limited time opportunity over these next days. Get your booster shot, get a $100 incentive. It's going to make you feel a lot safer, a lot better that you got the booster, and you'll have some more cash in your pocket at the same time. That's going to be a good feeling, particularly this time of year. You can go to any of the city-run sites that provide vaccination, or you can go to our partner Somos clinics and practices as well. So that $100 incentive, you'll get that quickly. That is now, today, if you go and get your booster today, through December 31st. So again, limited time opportunity, but exactly the time we need New Yorkers to go out and get their booster. This will be by far the biggest booster incentive program in the United States of America, and I want to see New Yorkers respond. This is the moment. Come out in real big numbers, get those booster shots, and help make your family safer and help make this whole city safer. With more about why boosters matter and why they are so effective, I bring you the city's doctor, our health commissioner, Dr. Dave Choksi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. More than a month ago, I issued a commissioner's advisory calling on everyone to get a booster dose of COVID-19 vaccine when it was their time, and urging that providers not turn anyone away due to eligibility considerations. That was because even then, the science was clear about the benefits of booster doses. Since then, Omicron has made booster doses even more important and urgent. Yesterday, the CDC estimated that Omicron is now responsible for an approximate 93% of cases in the New York City region. But while the evidence is still emerging, thus far it indicates that an additional dose of Pfizer or Moderna provides enhanced protection against both infection as well as disease related to Omicron. Pfizer released preliminary laboratory data showing a 25-fold increase in protective antibodies after a third dose. And yesterday, as the mayor mentioned, Moderna released similar data showing a 37-fold increase. The way that we should think about this is that an additional dose helps keep your immunity up to date. Over 1.7 million booster doses have already been administered in New York City, and I thank each and every New Yorker who has stepped up to increase their own protection and reinforce our vaccination wall against this new wave. But we have more work to do, and we must do it quickly. That's why I'm grateful that the mayor announced the $100 incentive for booster shots across city sites. In total, over 1,000 sites are offering booster doses in New York City. Just visit nyc.gov/vaccine finder or call 877-VAX4NYC to get linked to one. Or we'll come to you. Just visit nyc.gov/home vaccine to schedule a booster dose at home. We can all play our part in this booster sprint. I know many New Yorkers will be spending time with their loved ones over the next few days, even if only virtually. Please urge them to get their booster dose, particularly if they're older or otherwise at higher risk. And a special note for those who received the J&J vaccine, I recommend a booster dose of either Moderna or Pfizer for anyone vaccinated with J&J at least 2 months ago. That means anytime before October 21st. So simply put, if you haven't yet gotten your booster dose, there is no better time than right now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Choksi. What a clear, powerful message. And listen, 1.7 million New Yorkers have gotten a booster already. That's amazing. That's going to help everyone to stay safe, but there's a lot more New Yorkers who can get that booster, and starting today, you get that $100 incentive with it. A great additional reason to come out, but really the most important reason is what Dr. Choksi just said, the impact of the boosters, so crucial. Now, I want you to hear from one of the national voices on the whole challenge of the COVID era, and he has been speaking about the different strategies and approaches that are needed, and particularly recognizing this moment with Omicron. I want you to hear from him about what it means to focus on boosters, to have incentives like this, the kind of mandates we put in place on top of that. He is a professor of molecular medicine and a cardiologist. He is the founder and director of the Scripps Research Translational Institute. Someone who has really, really studied what we're going through and understands what we need to do to keep moving forward. My pleasure to introduce Dr. Eric Topol.
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. I'm thrilled to join you, and I have to commend you for your efforts on this incentive program for boosters. It couldn't come at a more appropriate time when we're way behind in this country with the booster program. Unfortunately, we had all the data, as Dr. Choksi reviewed, well before Omicron. In fact, we had the evidence of preventing death in all people over age 50 from Israel, from a very large study, by 90%. You don't see that very often, a 90% reduction in death. We also had another large study with reduction in hospitalizations or death in people over age 40 from the largest health system in Israel. We had a randomized trial of over 10,000 people with 3 shots of the Pfizer vaccine versus 2 shots and a placebo, and 95% reduction of symptomatic infections against all ages. The data were clear before Omicron appeared right around Thanksgiving. Now, what's happened with Omicron is that we have diminished protection from vaccines. Even with a booster, it is reduced to 75% from 95%. But that's the key. Without a booster, it's only a 35% protection. So that jump from 35 to 75% is a really big one. It's a more than double a protection. That's why the boosters are so darn important. So the fact that you are promoting this with this new incentive campaign for the rest of the year is fantastic. The leadership you provided in New York City is exemplary for all of us in the country. The rapid tests that you've been distributing, antedating the announcement today from the president, the distribution of high-quality KN95 masks, which we can't have enough of, instead of just a plain cotton mask. These are the things that can protect us against Omicron. So thanks for your leadership in New York City. We can all learn a lot from you.
Well, Doctor, thank you so much, and you really laid it out beautifully how important it is for everyone to get that booster. Look, as we've seen throughout, vaccination is the key, but continuing to deepen the vaccination makes all the difference, and there's so many more people who would benefit from the booster. We hope this incentive inspires them further. And Doctor, thank you for your leadership, your strong voice, as we find the strategies that work to fight our way through the COVID era. Thank you very, very much. Now, everyone, remember, to get that incentive, you can go to any of the city-run vaccination sites. And again, the sites run by our partners, Somos, at their clinics and practices. So all of those sites available where you can get the booster and get the $100 incentive. But I also want you to know there's another great option, which is at-home vaccination. This is something we've made available for months and months. It's reached hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers really, really effectively. And any city resident who wants at-home vaccination, it can be scheduled. A vaccination team comes to you. By the way, they can provide vaccination for the whole family. Many people has wanted, whether people need a first dose, a second dose, or a booster, or if different people in the family are at different points in their vaccine trajectory. The teams that come to your home have the ability to provide whatever help you need. And the $100 incentive is available for every family member. That's crucial to remember, too. So If that's a better option for you, you can get at-home vaccination and get the incentive for everyone who needs a vaccination. You can go to nyc.gov/home vaccine, nyc.gov/home vaccine to take advantage of that opportunity. And everyone, look, I'll just finish with this point. It's the holidays. We want to protect each other. We want to get together with our loved ones, do it in a safe way. We all know the smart things to do because we've been through this now for 2 years. But the number one way to keep everyone safe is to get vaccinated. So if you haven't gotten that booster shot, go out right now and do it. Makes a big difference. Go get it right away. Get that $100 incentive. All right. Now, I have the opportunity today to honor someone who really epitomizes the resiliency of New York City, the strength of New York City, the spirit of New York City. This is a time, given everything we've been through these last 2 years, I like celebrating our heroes. I like celebrating the folks who are quintessential New Yorkers. I like to remind us of who we are and how strong we are because of everything we're going through and we continue to go through. But I have no doubt of where we're going because New York City always finds our way through. And a lot of times we get stronger. Even though we don't wish for any crisis like this, a lot of times we get stronger in the process. So he recently did an extraordinarily powerful documentary called New York City Epicenters and looked at everything we've been through with COVID and before that with the tragedy in 9/11. And his voice is one of the truest voices of all New Yorkers. The way he understands our city, loves our city, sees into our neighborhoods and our lives. And I have to say, as a Brooklynite, I'm particularly proud and just moved by the way he's portrayed Brooklyn over the years and the love he shows in his portrayals. And he shows the tough realities we face, too, with a really clear eye. And that has been moving to a lot of us and inspiring to so many of us. So he's won every award there is, so I don't need to list all of them. He's someone who has shown incredible loyalty to this city and love for this city, so much so that regardless of what's happening, he remains a Knicks fan through thick and thin. And I admire that is persistence, let me tell you. Thick and thin. I think there's been a lot of thin, but he's still the most energetic of fans. I could go on all day about all he's done, but I want to take a break from what I have to say to turn to someone who loves him, loves his work, has for years said to me that he portrays the culture of the city and this nation in a way that almost has never been achieved by anyone else in film or any other medium. And Charlene McRae and I, when we started dating, one of the first things we did was we went to a Spike Lee film. So we feel deeply what this man has done for all of us. And let me turn for her comments to the First Lady of New York City, Charlene McRae.
Thank you, Bill. And hello, everyone. This is a good day. It's very rare an artist comes around who can shake an entire system to its core. An artist with a conscience who interprets our world and reflects it back to us. An artist who just doesn't open a door, but kicks it down, making a path for others. Spike, thank you for telling stories about Brooklyn, our Black and brown people, our city, like no one else dared to. Thank you for challenging the status quo. Thank you for using your talent to say what needed to be said when no one else would do it. I can't think of anyone who captures the culture like you. You have it all down. The hustle and the charm, the rush and the drive, and the word dances people speak. You put it all on screen. The fast beating heart that is our city, you show it with raw truth-telling and compassion. No one does it like you, Spike. You got game. Congratulations. You earned that key to the city.
Beautifully done. Charlene, you outdid yourself. You can see the poet coming out there.
Yeah.
You know? So everyone, We're going to hear from him, but I just want to say, giving out the key to the city is a profound honor. And many great people have won this honor over the years because they did extraordinary things. But I can safely say no one has portrayed our city more truly, more from the heart, in a way that both demands better of us and tells us how good we are in our souls. No one's done it better than Spike Lee. So it is my profound honor on behalf of all New Yorkers to present the key to the city to Spike Lee.
Thank you.
Yeah, it unlocks everything. The floor is yours.
Well, I want to thank you for this honor. Thank you for the lovely words from your lovely wife. And it's very simple. I love New York City. I was born in Atlanta, Georgia, but moved to Brooklyn, New York when I was 2 years old. Went to PS 29 in Cobble Hill, PS 8 in Brooklyn Heights, PS 7, Farragut Projects, junior high school 294, used to be called Rothschild, and then I went to high school, Coney Island, John Dewey High School. So I'm a product of the New York City public education, and it shaped me. You know, I live and die New York City, the greatest city in the world, and the greatest city is going to have great problems, but we overcome, which is something we, as you mentioned, Mayor, the last documentary, NYC Epicenters, where we took 8 hours to really dig in.
We'll continue to listen to Spike Lee as well as New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, as he will be taking some questions soon on COVID-19 surge as well as holiday travel. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Calamities, I mean, going back to the Revolutionary War, World War II, Hitler, Hirito, they were trying to bomb New York City. Come with the type of plane bomb. I mean, no matter what it is, we come out on top because we're New Yorkers. That's how we're built. Other people are going to hate, let them hate. But we know what the deal is. You know, we're the greatest city in the world. And when you're up there, people take shots at you. And we just move and duck and you know, and moving forward. So again, you know, and I was really, thank you for saying what you were saying before about people. We have to get vaccinated. We got to get booster shots. I mean, this is not the okie doke or the rinky. It is, we know 800,000 Americans have died. They're no longer here. So let's get on the good foot, like James Brown, like the guy by the soul said. Let's get on the good foot. Let's get that boosters. Let's get those shots, and let's go. Let's go.
Spike, I want to ask you 3 things.
Yes. Let's leave the Knicks out of it.
No. You're not going to get left out. That would not be fair to New Yorkers. Let's start big picture.
Yes.
And I know you've spoken about this before. So you know, in the beginning of COVID, a lot of people said this was the death knell for New York City. Mm-hmm. A lot of people left, and they said New York City would never come back.
You had the shovels, getting ready to bury us.
What do you say to the doubting Thomases about New York City's future?
Can I use a Italian American gesture?
Whatever you do, we're gonna look the other way.
No.
That was very accurate.
I grew up in Cobble Hill. My family was the first black family in Cobble Hill. Cobble Hill was predominantly Italian American because the docks are right there.
Yeah.
People bought homes so they could work on the dock. So
you come by it natural.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, look at the content of Do the Right Thing, Jungle Fever, even Summer Sam. So, I mean, a lot of my friends today, they kids, the people I grew up with when I moved into Cobble Hill. We're talking about 1963.
I love it. I love it. So what do you say about the future of New York City?
We gotta keep doing what we're doing. How old is the city now?
It's almost 400 years now.
There you go. Keep doing what we've been doing for 400 years. I mean, look, there's things that we have to address, and you passed the baton to brother man, but for me, education, affordable housing. If the black and brown communities aren't able to afford to stay in this, it's not going to be New York City. So it's not going to have flavor. And that's what we are. It's the mix, the gumbo of everybody coming here. And it's going to be tough, but we've done it before. So
we've done it before.
Onward and upward. That's what I have to say. Onward and upward.
I like that. Now, arts, culture, film, TV, they're coming back. Tell me, what do we bring? Why do people keep coming here?
Well, driving here, I heard about, a lot of these Broadway shows are closed, and so we really can't get back to our true, the king of culture, till we get rid of this, this virus, because if artists can't perform in front of New Yorkers or the people who come from out of town, then culture is our DNA.
Amen.
And there's this virus, first with the Rona and now the Omicron, it shuts things down. And a lot of young artists who came from afar had to leave New York and go home because stuff was shut down.
We can be the king again.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, it's not LA. Even though that's what you could say the film and TV industry, that's where the studios are and the streamers. But we're always going to be numero uno. That's a fact.
I love that. All right, here's your last question. I'm sorry, controversy is going to visit you. Okay, what are we going to do with the Knicks? What do you want? What do you want to see from the Knicks? What do you want to change about the Knicks?
Well, I think that we're with Leon Rose, Worldwide West. We put the pieces together, and we just got to keep going. I was at one of my greatest days ever. May 8th, 1970. Game 7.
The Golden Age.
I was at that game.
Wow.
Where the Knicks won their first world championship. I was 13 years old. My father's lawyer had season tickets. Back then, the yellow seats. And Peter Eichenberg, that's his name. He said, Spike, there's a game 7, you could go with me. And that's the Willis Reed game.
Amazing. He limps on the court.
Yes, but people forget this. When Willis Reed walked onto the court, that's the loudest I ever heard basketball. I've been to a lot of games. This is 1970. And we were playing the Lakers. Game 7, the Lakers had Wilt Chamberlain, Elgin Baylor, and the local, Jerry West. And Willis came out. When Willis limped out, both teams were going through their warm-ups, layups. The entire Laker team stopped and turned around and saw Willis limp on the court, and the game was won.
I love that.
Walt Frazier had like 36 points. 18 is, it was crazy. And so, to answer your question, Back then, the Nets were in New Jersey or somewhere, I don't know. So when it comes to, I'm not, my casket might be orange and blue. There's going to be some orange and blue somehow in the casket. So that's my team. Look, I have no hate on the Brooklyn Nets. The Barclays Center is 4 blocks from the world headquarters of 48 Guns and Mule. Love, Harden, KD, and Kyrie, I got love for them, but, they're not my team. Simple as that. No hate, all love, but the Knicks are my team.
I love the poetry with which you speak, including, I think there's a metaphor in there that Willis Reed walked on the court and the game was won. The game was won right there. That's got something, we got to remember that in this moment.
Yes.
It's all about heart and soul, right?
Willis displayed it that night. I mean, look, I'm on the clock. What are we doing? We good?
You got another minute. Go ahead.
I need more than a minute.
Okay. You got the key to say you can do whatever you want at this point.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, Mayor Bill de Blasio taking questions about the COVID-19 surge in New York City as well as really all over the country. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Brooklyn. Thank you, Spike.
No disrespect to other boroughs.
Oh, that was good. See, he got diplomatic there. It's good to see you have a diplomatic side, too.
Oh,
that was good.
Yes.
All right. Everyone, you just heard just beautiful, powerful, from the heart. Spike, thank you. Thank you for all you do for all of us and all you do for this city you love.
I love New York. I love New York. I love the people. We're special. It's not easy. Living here is not easy, but the people that hang.
That's it. That's the perfect way to describe us. Everyone, thank you. Thank you, Spike. And everyone, when I hear Spike talk, I just get reminded of our strength. I really do. And how we see our way through. All right, so now we're going to go back to talking about how we fight off COVID and move through. Thank you, Spike.
Thank you.
Very, very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Beautiful. Oh, look at this. There we go. We're going to do a little. That's cool. It's signed even. Okay. Thank you, brother.
You would have missed it.
All right. Merry Christmas, brother. Okay, every day we go over our indicators. Let's do it again today. And again, number 1, this is the key, vaccination. And this number keeps climbing. We need to climb more. So, doses administered to date, 12,988,773. That number is going to hit 13 million very soon and then keep going. But now we start to see the numbers that tell us just how fast moving Omicron is and what an impact it's making. Number 2, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19 today, 200 patients as of today. Confirmed positivity, 50.24%. Hospitalization rate per 100,000 New Yorkers is now 1.93. So these numbers have moved a lot. Again, our hospitals are doing very, very well addressing it, but this is going to be an intense few weeks. We got to get ready for that. And then number 3, new reported cases on a 7-day average. And this is really striking. The case numbers have jumped up, obviously, 9,297 cases, and that will continue to rise over the next few weeks. We are going to have to get ready for that in a lot of ways, but the most important thing, the reason New York City is ready, is the high level of vaccination already. We got to double down on that. Okay, going to do a few words in Spanish, and this is on the incentives for the booster. La ciudad de Nueva York está liderando el camino de las vacunas.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Mayor Bill de Blasio just doing a Spanish portion here just briefly, but earlier in the news conference, giving an incentive to New York City residents from now until the end of the year. If they get a booster shot at any city-run vaccine hub, they will receive $100 in their bank account. And so that was one of the main takeaways that we've had so far. We are going to hear a little bit more. We're also interested in been hearing possible questions to New York City Mayor there about New Year's Eve coming up and the big festivities that they always have planned at Times Square. Is anything going to be scaled back as we get closer and the numbers continue to pick up here with COVID-19? Let's listen for that one. We know it's coming, but we'll hear from it right here from reporters.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, your vaccine mandate for city employees in October required proof of at least one dose of the shot. Has your administration followed up to ensure that city workers are now fully vaccinated? And will you issue a booster mandate or urge Mayor-elect Adams to do so in light of the Omicron variant?
Yeah, Andrea, thank you very much for the question. And I'll turn to Dr. Katz so he can speak about the experience with his agency, with Health and Hospitals, in terms of that follow-up to make sure people get that second dose. The answer there is decidedly yes. The idea was get that first dose immediately if you hadn't gotten it, but then there is a stipulated timeline to make sure you get your second dose when you're under one of those mandates. And to the other part of your question, we're certainly looking at the question of adding boosters. We're in discussion on that. We'll be in discussion certainly as well with the mayor-elect and his team. We don't have a decision on that yet, but we'll have more to say in the days ahead. But as to how we make sure that on the current mandate, people get not just the first, but the second dose, Dr. Katz, why don't you describe the experience you've had?
Yes, sir. We track with everyone when they get their first dose, when their second dose is due. We remind them. And just as people were required to get the first dose, they are required to get the second dose. And if people do not get that second dose, we do require that they stop coming to work until they get that second dose. So we're very tight on that. We feel very strongly that once people are due for the second dose, they have to get it. I will say, sir, that it's much easier. We have not had much issue with people getting the second dose. People have needed reminders, but we have not had any experiences of people who absolutely felt they couldn't get a second dose once they had already gotten a first dose. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Andrea.
What about this $100 booster incentive? How much money do you have to spend for this initiative, and where is it coming from? Does it affect any other programs?
No, Andrea, it does not affect other programs. Obviously, everything when it comes to fighting COVID is a budget reality and a budget necessity. We make it the priority in terms of where we spend the people's money to fight COVID first, because that opens up the door to recovery and everything else. So it will not affect any other initiative. This is a limited time, but we hope a lot of people take it up because it will be money well spent. So we're talking about from today through December 31st, and we will simply make it a priority to spend whatever it takes. We need to get the folks to get these boosters. That will be the difference maker.
Our next question goes to Andrew Siff from NBC.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Andrew. How you doing today?
Good. I wanted to start with a question about schools. We are hearing from principals, parents, and others that they're not getting clear answers from the Situation Room about a growing number of COVID positives in the schools, and many describe it as a confusing reality. They don't know if any individual schools close anymore, if there's a hesitancy on the part of the city to close a school, even if there are dozens of positives there. Can you clarify what's happening with the Situation Room and what's happening with schools right now?
Absolutely. We have doubled the staffing of the Situation Room. We're applying the rules we've had over the last few months consistently. We have 4 schools that are closed out of 1,600. We have hundreds of classrooms closed, but that's out of 48,000 classrooms. So we definitely see an uptick in terms of cases, but again, against a backdrop of a school system that has the highest conceivable level of vaccination in terms of the adults, and a huge number of health and safety measures. So the school system, the amount of COVID in the schools is about, 1/5 the amount you're seeing in the rest of the city. We've got today, tomorrow, Thursday, and then, of course, there's the winter break. So things are moving. I'm going to turn to Dr. Choksi, who's spent a lot of time working on the connection to schools and making sure that the policies we have used really keep schools safe. And he can speak to what we're seeing overall in the schools right now. Go ahead, Dr. Choksi.
Thank you very much. And sir, I would just add briefly, we are seeing cases increase across the city, as you know. We're seeing community spread, and that does affect what we're seeing in our schools as well. But remember, this is why we put all of those layers of safety precautions in place in our schools. The levels of vaccination, masking, distancing where it's possible, testing, all of these things work in concert to make schools among the safest places where kids and staff can be. We do bring to bear our tools around quarantine and, when necessary, school closures when we are seeing evidence of transmission occurring in schools. And because cases are higher, we have seen an increase in using those mechanisms as well. Although, as the mayor has pointed out, the vast majority of classrooms and the vast majority of schools remain open so that our kids can benefit from the in-person learning that provides. The last thing that I'll say is just to reemphasize, there's one really important thing that parents can do, particularly if you have a child who's 5 to 11 years old, and that's to get them vaccinated. We do need to get those vaccination rates up because that will help both for the near term as well as the longer term. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Andrew, just before your second question, just an update. I had the number at the end of yesterday. As of this morning, it's actually 7 schools closed out of the 1,600. 7 schools, just to clarify that. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yes, the question on the federal testing site, and you indicated we're going to be getting details on this later today. Wherever it is, the Javits Center, whatever mass site, I wonder, what do you envision as to how effective that can be, given that people have developed a pattern of going to get tested in their own neighborhood or near where they work? And do you think it's too late in terms of Christmas being just days away?
Oh, it's not too late at all, because it's not just about Christmas, obviously. It's about these next few weeks and as best as possible getting ahead of it. It's value add for sure. We want as many sites as we can get. I agree with you that with testing, like with vaccination, the best efforts are done at the neighborhood level, at the grassroots. That's how we reoriented everything, to decentralize. Originally, you'll remember the state had a lot of mega sites. We found people were not using those enough. We went to a different approach, really grassroots and decentralized. But given the high demand for testing, unprecedented because of Omicron, more sites are better. And if folks are finding lines somewhere and they see another site where there aren't lines, they'll gravitate to the new site. So I'm very happy the federal government is doing this, because more is more in this case.
Our next question goes to Emma Graves Fitzsimmons from the New York Times.
Hi, good morning, Mayor. I wanted to ask about holiday travel. So Dr. Choksi said that he canceled his holiday travel plans. Dr. Varma said on Twitter he was canceling his trip to the West Coast. I unfortunately canceled my trip to Texas with my family. We all have young children who cannot be vaccinated or high-risk relatives. Are you advising people not to travel out of town for Christmas?
I'll turn to Dr. Choksi and first say I'm sorry for you and your family, Emma, that you couldn't take the trip, and especially painful because so many people have been waiting for so long to see their loved ones. First thing I want to say, I'm the layman and Dr. Choksi will be the expert, but I want to speak to my fellow New Yorkers think about those who are most vulnerable in your family. I think that's the best way to think about it. If you've got folks you're going to see, or folks who are traveling who are in those particularly vulnerable categories, oldest New Yorkers or folks with serious pre-existing conditions, obviously the most important thing is to keep them safe. If you're traveling with folks who are less vulnerable, that's a different reality. And as you said, if folks who can get vaccinated versus can't get vaccinated, whether people have gotten that booster, there's a lot of factors. So I don't think it's one size fits all. I do think it's, proceed with caution and think about the people most vulnerable in your life. And Dr. Choksi, now you can be the real expert.
Thank you, sir. And I agree as well. And first, Emma, I'm also sorry to hear about it. I know many people have had plans upended. I hope you and your family still enjoy a wonderful holiday season locally. Well, look, these are my recommendations. I have a very clear and strong recommendation. If you are unvaccinated, you should not travel. That's for your safety as well as the safety of others whom you will be in contact with. On the other end of the spectrum, if you are fully vaccinated and you have your booster dose and you are not in one of the high-risk categories, then it is safe to travel if you take precautions, meaning wearing a mask at all times during your travel. You can consider using a higher quality mask as you're doing so. And of course, the common sense precautions like washing your hands and taking other steps to protect yourself. It's the in-between category where, as the mayor said, people do have to calibrate their individual risk. And the most important consideration is the vulnerability either of yourself or the family members that you're traveling with. And I do advise caution if there's a borderline case. If you have any question and it is optional, then I would consider avoiding it at least for the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Emma.
I also wanted to ask about your legacy on the budget. So the budget has grown to $100 billion during your tenure and the highest workforce ever. The New York Post said that you were leaving Eric Adams a fiscal nightmare, including programs like 3K that won't have funding in a few years. So how do you sort of view your budget legacy?
I think when we talk about pre-K and 3K, for example, these were absolutely necessary for the children and families of this city and for our future. If we didn't focus on early childhood education, we were going to, in so many ways, deprive our children, and we weren't going to address income inequality if we didn't do those things. So I came here to address income inequality. I came here to change the lives of families. We had to do that. And you know what happens in the future is if something's truly a priority, then that's where the first resources go, and that's what needs to happen. The fact that
we're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as we take you around the country, top stories, headlines, and of course, we are waiting for the White House briefing to happen in a couple of hours, as well as President Biden going to be addressing the nation on the COVID-19 surge.
Pandemic. But the whole idea was to build a stronger city in every sense, a stronger social fabric, a more fair and equal city, but also a stronger economy. In the time I was mayor up to the pandemic, we added 500,000 jobs. That also brought in a huge amount of revenue. We made this a more diverse economy, strengthening tech, strengthening life sciences. We're going to continue to do that in the future based on what we've started. That's going to help bring in the revenue to make these initiatives sustainable. So I feel that we're handing off to Eric Adams exactly the kinds of approaches that are needed for the city of the future.
Our next question goes to Elizabeth Kim from Gothamist.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to go back to something Dr. Katz said about how H&H is following up with its employees on whether they're getting that second dose, and that if those employees don't get the second dose, they're asked not to report to work. I'm wondering if the same level of due diligence is being done by the DOE.
Yeah, Elizabeth, this is something that's been across, thank you for the question, it's been across all our agencies, that the mandate was clearly from the beginning to get everyone fully vaccinated. And that started with getting that first dose. And obviously, in terms of getting people to the first dose, it was wildly successful because 94% of the city workforce is now vaccinated. But we knew from the beginning that overwhelmingly anyone who got a first dose came back for a second dose anyway, even if they didn't have a mandate. When it's a mandate, we obviously have a further tool to ensure they do. So systematically across all our agencies, the instruction has been when someone gets to that point, they can get a second dose. It's time to remind them, put a time frame to it in which they have to get it. If they don't get it, then remind them that there is the risk of a sanction, and we're seeing people getting those second doses. That's the bottom line. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
My second question is about at-home or self-administered tests. If my memory is correct, I remember that, at the beginning of the school year, around September, you and your health officials had kind of teased some potential news on at-home testing. And then later on, I asked, whatever happened to that news on at-home testing? And if I remember correctly, Dr. Choksi said that they had been thinking about it, but they were uncomfortable with the fact that the city was using PCR testing in the schools, and then to introduce this other different antigen test, it would be apples to oranges. I'm wondering, given the fact that, it seems like we're moving toward self-administered tests, whether the thinking on that is going to change after the holidays. And I'm wondering if the at-home tests also get around the low opt-in rates at some schools for testing.
Well, really interesting question, Elizabeth, and thank you. And, I will say the reality over time has been, one, trying to make sure that the testing we had was available, first and foremost, and trying to have a consistent approach. And so, clearly at times we've had supply issues around at-home tests, among other challenges. But I think where you're going with your question is important. I'll turn to Dr. Choksi, that, we want to provide the options that are going to work and that people want to use, obviously. And when there's lines, the most obvious example in the world, when there's a line that's discouraging to people, if you can give them an at-home test, that's encouraging to get them to do it. If an at-home test empowers parents to get more information about how their kid is doing, that's good for everyone. So I think over time we've seen this can be a great tool to use, but the challenge still is having a reliable supply. And that's been obviously an issue in these last days, that we don't have yet the kind of supply we ideally want to have. Dr. Choksi, you want to speak to the overall picture with at-home tests?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And the most important point is the one that you made, which is that with an increase in supply, there are more avenues available for us to use those rapid at-home antigen tests. And we want to bring those to bear immediately, given the unprecedented demand that we're seeing for testing. With respect to your thoughtful questions, Elizabeth, I did want to distinguish between two parts of at-home testing. The first is we have at-home PCR testing, which, thanks to Test and Trace and Dr. Long, we do already offer to close contacts, and that includes students who are close contacts. So that has already happened over the last several months. But the other part of it is what we were talking about, which is at-home, or sometimes called rapid antigen tests, which we also do want to expand the use of. But there are many different categories of that expanded use, of which schools will be an important one, which again, when the supply increases, we expect to deploy more and more. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Our next question goes to Steve Burns from WCBS 880.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you today?
Good, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. First, I wanted to go back to the news from Washington. Any indication at this point where those federal testing sites might be and what kind of scale they might be? Like, are we talking a tent on a street corner? Are we talking something like the Javits Center?
I know Dr. Long's been talking to Jeff Zient's team, and we'll see if he has any update on that. We are waiting for more details, obviously, but I will say to you, Steve, every bit helps, and we welcome the help, both in terms of the fixed testing sites, and we need a lot more of the at-home test kits. So we need and we welcome any kind of federal help. Ted, do you have an update on anything on the details of where and how big the sites will be?
Thanks, Steve. We're in great conversations with the White House. They're sharing details with us every minute that goes by. As soon as we know, you will know.
There's an answer. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks very much. And back to testing, I mentioned Sunset Park yesterday. The line today is probably about 3 hours again. You know, people desperate for a test, freezing their butts off because there's no better option at this point. So, I mean, to the layman, it just seems like this is a problem crying out for a much larger solution than just a few more sites here or there. Seeing some experts suggesting maybe we prioritize in-person testing for healthcare or essential workers and drastically ramp up home tests for everyone else. I mean, are there any more kind of expansive, game-changing solutions we can look at here, or are we just kind of stuck with this for the foreseeable future?
It's a really important question. I think we got to help people understand what's going on here, and I'm going to turn to Dr. Katz in a second first, and then Dr. Choksi, Dr. Long, anything they want to add. Steve, I think there's a sort of a, because this came up so fast, and this was not what our healthcare team projected. We obviously expected Omicron to make a big impact, but not with this shocking speed. We have had to make adjustments very, very quickly. But the problem is, when it comes to testing, there are just supply constraints. It's a reality because this level, we've never seen anything like this before. And remember, testing's crucial, but job one is still vaccination. So our first and best efforts are placed on vaccination. And I want people to understand this because it's crucial. Testing, it really helps us, but vaccination is the real weapon to defeat COVID. And right now, we're seeing more and more people coming forward for a first dose or a second dose or a booster. And we need to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible. So that's where our first energies and our first resources are going to go. But with testing, even though we're going to have 112 city sites up this week and obviously a huge number of private sites, the demand is just unlike anything we've seen before. And what would relieve it would be a large supply of at-home test kits, and we cannot get that at this moment from either the private market or federal or state government. We expect a big shipment to come in soon, but we don't have it at this moment. So that's just a pure supply problem we're banging into. Last thing I'll say before I turn to Dr. Katz, there are test sites that don't have those lines, and I really want to urge people, if they're able, to track, online the places that don't have lines, and if possible, get to those sites, because there are still plenty of places where we're not experiencing what you're seeing in Sunset Park. Dr. Katz, you start.
Yes, sir, you're absolutely right. We're not having long lines at all of our sites. I'm sorry, we're going to hear that Sunset Park is still having a long line, and we're going to dispatch staff as soon as possible to Sunset Park to see if we can help. But other sites do not have long lines. And I would also tell people that due to the great efforts of the Test and Trace Corps, we've done double the number of tests that we were doing 3 weeks ago. Yesterday, I was talking with the head of Elmhurst Hospital, and they did more tests yesterday than they've ever done. We have sent, by going to virtual visits for our ambulatory areas, we've sent staff to all of our testing sites at all of the hospitals. I would encourage people, if they can get to an H&H hospital, because of the large size, they're much more likely to have a short wait and get that test done. But as you say, sir, the ultimate solution is having the home test kits that worked for us well when we had long lines. We would send someone to offer tests to people starting at the back of the line. We found that people accepted those tests. And ultimately, as soon as we get those tests, we feel the situation will get markedly better.
Yeah, and I want to thank you, and Dr. Katz, thank you. And I want to, for the sake of Steve's point, and thank you, Steve, for telling us about the Sunset Park problem. We really appreciate when our colleagues in the media alert us to a problem. I want to amplify, Mitch, the importance of getting additional mobile units or additional personnel at that site to relieve some of that pressure. So I know you're focused on it, but I just want to say publicly to Steve, that's our game plan right now to try and improve things at that site quickly.
We're on it, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Choksi, you want to add?
I will just add very briefly to say that as soon as the supply of rapid self-tests arrives in New York City, we have an assembly line ready to get it to all of the sites, all of the city sites, to be able to help with those lines that we're seeing. So we have a plan in place for that as soon as there is a resupply. Thank you.
Thank you very Very much.
Our next question goes to Paul from the Staten Island Advance.
Paul, can you hear us? Paul?
We lost Paul.
Paul, we'll come back to Paul.
Our next question goes to Ruvain from Hamodia.
We'll come back to Paul as soon as we can. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr.
Hey, Ruvain.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask, for years, social justice activists have pointed to the issue of disparate impact when determining whether a certain policy was racist. So regardless of the intent, the question was whether it impacted minorities disproportionately. Right now, 64% of black adults are vaccinated. That's an increase of 1% from last week. That means in 1 week from now, 36% of black adults will be unemployable in this city. Doesn't that make this a racist policy?
No. Thank you for the question, and you raised this, I think, last week. Again, people respond to mandates. Look at our city workforce. Many of the people who are part of our workforce, as you said, black adults, well, obviously that's a lot of the folks who work at health and hospitals and many other city agencies who, when the mandate came into effect, overwhelmingly went and got vaccinated. You're talking about the overall workforce at 94% and health and hospitals at 95%. So the jury has come back, Ruvain. People respond to mandates, and they do get vaccinated. So this is how we help make sure it happens for everyone. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned in my question, I know I did ask it last week, and you said that you thought people would go get vaccinated because of this mandate, but there was, in more than a week, the rate of black adults getting vaccinated has gone up 1% from 63 to 64. So I'm not sure how you could say that there's going to be a big increase. But I do have to move on to my second question, and it's for Dr. Choksi. You've mentioned, Dr. Choksi, that even if people are vaccinated, even if they do get, that once people are vaccinated, even if they do get infected, it'll likely be a relatively mild case. I'd like to ask Dr. Choksi, do you have similar data for natural immunity, that if people get infected after having a prior infection, will their case be more mild than a first-time infection? Do you have that data? And if no, why not?
Dr. Choksi, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thanks, Ruvain. Yes, you've also asked this question previously, and the short answer is this. We do know that prior infection confers some degree of immunity and protection. Not just from data that we have in the United States, but from around the world. That seemed to be more true before Omicron came about, meaning that because of Omicron's greater ability to evade the immune system, someone who has only had prior infection and is not vaccinated is at much higher risk for a reinfection. Potentially a severe reinfection, although we do not have rigorous data on that from around the world just yet. And so the upshot is that my public health recommendation remains the same. For anyone who was previously infected, I recommend that you get vaccinated, and Omicron has underlined the urgency of doing so. Thank you.
Amen. And I hear we unfortunately have lost Paul from Staten Island Advance. I think we have two more left. Go ahead.
Right. Our next question goes to Nolan Hicks from The Post.
Nolan?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Is this thing on?
Hey.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm all right, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good.
I have a couple of clarifying questions, and I just like to just run through them real fast. You said hundreds of school classrooms are closed. Is there a hard figure for that?
Yeah, the one I have here, 359.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I, like so many New Yorkers, have depended on health and hospitals for testing, coronavirus testing throughout the pandemic. And I'd just like to take a couple of seconds to sort of go over sort of my experience yesterday trying to get a test, if you'll indulge me. So I went to the old Cumberland Hospital in Fort Greene. The line was give or take an hour long. There weren't any of the rapid tests available for folks who needed to come or go. At Cumberland, it's open for testing from 9 till 3:30 p.m., So anyone who needs to come in before work doesn't really have an option. Anyone who wants to come in after work doesn't really have an option. And you have to sort of schedule your test in the midst of the school day and in the midst of the work day, which is hugely inconvenient for a lot of folks. Additionally, the Cumberland testing site is the only publicly run walk-in testing facility for Fort Greene, Brooklyn Heights, Cobble Hill, Carroll Gardens, Dumbo, Prospect Heights, and a whole slew of other parts of sort of the waterfront and sort of the western sections of Brooklyn. And, you know, you guys keep talking about how it's important that folks who need a test go to the publicly run sites, but for this vast swath of Brooklyn, just to use it as an example, it's hugely inconvenient. So I guess the question is, we're 2 years into the pandemic, you are treating the city-run sites as sort of the option that folks should opt for, and yet it seems like they're hugely unavailable. Is this the best we can do?
Well, no, thank you for sharing the experience, because this is exactly what we need to keep hearing and adjusting to. And obviously, look, we have people out all over observing what's going on, making adjustments, but hearing from the media helps as well. So by this week, we're going to have 112 sites between the fixed sites and the mobile sites. We can keep working every day to increase that number. But the other thing we've said that will make a huge difference is the having more and more available of the test kits, because that gives people another option. We just haven't had that supply. As I've said, we've tried to get it from the private market. We tried to get it from government. Hasn't been here yet. We really, really need it, and we need it quickly. But as I turn to Dr. Katz, who can answer in greater depth about what adjustments will be made going forward, including things like hours and all, I want to remind you, Nolan, that in the end, as much as testing is crucial, the first thing we need to do with our resources is focus on vaccination. I keep coming back to this. There are still a lot of people getting vaccinated, and in particular, a whole lot of people coming in for those boosters. And hopefully the incentive will get even more. That is the strategic impact. We want people to get tested. We want it to be convenient as possible. We want it to be as fast as possible. But the number one thing we got to do is get more people vaccinated. That's what's going to make the bigger difference to get us through these next weeks and beyond. Dr. Katz, why don't you respond to some of the details of what Nolan said?
Yes, Nolan, I'm sorry that it wasn't a better experience at our facility yesterday. I will say that many of the private facilities are reporting 3-hour waits, not 1-hour waits, and that part of why the mayor always urges people to go to public sites is that we have the fastest turnaround for results, that we get results to people on average in 24 hours. Obviously, no matter how short the wait time is, if you're not getting your results for 3 days, it really impairs the ability of the test to change behavior and to enable people to seek the right treatments and isolation if necessary. What we're doing, and it will be seen as early as today, is we're at sites like Cumberland, where we normally have in-person visits. We're switching all of the visits to virtual visits so that the doctors will continue to see the patients virtually, but then we will have the registration staff and the nursing staff all work in the testing sites at places like Cumberland. And that's going to allow us to both extend the hours and shorten the wait time. So starting today, that's in place. Again, as the mayor has said, having home kits makes a huge difference, because we can then go through the line and offer people those home kits, shorten the line. People can then use us for when they really need to get that PCR. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Nolan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And if I could just onto sort of other observations about this, if you'll just indulge me, and then I have a second question. If you were to go to the city's testing website, nyc.gov/COVID vaccine, which you've suggested folks visit on a fairly regular basis, there's an interactive map of locations that are in theory available in the city. But that interactive map frequently does not include the mobile sites that are either contracted out by the health department or health and hospitals. Does not include the by appointment rapid testing sites also run by the health department, nor does it provide any way to sort out what is a privately run testing site and a publicly run testing site. And to me, it's just sort of remarkable that, again, 2 years into the pandemic, we don't have a, sort of coherent hub for all of the city-run testing facilities online. But to the emergence of, and if that could be addressed or fixed, I think that would help a lot of folks, especially if you're trying to push them towards getting testing through the city-run labs. But sort of additionally, for everybody who's getting sick now, I was wondering, is there any update to the guidance on what folks should do when they do get sick? Is the quarantine still expected to be 10 days? Should folks, even if they're, testing positive but asymptomatic, stay at home? How has the new variant changed the guidance in terms of what folks do should they test positive?
Yeah, and I would say I'll turn to the doctors on the first piece. I think on the second piece, the guidance is the same. It's just very, very clear that 10-day quarantine. But let's focus, and obviously any of the doctors want to add on the guidance, that's great, but let's focus on your first question, which is very important, about the clarity of the information we're putting out to the public and whether it is inclusive of the sites, including the mobile sites. So I'll start with Dr. Katz and then Dr. Choksi, Dr. Long join in terms of how much and how clear the information we're putting out is and any adjustments we need to make, starting with Dr. Katz.
Thank you, sir. And I'll go right after our presser and look again at the site. I've been to it, but I'm going to look again given these questions. It is a true statement. We do not have the mobile units on the website because we keep them in movement. They don't stay in the same place in any given day. And so I don't know that that's a fixable issue. We deliberately move them, especially when we hear of another site that is overwhelmed. One of our first actions is to look to see if there's a mobile site nearby that we can move to that other site. The website does show that it's a health and hospital site or that it is a T2 site or a DOHMH site. So I'll go back and see if there's a way to make that clearer, but that information is on the website. And again, my apologies to everyone that we don't have more capacity right now, but we have a lot more than we had 3 weeks ago, and we're going to keep growing it until we fully meet New Yorkers' needs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Long, you want to add?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Dr. Long, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So, Nolan, I appreciate the question. Right now, just the backdrop is the interactive map includes all sites because we want people to know what sites are nearest to them, but it's clearly demarcated, as you know, which are the T2 or H&H sites on the interactive map. And then underneath it, we list all of our mobile units. They move around, so therefore the interactive map doesn't have them as fixed sites. If there's a way to do it, all of the sites are on the website right there. So that's your source of truth 100% of the time, along with the correct hours. If there's a better way, we welcome more feedback. In addition, we also have our tracker for the wait times on our Test and Trace core site, so you can see among our sites what makes the most sense in terms of wait, so you can make your decision.
Thank you. And Dr. Choks, anything you want to add?
Just briefly to say, remember, you can also text COVID test to 85548 for people who may not, be as ready in navigating the website. And you can also call 212 COVID-19 to help speak with someone who can navigate you as well. So these are all different channels to be able to help access testing, because we know when someone is feeling sick, they just need a little bit of help to figure out how to get to the right place. I'll also just briefly comment on the guidance. First, remember, it's isolation that applies to cases, and then quarantine is for close contacts. As the mayor said, the guidance remains the same at this moment with respect to if you are a case, meaning either you're symptomatic or you have been diagnosed with a positive COVID test but are asymptomatic, the guidance is to isolate for 10 days. There is some scientific evidence that is emerging that may consider us to reevaluate that for people who are fully vaccinated and asymptomatic, but we're not quite there yet, and we'll of course continue to follow the science in making any updates. So for now, it's a 10-day isolation period.
Thank you very much.
Our last question for today goes to Juliet Papa from 1010 Wins.
Good morning, everybody. And I have a question actually for Dr. Choksi. You mentioned that you do have this assembly line plan in the works to distribute the at-home tests. So how would that work? Would people online get the tests, or would you have to actually enter the facility to pick up the kit? How do you want to distribute that?
Certainly. Well, I'll start, sir, and Dr. Long may have something to add here as well. But briefly, by assembly line, I was speaking more to the fact that as soon as the tests arrive in New York City, we'll be able to get them rapidly disseminated across our city sites so that they're available to distribute to people, particularly when there are longer lines. And when that happens, yes, it would be for people who come to a city site, particularly where we're seeing that the demand is greater, and staff would be able to work down the line and distribute those rapid test kits for anyone who wants one.
Thank you, Dr. Long. You want to add?
Yeah, just to draw out the point, because it's an important question, Juliet. If you come to one of our sites and there is a line, you can choose to wait in the line, or you'll be able to walk away with a home test kit. Whatever makes the most sense for you, we'll serve everybody.
Excellent. Go ahead, Juliet.
Okay, so those were the updates there from Mayor Bill de Blasio out of New York City. You're watching here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. I do want to show you some breaking news right now that we continue to follow here for you. This one in Texas right now of a plane crash, and as you can see, really bad one right here. This is in Full Share, Texas right there, and you're taking a look at what remains here of this plane. Even hard to try to see what type of plane it really was there, but you're seeing the debris field right there. You have first responders there at the scene, but not the look here of, sometimes you see these plane down or plane crashes and you can still see a good portion of the plane here in the wreckage, but this one is just slammed to the ground there with, and it doesn't look like any possible recovery could be made here, but who knows. But that is the scene here in Texas. Sky Fox aerials showing this to you live, raw, and always direct here, as you're seeing just a huge almost crater right here of the debris field as well, spread across the field right here. Live Now from Fox always brings you top stories and headlines, as well as breaking news elements that are happening in real time. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. We'll continue to get updates on this one, and once we do, we'll pass it along to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are covering some severe storms that are going to be threatening Florida today, and you're seeing some of those storms push off right there into the Atlantic Ocean, especially off Daytona Beach, but also tracking there in and around the Orlando area as well. So severe weather still not out of the radar there for portions of central Florida, as low pressure will move out of the Gulf of Mexico, crossing the Florida Peninsula with some heavy weather in tow. The Storm Prediction Center has outlined Orlando and the surrounding areas with a marginal risk of severe storms. Activity will tend to be a bit more isolated here. To the south, a slight risk of severe storms will be in play, and the best chance for damaging winds and an isolated tornado will be in this area. In fact, a tornado watch was issued for Southwest Florida. Rotation in some of the stronger storms still possible in those areas. Timing on the storm's arrival looks to be mid-morning to the early afternoon hours, with the strongest storms moving through before 1 p.m. Threats include damaging wind gusts of up to 55 plus miles per hour, isolated and brief tornadoes expected, possible small hail and heavy rainfall. So we'll continue to track it here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Live look right here of Fort Myers getting some storm damage right there. You can see some tree limbs down in the area. Always with you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we'll keep an eye on Florida throughout the day right here. We are getting an update from the family of a shooting victim. That incident happened back in early January to a man in Wilmington, Delaware, where police shot and killed the suspect. It turns out that the police officers found the suspect asleep at his car. They tried to wake him up. He was not cooperating, and then ran away from police in the car, and then in a brief moment turned the car around and was trying to then hit the officers. That is what we are being said here from this police report that just came out, and it did clear the officers right now. So the family is going to be speaking. They had to shoot and kill that suspect as that car was going to be tracking towards them and possibly hitting them and killing them. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Everybody ready? Okay.
Okay, just who's ever speaking to just stand in the center of the podium so the microphones pick everything up.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Today is the worst day of my life. I've been doing this since 1964. I've been seeing shootings after shooting, assassinations after assassinations, murders after murders. Like we, the black people, was in Vietnam or Afghanistan. Yesterday, a message was sent to us that Black lives don't matter, that they're going to continue killing black folks in this city and state, that the police are always going to be right, that they got the right to kill us and get away with it. Black folks do not have no protection when it comes to the Department of Justice. Black folks do not have no protection when it comes to the lawmakers of this state. Wilmington, they call the murder capital USA. It's also the murder capital when it comes to police killing black people. So as they look at black on black crime, the most dangerous thing we got in this state is the police, when they can walk into a community, sign someplace else, ain't a part of this police department around midnight, and assassinate a young man. This ain't the first time. You look at the McDowell, you look at Denver Avenue, you look at the man sitting in the park, you look at the young man came from the hospital. Years ago, you look at one cop who shot 4 people that never was prosecuted. Today, the NAACP don't know what to do, don't know how to get justice in this state, because this is the state of the President of the United States. This is the state of the most 2 powerful senators in Washington. This is the state that new mayor is building a city right on the top of black folks. Won't clean our streets. If you step a mile and a half from here, called 40 acres, it looked like a new town. If you go left, going south, it looked like a new city. And black folks is dying. Murder capital USA is a war on black people. I don't know what to do. I'm scared now because when you walk the streets 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and the police see you and they stop you, or it can be any kind of cop, we are dead. We are dead people walking. Talk about COVID-19. COVID-19 is on us by the way the police department kill us. I'm asking Attorney Megway and other attorneys who deal with social justice to find a way, because right now there ain't no way. Justice will never be served for the people in the state of Delaware. I pass it to Kobe and then J Street.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kobe Owens. I'm the Police and Reform Chair for the NAACP. And while we stand here today, I am deeply disappointed that the Delaware DOJ has decided not to charge these officers criminally for the execution of Lamont Moses, during which was clearly a young man sleeping in his car during the winter nights. We feel that this decision not only fails Lamont and his family, but it fails the community that joined them in protest and demands for justice. These officers' actions sparked outrage and advocacy throughout this state. But the DOJ's decision not to charge these officers who shot Lamont while outside their jurisdiction further destroys our trust in our criminal justice system here in Delaware. This tragedy could have been avoided if officers had been properly trained, but also used basic human decency and common sense when dealing with Mr. Moses. In this race for civil rights justice, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And we intend to finish this race. We will continue to advocate for justice in the civil courts. While this news yesterday may not have been what we hoped for, our work is not done. Our hope is not lost. It is our duty to broaden the fight for justice on the behalf of Lamont and the countless other black men and women who have suffered the same fate or have faced police brutality here in Delaware. We will continue to press forward with civil lawsuits and fight for systematic change in policing and transparency at all levels, whether it's the city, county, or state. We urge everyone to continue to raise their voice. Join us in this fight, but do it in a peaceful way but in a way that brings about change so what happened to Lamont does not happen again. Like the NAACP said last year, enough is enough. We are tired of dying at the hands of police, not only in Wilmington and in Newcastle, but all across this state and all across this nation. The NAACP stands with the family, and we're going to continue this fight no matter what.
You sure?
Yes. Well, I'm going to cut straight to it. County police had no damn business being in Riverside in the first place. And the problem with the report is it is completely silent. There's not a scintilla of a reference about them being out of their jurisdiction for no apparent reason. That's flawed on its surface, and it's not going to go away. Second, the report is silent as relates to the egregious violation of departmental policy that specifically says on the website as we speak, shooting at a moving vehicle prohibited unless that vehicle is being used as a weapon. The video footage is crystal clear. The automobile was not being used as a weapon. We got a slap in the face yesterday with the decision, but separate and apart from the decision, the Attorney General reported to us that the recommendations set forth in the report, she received major kickback from the representatives of the county police when the information and the recommendation was presented to them. Now, we spent a good part of this legislative session trying to deal with Title 11, 464, Title 11, 467, and they said they changed it from objective to subjective or whatever language that is. The fact of the matter is those two laws need not to be objective or subjective. They need to be rejected. Those laws need to be repealed. The police officers' so-called Bill of Rights needs to be repealed. And finally, I go back to the August 2012 shooting on Memorial Drive. County police officer shot somebody in the back of the head. As councilman, I've done everything I could to try to prevent future occurrences, including suggestions more than one officer in the car, increasing community policing. All the legislation that has been passed, we passed in 2017 the prohibition against shooting moving vehicles. None of that's worked. Right after the shooting in March of this year, the NAACP asked the United States Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney for the District of Delaware to investigate patterns and practices by the Newcastle County Police. In my view, there's an unwritten policy and practice that says if you try to flee in a vehicle from Newcastle County Police, you will be shot. We are going to reiterate that request, and the fact of the matter is Joe Biden's president of the United States, and he can't run around the country calling for police reform and ignore what's going on in his own home state. My concern is if we don't get major change within the next 3 years while he is president, then there will never be change. So we're going to move forward expeditiously, and we're going to do all we can with the assistance of our excellent counsel for the family and try to seek justice another way. The only other thing is there's no reason, based on that report and based on what's happened, for the county administration not to impose significant disciplinary action up to and including termination. Counselor?
Thank you. On behalf of the Lamar Moses family, I want to thank the NAACP for their support. On behalf of the family, we want to express our disappointment in the report from the Department of Justice. Fortunately, it's not surprising, Delaware in its history, since it became the first state to ratify the United States Constitution, has never held any police officer accountable for the killing of civilians. And unfortunately, the Department of Justice has continued that same tradition of not holding police officers accountable for their actions. So we're going to have to do their job. The fight continues. We're going to go to the U.S. Attorney's Office and ask for them to do an investigation, an independent investigation of this shooting. We intend to hold the county and the police officers accountable through a civil litigation that's currently pending, and we're going to get answers for this family. Enough is enough. The report was remarkable in its omissions. For example, there was nothing in the report that talked about these officers being out of their jurisdiction. We've interviewed countless members of the Riverside community who have lived there for decades, and they've said they've never seen Newcastle County Police in that neighborhood. The report mentions nothing about that. But what the report does mention is the fact that these officers were allowed to coordinate and view the body camera footage prior to giving a statement so they could get their story straight. That's equivalent to a robbery suspect being able to view the surveillance video prior to giving a statement. When does that happen? There cannot be two standards of justice when it comes to police officers, and again, we intend to hold them accountable. So, on behalf of the family, who you're going to hear from shortly, we again express our disappointment, but our commitment to continue to fight for justice. And now I'm going to allow you to hear from the widow of Lamar Moses, Amanda Spence.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amanda Spence, and I just want to express the best way I can the decisions that were made yesterday by Attorney General and the Department of Justice. They chose to justify the murder of Lamar by the hands of an officer who blindly shot for an officer that was behind him. Officer number one shot through the driver window. The bullet went through Lamar's head. He openly admitted in this report that he did not know the vantage point of the officer behind him. But yet and still they justified him being able to take the actions for the officer behind him. He also admitted that there was a negligence in the communication between these officers when they decided to chase Lamar down to the dead end. With that negligence, they're also negligent to communicating with the district that they were, with the jurisdiction that they were in. From the very beginning, I asked for a report of who authorized Newcastle County to be stationed during a pandemic in Riverside, and I was not provided that documentation of who authorized them to even be there that night. For a stolen vehicle that was not stolen. Justice was not served. I'm beyond hurt. The emotion I cannot even give. My heart is torn, but it's still beating. Although we were given these disappointing answers yesterday, the fight will continue, and we will not stop, because the report within itself still has very many questions within it. Thank you.
Now I'm introducing the sister of Lamar Moses, Lakeisha Nix.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lakeisha Nix, Lamar's sister, and I'm very disappointed, just as my sister-in-law said. I wanted this to be over yesterday. In the back of my mind, I did, but knowing the history of Delaware, I knew better. And the fight is not over. With respect to this report, I look at it as just propaganda. It's very propagandized with respect to the fact that they overlooked the fact that Newcastle County was in Wilmington, and the fact that they blatantly put in the report that the officers were not in danger at the time that they began shooting at Lamont. They were not in harm's way. They put in the report how Lamont Carr stared away from them, but they still justified these officers. They put in the report, as my sister stated, the negligence of these officers with the communication. Therefore, when Officer Irady, the first officer to shoot, when he shot, he was reckless with shooting my brother. The Department of Justice leans on Leah Ward and a subjective standard as a crutch, but they overlook the part of that subjective standard that says that provision is not provided to officers who are negligent and reckless. These officers were admittedly reckless and negligent. So something needs to be done. And we're not stopping. The fight continues. I know they thought that we was going to lose hope and just give up, but we're not. We're going to hold this to the highest court, to the feds, wherever it needs to go, until we get answers, until we get accountability, because it's needed, it's deserved. We deserve accountability. And we are going to continue to fight for justice that's equal to all. We are going to continue to champion for policies that will support a just system that is fair to black and brown people in Delaware. I'm tired of this, I am, but I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. I want justice for my brother. We are in Joe Biden's backyard. I have yet to hear him speak on this. I know he looks at Delaware Online. He's always in Delaware. We need support from the community, more support from the community, and we need justice for Lamont Moses. Thank you.
And the last word is going to be from Renee Leverett, managing attorney for the Egway firm.
So I arrived here today, and I parked my car, and I was rereading the report, and I looked in my rearview mirror, and there was a cop behind me. And I thought, oh, God.
All right, it is important to once again reiterate here that the officers in this investigation have been cleared of any wrongdoing, any criminal wrongdoing. This happened back earlier this year. The deadly encounter occurred shortly after 1 a.m. Let me just break it down for everybody if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Responding officers approached a vehicle, and authorities said they found a suspect, 30 years old, behind the wheel. They say the suspect appeared to be sleeping and the car's engine was running. Then they asked the suspect, "We're making sure that you're all right." And then the suspect said that he was staying by his mom nearby. The Delaware Department of Justice report says the officers noticed that the suspect was in possession of marijuana and pointed it out while explaining that they were not interested in pursuing the misdemeanor offense. From there, authorities say the situation escalated quickly as Moses refused to comply with the officers' commands to step out of the vehicle. The suspect then drove off in the vehicle, and officers pursued him for a short distance until they ended up on a dead-end street. Body cam video showed that the suspect turning his car around before driving back toward the officers who had gotten out of their vehicles following the brief pursuit. The officers shouted, "Don't do it, don't do it," as the suspect accelerated in an apparent attempt to get around the officers. At that time, multiple officers opened fire, striking the suspect's vehicle several times as he slammed into the front of a police SUV. So that was the incident that happened right there. It's very important to point all that out there because we had members here of the NAACP and others saying that this was an assassination and that their loved one was not doing anything wrong. But we're finding common themes here with these police-involved shootings, and it has to do with individuals not complying at the first instance, and then things get escalated, and that's what happens. So you're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to continue to monitor everything that is happening. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. Here's what we have coming up here in just a little bit. White House briefing expected in the next 90 minutes or so. Following that, we will have President Biden talking about the COVID-19 surge that we are seeing and what his administration is planning to do as we go into the winter months here, and it's expected to get worse. That was what some of the guidance from the White House said. It said, almost putting it out there, if you're unvaccinated, it's going to get way worse for you and your loved ones if you're not vaccinated. So we'll be featuring that for you in just a little bit as well. We do have a live event that we want to get to right here. Going out to New Jersey for an event here, more affordable health care for New Jersey residents. We'll listen to this for a little bit. Then we'll have some other COVID-19 updates as well.
In operation. I've been offering a company health care plan for my employees since the year 2008. In the last 13 years, we've struggled to keep that plan in place as its cost has become a factor. In my discussion with other small business owners, they're all trying to grapple with the same issue. Or they just say that they can't offer the benefit. This puts small and micro-sized businesses at a competitive disadvantage. My employees who pay 50% of the plan cost always know that in November when our plan renews, that they will be presented with higher premium costs. Their question is, where will it all end? When my cabinet shop starts an installation, my employee sets a level line on the wall in a room. From that point on, going forward, all work will relate back to that benchmark on the wall. In the same sense, all benchmarks establish a reference point. For our effort in healthcare, the distance measured by that benchmark will affect the lives of all of us. And just like my small business, quality cannot be sacrificed. As a small business owner, in touch with the challenges that we all face, I have been honored to add my voice to the administration's effort to establish greater healthcare affordability and transparency. I believe that the steps that we are taking will make a difference not only for the businesses of New Jersey, but for all those who live and work in our great state. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce the governor of the great state of New Jersey, Mr. Phil Murphy.
Thank you, Tony. Good afternoon, everyone. Honored to be here, and thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Tony, for everything you do as a leading small businessman, and also specifically to the reason why we're here today. You've been a huge force for the good here. I want to recognize some of whom are here, and I frankly can't see beyond the lights to see if they're all here, but I want to recognize beyond Tony several other incredible partners in our work to make New Jersey stronger and fairer. Commissioner on the stage with me to my left, the Commissioner of the Department of Banking and Insurance, Marlene Caride. Marlene, thank you for everything you do. To her diagonal left in the front, the Director Shabnam Salim of the Office of Healthcare Affordability and Transparency. And Shabnam, you've done an extraordinary job to get us to today, and I know you will continue to show that leadership. And by the way, our interagency working group includes, and I'm not sure if they're here, but Commissioners Judy Persicelli, Acting Commissioner Sarah Edelman, Treasurer Liz Moyo, and Acting Director of Division of Consumer Affairs Sean Neefsey. I also want to give Kathy Bennett, to my left, the New Jersey Hospital Association President and CEO, a shout out. We'll hear from her. Ward Sanders to my far left, the New Jersey Association of Health Plans President, and to all the distinguished folks who are with us today. We're not here to talk about COVID, but just to make sure we don't ever lose track of it, 6,840 positive cases today, with the heaviest of hearts, 34 deaths confirmed, 2,034 in our hospitals, 272 of whom went in yesterday, and 166, thankfully, who left. So again, I want to thank all of you for being here and for your commitment to making New Jersey a place where more of our residents have more affordable access to quality health care at our world-class institutions and with our tremendous partners. This holiday season, as we gather together, safely and hopefully fully vaccinated and boosted, families across New Jersey will be celebrating so many of the traditions that we missed out on last year. At the same time, we know that many families will be feeling the absence of a loved one, and our hearts go out to you. Likewise, any family in mourning or who currently has a loved one fighting an illness may also be coping with the terrible stress of finding a way to keep up with their health care costs. To these families and every New Jersey family, we are committed to doing more than sending our love and support and prayers. We are committed to ensuring that New Jersey is a place where every resident has access to the health care they need. Over the past nearly 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of our continued work to lower the cost of health care. And as we continue to work through every challenge the pandemic throws our way, we recognize that affordable, quality health care is an essential part of our recovery. Further, making New Jersey stronger and fairer and a more affordable place to call home for our residents and businesses means working to address the cost of high health care prices. We know that health care access can often begin and end with simply being able to afford it. While we have successfully implemented many new policies to address consumer affordability and access over the past 4 years, we know that health care costs have grown faster than the economy for decades and continue to rise. Increasing costs are burdening New Jersey families, businesses, as Tony rightfully said, and the state, resulting in decreased funding for other critical priorities, including education and housing. The economists call that phenomenon crowding out, because healthcare is taking up so much of our wallet at both the family level, the business level, the state level. There's less left over to address some of our other needs, like education and housing in the state's case. And despite the very real progress we have made, we know that there is more critical work to be done. Understanding the drivers of these unsustainable price increases is the first step toward making the cost of health care transparent and ultimately affordable. I'm therefore thrilled to announce, through executive order, the development of the Healthcare Cost Growth Benchmark Program. Doesn't necessarily roll off the tongue, but we know what it's about. Created to give us a better picture of this problem, along with specific goals to curb the rate of cost growth. At its core, the Healthcare Cost Growth Benchmark is a shared goal of bringing down the annual growth rate of healthcare costs. It is based on the firm belief that healthcare spending should not and must not grow faster than the economy or our residents' pocketbooks. In the short term, the benchmark program will provide New Jerseyans with a clear understanding of how much healthcare costs are growing, as well as the factors contributing to its high cost and cost growth. And over time, the benchmark program will move beyond transparency and data gathering to a focus on decreasing the growth of healthcare costs each year and ultimately make paying for healthcare more affordable. And Commissioner Caride will be able to speak to this with greater detail. In a successful benchmark program, and Tony alluded to how that works in his shop, quality of care, in this case, is not sacrificed in the name of savings. We will not ever do that. Rather, we are determined to bring healthcare providers.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to Michigan. This is the governor's first COVID-19 briefing since June. So what happened from June to now, just days before Christmas? We are seeing more and more governors and Democratic states come together and announce what their numbers are on COVID-19. The very latest. This is all ahead of President Biden going to be talking about the surge in numbers. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And of course, everyone, we are back out live for you on Live Now from Fox, always streaming to the world right here, giving you the latest top stories, headlines all over the country. Let's take it right out there to Fox Square, right outside of Fox News World headquarters. And you're taking a look here just days before Christmas. The beautiful Christmas tree there with some presents there on the ground. They are getting ready and all in the festive mood there as we are just a couple of days away there from Christmas. Thanks again for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. All right, next story, we're going to go out to Michigan. This is where the Michigan governor coming together. This is the first COVID-19 briefing that she did since June. And this is as numbers continue to surge, not only in Michigan, but across the country. We're going to listen to her for a little bit. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Familiar scenes play out all across Michigan. Long lines at testing sites, rising case numbers, nurses and doctors and respiratory therapists who are pushed to the brink. They have been breaking their backs for almost 2 years to take care of people, and they're still being inundated with COVID patients. And we know largely it's unvaccinated COVID patients, and that's why today we wanted to acknowledge we are in for another tough 4 to 6 weeks is what all the experts are projecting, with the Omicron variant spreading rapidly across the country. The difference between the Omicron surge and previous waves of COVID-19 are that we now have tools at our disposal, and we've learned a lot more about this virus. We know how this virus spreads. We know how to protect ourselves. We can take actions right now to be safer. So we want to talk about those actions, and we want to ask everyone to do their part. So let's walk through the steps that each of us can take to protect ourselves and protect our families from COVID-19 and both the Delta and the Omicron variants. Now, first, I think it's important to recognize what our goals are. Our goals are simple. Keep Michiganders safe by helping people get vaccinated and get boosted. It's the best way to stay safe against Omicron. Protect our healthcare workers and our hospital systems from becoming overwhelmed. Yes, they are overwhelmed. Let's keep them from getting more stressed under this moment. And let's ensure that our third goal, let's ensure that our kids can stay in school and our businesses can stay open. Now, there are 4 groups of Michiganders I want to address today. 1, Michiganders who have already received their booster. 2, Michiganders who are vaccinated but not yet boosted. 3, parents who have kids in our schools. And 4, those Michiganders who still have not yet been vaccinated. First, to my fellow Michiganders who've already been boosted, thank you. Thank you for taking action to keep yourself, your family, and your community safe, and to help our economy recover. I'm proud to have gotten my booster and that everyone in my family has gotten their booster. Over 35% of those with 2 vaccines have already been boosted, and that's fantastic. It includes nearly 2 in 3 seniors who've been boosted. To you, you're well protected against both the Delta variant, and preliminary data suggests that you are well protected against the Omicron variant. You should still take precautions. Stay home when you are sick. Mask up in indoor settings and high transmission areas, and get tested if you're not feeling well. You probably won't end up in the hospital, but let's make sure you don't accidentally spread the virus to others if you are carrying it. You have done the right thing, and you have taken action to protect yourself and your loved ones and your fellow Michiganders, so thank you. I'm hopeful that together we can help 1 million more eligible Michiganders, including 95% of eligible nursing home residents, get their boosters by the end of January 2022. So I urge you to speak to your friends and family and urge them to get their boosters or get vaccinated if they haven't yet. Second, I want to talk to the Michiganders who've been vaccinated but who have not yet gotten their booster shot. Data shows that you are protected against COVID-19, but not as well protected against the Delta or Omicron variants until you get that booster. So simply put, 2 doses is an important thing that you've done, but the booster is the best way to stay safe. What we know is that the booster offers greater protection against both infection and severe illness caused by variants. So I urge you to make your appointment as soon as you're eligible, meaning 6 months past that second shot of Pfizer or Moderna, or 2 months past the J&J vaccine if that's what you got. Get that booster. We have a robust vaccine and booster distribution infrastructure in place. There are thousands of places you can go all across Michigan to get that booster. A pharmacy, a retail store, medical facilities. It is free and it is effective. So visit vaccines.gov to find the site near you to make your appointment. You've already taken action to protect yourself by getting 2 doses of the vaccine. Please get your booster. 15 minutes of your day can help keep you out of the hospital and keep you safe. We have a narrow window. I mean, we're talking days here. So get your booster before Omicron is everywhere. We see it moving fast, so please act fast as well. Third, I want to talk to parents. I think we all want the same things, right? It's to get our kids and keep our kids in school and to keep them safe. For them to be safe and to continue learning, we're encouraging parents to get your questions answered by your pediatrician or a trusted medical professional that you know. These vaccines can ensure that our kids stay in school and stay safe. Every Michigander 5 years old and up, they are now eligible for these vaccines. So we urge parents to get their kids vaccinated. And finally, to our fellow Michiganders who've yet to be vaccinated, I urge you to consider moving forward now. We all see the stories playing out of people who've not been vaccinated, who desperately ask to be vaccinated while they're suffering from the impact of COVID, while they're getting breathing treatments, while they're fighting for their lives, and it's too late at that point. If you're unvaccinated, now is a great time to get vaccinated. More than 6.2 million of your fellow Michiganders have gotten the vaccine. 240 million of your fellow Americans have been vaccinated. They greatly reduce the risk of getting sick and vastly reduce your risk of being hospitalized and have saved millions of lives. So, please, now is the time. From January 15th to December 3rd of this year, unvaccinated or not yet fully vaccinated Michiganders made up 85% of the COVID cases, 88% of our hospitalizations, and 85.5% of deaths from COVID. Now, I want to be clear, if you're vaccinated, you can still get COVID, but you will stay out of the hospital. You will be able to survive a COVID infection. That's why vaccines are so important. It doesn't mean you won't be exposed to COVID. It means you'll survive. It means you'll stay out of the hospital. Have a greater likelihood of both of those. So, please, right now, take action. We all want this to be behind us, right? Since March of 2020, we have been facing and fighting this virus. And it feels like we take 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And every one of us is tired of this, I can tell you. We've sent over 2.6 million tests to schools, over 912,000 to long-term care facilities, 550,000 to the Department of Corrections. We started the Michigan Backpack Over-the-Counter program, which has distributed 120,000 at-home tests. We've delivered $275 million to local public health departments to fight COVID and coordinated 3,613 mobile vaccine events. 63% of Michiganders have gotten at least 1 shot. More than 56% are fully vaccinated. Over 2.1 million Michiganders, including 64% of eligible seniors, have gotten their booster. There is hope on the horizon. We're hopeful that the FDA can move quickly to authorize the Pfizer pill and the Lilly therapeutics, which are additional tools. We're making progress, but progress depends on all of us doing our part. Right now, that means getting vaccinated and getting boosted. The longer this virus lasts, the more it spreads and the more it mutates. The more it mutates, the more transmissible and possibly deadly. So let's all do our part. I wish everyone a happy holiday, a Merry Christmas if you celebrate, a wonderful New Year ahead. Let's all do our part to make sure that that's the case for all. Now, I want to hand it over to Director Elizabeth Hertel of the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Whitmer. I often talk about my optimism when it comes to the road ahead in our fight against COVID-19. And it is still my hope that we will get to a point where COVID-19 is behind us, or at least a minor concern in our daily lives. However, we aren't there yet, and today we remain at a critical point in the pandemic. While vaccination is a choice being made at the individual level, when it comes to vaccine decisions and a highly transmissible, potentially deadly virus, one person's decision has the potential to directly impact everyone around them, including and especially family members, loved ones with underlying conditions, and kids who are too young to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. Earlier this year, people across our state helped to drive down COVID numbers, but now our local hospitals are struggling again to handle their usual load of non-COVID patients, plus COVID-positive patients, the vast majority of whom are unvaccinated or only partially vaccinated. This surge of severe COVID-19 visits and longer hospitalizations is pushing our system and our healthcare workers to the brink. It not only has the potential to impact your access to care if you remain unvaccinated and need hospitalization, but it also jeopardizes the ability of you or your family who might need care for other common conditions or in emergencies to access that care, and that should be everyone's concern. If you need emergency care, you should seek it. However, to illustrate the severity of the situation, emergency room wait times have increased dramatically in some parts of the state, and some of our hospitals have been forced to close their emergency departments for extended periods of time. As the more transmissible Omicron variant continues to spread, now is the time for everyone to make sure that you have plans for the holidays to keep you and your family safe into the new year, and make sure you have access to care if you need it. Here's why. Our state positivity rate has decreased, but remains relatively high at 16.2%, which reflects our high transmission levels. Cases are at 477 per million and have been rising and falling over and over, but remain at an elevated level. This is a number we expect to rise and rise very rapidly as Omicron variant continues to spread very rapidly. The data thus far indicates it is likely that it is significantly more transmissible than other strains of COVID, including the Delta variant, and breakthrough cases are possible. 20.8% of our inpatient hospital beds are occupied by individuals with COVID, and this number has been increasing for 22 weeks. The mortality rate is increasing, and from December 3rd to December 9th, there were 756 COVID deaths. That's over 100 people every day in 1 week who won't be here to celebrate the holidays or ring in the new year. And there could be hundreds or thousands more who won't be at our tables next year unless we make the choice to double down on our precautions this week and in the coming weeks. None of us can predict whether we will get mild or severe symptoms or if we find ourselves facing long COVID symptoms. Even otherwise healthy and young people can get sick or end up needing care. So it is important that everyone use all of the proven prevention strategies that we have at our disposal. Over the past month, 30 to 39-year-olds were experiencing the highest case rate, and there were increases in hospital admissions among most age groups under the age of 50. The best approach to stay healthy, help our friends, family, neighbors, and others who work in healthcare, and make sure that our emergency rooms are open when we need them, is to take steps to prevent COVID-19 or getting loved ones sick in the first place. So in addition to supporting vaccines and very strongly recommending masks, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services has been working with our local, state, and federal partners to support our healthcare systems, to address the surge, and to save lives with the resources that we have available to us. We have been coordinating the allocation and monitoring of our federally distributed monoclonal antibody therapies, working on expansion of administering those therapies, and identifying staffing resources for sites. We are supplementing mechanical ventilators to meet surge demand in ICUs, and we've requested additional stock from the National Stockpile. We're surging local supplies of PPE for healthcare workers using state supplies. And we're identifying federal staffing resources to support our hospitals. The Department of Defense have sent 3 teams working in hospitals across the state. However, if the strain on hospitals increases, we are unsure of any.
We will be taking another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
Also asking every person, every family in this state to do the same and take action. For families across Michigan, and as the governor mentioned, that means 5 simple things that everyone can do to prevent COVID-19 and reduce the chance of hospitalization. Number 1, get vaccinated or get your booster. We recommend that everyone 5 and up gets vaccinated and everyone 16 and up gets a booster. Getting that initial dose this week puts you one step closer to protection against severe disease. And we all need to play the long game here to beat this virus. So far, the data indicate that people who've had their initial vaccine series plus the booster are more likely to be protected against Omicron. This is important not only for your individual protection, but to reduce the risks to your loved ones and children who could not be vaccinated, and to others whose immune systems are not able to protect them against the virus. And while we see some breakthrough cases, vaccines are doing what they are supposed to do, which is reduce the chance of infection and severe disease or death. With Delta as the more common variant in recent weeks, only about 2.5% of people who are fully vaccinated have been reported as a breakthrough infection. If you are unvaccinated, it is not a matter of if you will get sick, but when. And none of us can predict how sick we will get or if we'll give it to a family member. Plus, not every patient qualifies for therapeutics. From January 15th through December 3rd of this year, people who were unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated represented 85.1% of COVID-19 cases, 88.1% of hospitalizations, and 85.5% of deaths. And I know the governor ran through those numbers, but I think they're really important. Vaccines are free, safe, and effective, and remain our best tool to protect ourselves. Layering strategies with vaccination further reduces the chance of getting sick. So number 2, for now, we strongly recommend that everyone 2 and up wear a mask in indoor, public, and crowded outdoor settings. A few weeks ago, we issued a public health advisory to emphasize the importance of masking, regardless of vaccination status, as an added layer of protection. And for holiday gatherings, immunocompromised people should take all precautions of unvaccinated people, including wearing a well-fitted mask. Given the increased transmissibility of Omicron, this is also a good time to upgrade your mask to something with additional layers like a KN95, or to wear 2 well-fitted face coverings. Number 3, get tested, even before gatherings. If you have symptoms, if you may have been exposed, or before any unmasked gatherings, get tested. You still have time. If you're gathering with family or friends, including multiple households, or people from different regions from the state or country, the safest way to avoid unknowingly spreading COVID-19 is to gather in small groups in well-ventilated spaces, ensuring that everyone has been vaccinated and confirming that everyone recently tested negative. If your household is not yet part of our My Backpack program to send those over-the-counter tests to schools, remember there is no cost testing available statewide, including rapid tests in many locations. Number 4, very importantly, stay home if you are sick with COVID-19 or any symptoms of a respiratory illness. Stay home and away from other people. Find a way to connect with your family or friends over the phone or Zoom instead. I know it's not the same, and we were all looking forward to being in person, but I would highly encourage people to be cautious. If you do test positive, ask a doctor if you do qualify for the therapeutics, and visit the state COVID-19 website to find a monoclonal antibody location near you. We're coordinating the allocation of these monoclonal antibody therapies with a diverse group of providers across the state, and we've developed an outreach strategy for expansion. We may be ready to move on from the pandemic, and this virus, all of us are ready. But right now, it's proving once again just how unrelenting it can be, unless all of us take this seriously and do something to slow the spread. So please, if you're gathering with friends, family, or traveling, be extra vigilant
Get vaccinated, get tested, and wear a mask to keep your friends and your family safe. I would now like to introduce Dr. Schmidt, who's joining us from Spectrum. She is a pulmonary critical care specialist.
I'm an intensive care unit physician, and what I see every day is heartbreaking. I see school-aged children draped over the body of their parent with tear-streaked cheeks and bloodshot eyes, with their mother asking, "Why my husband?" Their parents asking, "Why my son?" What more could we have done? I wrote the first COVID-19 death certificate for Spectrum Health, and since the beginning of this pandemic, I have never taken care of a patient dying from the vaccine. I have taken care of dozens and dozens who are dead from this virus, nearly all unvaccinated. Healthy people in their 20s and 30s and 40s making their last FaceTime call to their loved ones while they're about to be put onto life support, knowing they have less than a 50-50 chance of survival. This is not a game. This is not about ratings or readership or polls. This is about 800,000 American lives, and this is preventable. The mRNA vaccines are the safest, most effective vaccines that humans have ever created. Based on over a decade of basic science research and billions of your tax dollars that brought it to fruition, it is a medical miracle of the modern age. We doctors are vaccinated. Our children are vaccinated. You will have to trust me when you or your relative comes to my intensive care unit and needs to be put on life support. Trust me now. Trust this vaccine. Mask, distance, but above all, vaccinate. Boost. We will only find our way through this if we do this together. I'd like to introduce my colleague from the Helen DeVos Children's Hospital Infectious Disease Program, Dr. Dalia Kuhn.
I wanted to thank Governor Whitmer for having us speak our testimonials today. And here are my comments. Early on in the pandemic, what we were really seeing were a lot of adults getting really sick. The patients that Dr. Schmidt was speaking to. But what we are seeing now is that many children are also getting sick enough to need hospitalization and sometimes requiring maximal life support. In addition to this, children can also develop a post-infectious complication called multi-system inflammatory syndrome, where multiple organ systems can shut down. It can be life-threatening, and it requires sometimes stays in the ICU. With this latest surge in Delta, we are seeing not just more cases, but more hospitalized cases. And time again, I've heard from parents who say, I just didn't think it could get this bad with my kids. And while the risk of severe infection and death is low in children, let's put that into context. It has now become the number 3 non-accidental cause of death, only behind cancer and heart disease in children. So it is not nothing. It's clear also that while kids don't get severe disease, they can readily transmit it to others. Classmates, parents, grandparents, both vaccinated and unvaccinated, and their siblings who don't have the opportunity to get the vaccine because they are just too young. So think about the next Miss Sports States or other extracurricular activities that the kids have to stay out of, sleepovers, fun times that all kids are missing out on at the moment, in addition to thinking about the more dire circumstances that are associated with severe COVID infections, missed days of schools, poor test scores. All of these are considerations. Not to mention the isolation that can occur from multiple isolation and quarantines that follow an infection with COVID-19 or exposure to COVID-19, resulting in lots of missed days of school and an increase in the mental health burden on our public health systems. So, the best way to protect each other, the best way to protect our children, and the best way to protect our loved ones is to all get vaccinated, all get boosted. Wash our hands frequently, wear masks, socially distance when we need to. Of all the kids that have been hospitalized with COVID-19 that I've taken care of, none of them have been have had vaccines. So they've all been unvaccinated patients. Children make up a substantial portion of the population. It's clear that children are a key part in making sure that we get past this pandemic. As a physician, I ask you to get your kids vaccinated. Be an ambassador if you've already had your own children vaccinated, and talk about how your kids have reacted to it or not reacted to it. As a physician, I have been vaccinated. I have certainly vaccinated my children, including my recently turned 5-year-old the day after he turned 5. I will do my best to take care of your children when they show up in the hospital, regardless of their vaccination status. Help me help our pediatric community in getting everyone, including your children, vaccinated. Together, we can help the children of West Michigan stay safe. Thank you. And up next is Dr. Cummings-Pulliam with her comments.
Good morning. I work with Miami Public Schools as a special education administrator. And in part of that role, I am the director of our Huntington Woods Early Childhood Center program for special education preschoolers. All of our educators and the students of our parents agree that it's most important to keep our children healthy. And
we're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
It is crucial that everyone who can get a booster gets a booster. Our preschoolers, many of them who are youngest Michiganders in school, are testing positive for COVID-19, and they're showing symptoms, which means they're getting sick, which wasn't the case before. Many of our preschoolers are absent, especially the last couple of months, due to COVID-19. And yes, our little guys are very resilient. However, they are exposing their parents and grandparents to the disease. They're exposing their classmates, our school population, our school staff, and some of them are not vetted where they can really stave off the more severe symptoms of COVID-19. And they are getting even more sick. It is my hope that we all make a commitment to take care of ourselves and one another and keep our schools open by getting a booster. And I am comforted by Governor Whitmer in that she shares in this goal of keeping our school community healthy and our schools safely open. I would like to introduce Alita Kelly, who is a business owner. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alita Kelly, and I'm the co-founder of Southeast Market, a grocery store on the southeast side of Grand Rapids. Owning a small business in times like these means making tough decisions, like how to navigate operations when one crucial staff or owner is compromised or exposed. My business partner contracted COVID last week, and for a small business with a small but tight-knit team like ours, one person out of the mix has large, heartbreaking implications. We're grateful for the leadership of our governor to advocate for us with all her diligence around vaccinations, as it's one of the best ways we can support our families, communities, and one of our best shots at keeping small businesses open. COVID dollars are coming to our county, but unfortunately for businesses led by people of color like ours, we have yet to see any of these funds. I hope that changes, but in this moment, we are depending on the power of our collective community action to do what is right for everyone. Just as it's clear that having access to healthy foods makes for a healthier community, having access to vaccines, along with the education around their impact, makes for stronger communities and local economies. Last night, I had a dream where my grandmas told me that we needed to reimagine public safety. We have an opportunity now to look at social determinants of health and address their role to inform how we keep our communities safe and healthy. I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation with leaders like our governor on how we can empower small business leaders in our community to stay in business so we can serve the communities we live, work, and learn in. Next, we have Pastor Jerry Bishop.
Thank you. Well, I'm fortunate to pastor in the 49507 area code, zip code. It's also very unfortunate that the area I pastor.
All right, that was the Michigan update there from health leaders as well as community leaders there in Michigan. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to take you out, just wrapped up here, the World Health Organization giving an update on the world view here of this COVID surge. We'll hear from them in just a moment right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. A live look at the White House, expecting a White House briefing in about 45 minutes. And then we're also expecting President Biden about 2:30 Eastern to talk about really the state of COVID-19 as the surge continues right now. I do want to give you some breaking news that we are following right now. This is in San Jose, California, where there are heavy police presence right now at the scene of a barricade incident where a man has brandished what is believed to be a rifle at several people near the UPS customer center. The male has barricaded himself in an RV, and you're taking a look here at a live ground shot right now, and we'll continue to follow this here for you, but this is once again near the UPS Customer Center Hub in San Jose, California, and you can see they're diverting traffic away from this area here, and we've got this roving camera right here giving you the very latest. Police on the scene, getting these UPS vehicles out of the way as well, and obviously this is quite some way away from the incident, as police don't want us to get that close for obvious reasons here, of a man there, what is believed to be a rifle, and he's pointing it at several people. And right now, we don't know too much more than that right now, but we'll continue to follow it for you right here, every way for you, right here on Live Now from Fox. If we get any more developments, of course, we'll bring it to you all in the mix right here. Also, it looking like we'll be getting a State Department briefing update pretty soon. We'll be keeping an eye on that. But in the meantime, I do want to show you the World Health Organization just wrapping up their briefing on the state of the world when it comes to COVID-19.
This special press briefing from the Director General, Dr. Tedros, for UN-accredited journalists here in Geneva. With this, I'll give the floor to Dr. Tedros for his opening remarks. Dr. Tedros.
Thank you, Tariq. So for now, I will only say good afternoon, because it's to say good afternoon. It's a pleasure to welcome our friends from the Palais back to WHO. The last time we hosted you in July last year, none of us could have imagined that almost 18 months later, we would still be in the grip of the pandemic. More than 3.3 million people have lost their lives to COVID-19 this year, more deaths than from HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis combined in 2020. And still, COVID-19 continues to claim around 50,000 lives every week. That's not to mention the unreported deaths and the millions of excess deaths caused by disruptions to essential health services. Africa is now facing a steep wave of infections, driven largely by the Omicron variant. Just a month ago, Africa was reporting its lowest number of cases in 18 months. Last week, it reported the fourth highest number of cases in a single week so far. There is now consistent evidence that Omicron is spreading significantly faster than the Delta variant. And it's more likely that people who have been vaccinated or have recovered from COVID-19 could be infected or reinfected. There can be no doubt that increased social mixing over the holiday period in many countries will lead to increased cases, overwhelmed health systems, and more deaths. All of us are sick of this pandemic. All of us want to spend time with friends and family. All of us want to get back to normal. The fastest way to do this is for all of us, leaders and individuals, to make the difficult decisions that must be made to protect ourselves and others. In some cases, that will mean canceling or delaying events, just as we have had to cancel the reception we plan to have with you today. But an event canceled is better than a life canceled. It's better to cancel now and celebrate later than to celebrate now and grieve later. None of us want to be here again in 12 months' time, talking about missed opportunities, continued inequity, or new variants. If we are to end the pandemic in the coming year, we must end inequity by ensuring 70% of the population of every country is vaccinated by the middle of next year. Last week, WHO issued emergency use listing for a ninth vaccine produced by the Serum Institute of India under license from Novavax. This new vaccine is part of the COVAX portfolio, and we hope that it will play an important role in achieving our global vaccination targets. As you know, COVID-19 is far from the only emergency to which WHO has responded this year. In Afghanistan, Cox's Bazar, DRC, Ethiopia, Syria, Yemen, and elsewhere, WHO is delivering humanitarian aid, supporting health systems, responding to outbreaks, and doing everything we can to save lives. And around the world, WHO is working with countries to restore and sustain essential health services disrupted by the pandemic. According to new data released this year, 23 million children missed out on routine vaccines in 2020, the largest number in over a decade, increasing risks from preventable diseases like measles and polio. However, 5 countries were able to introduce the human papillomavirus vaccine to prevent cervical cancer, and a further 9 are planning to introduce it over the next 6 months. And in September, we launched a global roadmap to defeat meningitis by 2030. The pandemic has also caused setbacks in our efforts to defeat the world's leading infectious diseases. There were an estimated 14 million more malaria cases and 47,000 more malaria deaths in 2020 compared to 2019. However, WHO certified 2 countries, China and El Salvador, as malaria-free this year, and a further 25 are on track to end malaria transmission by 2025. This year will also be remembered for WHO's recommendation for broad use of the world's first malaria vaccine, which could save tens of thousands of children's lives every year. Services for non-communicable diseases have also been hit hard. More than half of countries surveyed between June and October this year reported disruptions to services for diabetes, cancer screening and treatment, and management of hypertension. With 2021 marking the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin, WHO added long-acting insulin analogs and quality-assured biosimilars to the essential medicines list, paving the way for increased access and lower prices for these life-saving tools. On tobacco use, we continue to see positive trends. 2 years ago, only 32 countries were on track to lower tobacco use by 30% between 2010 and 2025. Now, 60 countries are on course to achieve the target reduction. On air pollution, we launched new global air quality guidelines in September, with clear evidence of the damage air pollution inflicts on human health at even lower concentrations than previously known. Just last week, more than 4,500 participants at the Global Conference on Health Promotion endorsed the Geneva Charter for Wellbeing, outlining key areas of action for driving a paradigm shift in disease prevention and health promotion that, if implemented, could reduce premature mortality by 50%. And to mark International Migrants' Day on Saturday, WHO has launched new standards to support countries to provide better health services to refugees and migrants.
All right, those were just some of the updates there from the World Health Organization. I do want to continue to show you the shots that we are getting from San Jose, California here of this incident at a UPS customer care facility right now, where there is still this police investigation and really incident where they are saying that a man in an RV has a rifle, and as you can see here, police trying to continue to divert traffic away from there. We're learning also that the police still negotiating with the suspect. UPS employees have sheltered in place right now, and this is how they are being diverted here around this area at the UPS Customer Center in San Jose, California. So somebody upset here in this area, and now we have a full-on investigation here with negotiators trying to have this person with a rifle have some sense and end this now in a very positive way, so it doesn't get negative and something bad can happen here. So there you go, the shot there of the UPS Customer Center. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We bring you live breaking news as it's happening, all in real time, live, raw, and always unfiltered. When breaking news occurs, you know we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. But this is the scene that we are seeing right now from this ground shot, where you got police and the people that are inside this facility, they are sheltered in place. There is a man just right outside of the UPS Customer Center, and believed to be barricaded himself in an RV. And that is the incident right now. The camera a little bit shaky. That's because it is live, and that's what we do here. So sometimes a shot could go black. We could throw up color bars. Anything can happen, but we ask you always to stay with us as we'll try to reestablish a shot best we can when this is all happening here. But live, raw, and always fluid here for you, giving you these updates and trying to get it to you in real time, everybody. So we'll definitely be continuing to keep an eye on this situation. Very fluid here at the time, and we'll keep an eye on it and give you updates throughout the afternoon right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. And now we're just getting the podium shot here of the White House. We are expecting the press secretary to come out at the bottom of this hour to talk about several things, kind of give us a roadmap and a preview of what President Biden will be talking about in about 90 minutes about his administration's plans going forward for the winter months here to really combat COVID-19. We do know that he will be making that announcement where there will be 500 million free tests available, at-home tests for Americans there, and the rollout will begin in January. So we'll be giving you those updates all in real time, everybody, right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, another shot that we have available to us right now. We're getting some update that I want to go back out to you. This was in the Houston area. Remember, we were giving you an update of a plane crash. Well, now we're learning some new information. A plane not only crashed, but it hit a paraglider. And that was the incident that happened earlier, but now it looks like they might be on a different scene right here. So we'll keep an eye on that. A lot of news, obviously, to get to. We're also in the courtroom right now for the Kim Potter trial here as the jury continues to deliberate, and we'll continue to have any developments that come from that as well. So a lot of moving parts coming in this next hour, in this couple of hours. Of course, we're monitoring everything coming out of San Jose with this investigation and trying to get this guy that is barricaded himself in an RV right by the UPS Customer Care Center in San Jose, and diverting traffic right now and sheltering in place inside. So we'll continue to give you all of the updates right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, it looks like we do have that shot there near the Houston area, again, of this accident plane involved with a paraglider as well. We got you all covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Back out live here for you on Live Now from Fox, showcasing the breaking news elements that are happening in San Jose, California. These shots are live raw, so that's why you're seeing the shot go zigzagging right now. We might have to pull off there for just a second, but okay, it looks like we got it reestablished here. But you're seeing this incident play out right now in real time here as negotiators continue to try to talk to this guy who barricaded himself inside an RV near the UPS customer center right now, and you can see some members there in SWAT as well. Also, this happening about 7:40 this morning here. That's when the first initial call came at about 9:30. Police say they had the tactical negotiators on the scene. So this has been going on now for several hours right now. Road is closed in both directions right outside of this facility as they try to work with this individual who has some sort of problem, barricaded himself in the RV, and now does not want to comply with officers' demands here. So a very fluid situation. You can see the camera operator there trying to get all the different shots available as well. I want to show you just a map here of the area that we have right outside there of just showing you just some of the area around it. You got industrial area with other businesses nearby. You got the UPS customer center. That's where we are focusing in on, but you got a tire service as well, and you got other industrial parts as well, auto parts and more there. So we'll keep an eye definitely on this story that continues to evolve right now. Very fluid right now. You just don't know what's going to happen. So we always say viewer discretion is advised, and we'll be keeping an eye definitely on this story here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Okay, also, we are monitoring right here at the White House, where we are expecting Jen Psaki at the bottom of the hour. We'll be featuring that for you. And then, of course, in about an hour and 15 minutes, we will have President Biden as well. So a lot coming up here in this next hour, and an hour and a half. We'll be featuring it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, everybody, want to go out to Philadelphia. TSA officials talking about the holiday travel surge that is happening right now. Let's listen to that.
And I'd like to bring you some holiday travel tips to help you get on your way safely, securely this holiday season. The first thing I'm going to recommend is that you get to the airport early, at least 2 hours early for a domestic flight and 3 hours early for international flight. That'll give you plenty of time to get through all of the different processes, parking, security, and get down to your gates. The next thing is I have to remind everybody to wear your mask. Mask mandates are still in effect and will be until mid-March. There is an aggressive enforcement policy and campaign in effect. That's in all areas at the airport, the terminals, the ticket counters, down in the gates, and on board the airplane. And last thing, spend some time thinking about what you pack and what you bring to the airport before you get here. Things like some of the items that we have here on the table will slow the process down. Don't bring things like ammunition, don't bring things like knives, don't bring things that are going to cause you a problem when you get to the security checkpoints. Have your documents out and ready. Make sure that you and your family have all the documents you need, your boarding passes, your QR codes, whatever it might be to get through security. These things will greatly expedite your process through and get you on your way quickly, safely, and securely. Thank you. I'll step up here. A couple of things. So it's Lisa Farbstein, F-A-R-B-S-T-E-I-N. I'm a spokesperson with Transportation Security Administration. So one of the things we want to stress is the fact that you have to wear a mask. The mask mandate is in effect until mid-March, and quite honestly, I recommend you bring an extra one. I know that when I fly, I like to have an extra mask. Actually, I like to have a couple extra masks. I use one for the flight, and then I use a fresh one when I arrive at my destination. Also, of course, in case there is a mask malfunction, you might want to have an extra one handy as well. So do keep that in mind. When you do come to the airport, you need to be wearing a mask at all times. And when you get to the checkpoint, if you're not wearing a mask, the TSA officer will ask you to put your mask on. If you don't have a mask, the TSA officer will offer you a free one. So most people bring their own masks, and if they don't have one, they're very happy to take a free one from TSA. We want to also stress the importance of knowing what should go in your carry-on bag versus your check bag. A lot of people are flying with foods this time of year, and if the food is a solid item, then indeed what they can do is they can put that in their carry-on bag. So you see here, even a fruit cake is a solid, and even the fruit cake can go in your carry-on bag. For checked items, if they're liquids, if they're spreadable, then that's what you want to put in your check bag. If you're not sure if something should go in your check bag or carry-on bag as it relates to food, again, solids go in your carry-on, and something liquid, spreadable, gel, that should go in your check bag. Basically, if you can spill it, spread it, spray it, pump it, or pour it, then it should go into your check bag. This time of year, we know that snow globes are a traditional holiday gift. Snow globes, especially see this one, has lots of liquid in it, and if it has more than 3.4 ounces of liquid, then it should definitely go into your check bag. So you'll need to pack that extra carefully. People are also traveling with gifts this time of year, and so you see we have a display of gift bags and gift boxes. That's the way to go. If you are traveling with a gift and it's wrapped, and for some reason it triggers an alarm, the TSA officer has to resolve that alarm, which means that the gift will need to be unwrapped. You know what? We don't want to be the Grinch opening the gift. We want the recipient of the gift to be the one who opens it. So we recommend packing your gifts in beautiful boxes. They're recyclable, reusable, or gift bags. Also recyclable, reusable. Let me show you why. So here's a gift box. So let's say that this is wrapped in wrapping paper. So if this is wrapped in wrapping paper and it triggers an alarm, the TSA officer is going to have to unwrap it to help resolve the alarm. Now if it's in a box or a bag, they just have to open it. And so let's say this one triggered an alarm, and you can see there was something prohibited inside. So that's why. They just want to make sure that everything that goes through the checkpoint is allowed and is not prohibited or illegal.
also just want to re-emphasize one other thing he said, and the importance of getting to the airport early. We expect to screen about 30 million people nationwide from basically yesterday through January 3rd. Airports are going to be crowded. You're going to see lines everywhere. You might have trouble parking. Might take you a little longer to park. Might take you a little longer to return a rental car. Might take you a little longer when you're checking your bags at the airline check-in counter. And of course, that's all before you even get to the checkpoint. So keep that in mind. Get to the airport early. So we're going to be available to do one-on-ones, and of course you can film some B-roll, here or over there. Thank you.
All right, those were the updates from officials right here on Live Now from Fox. As we get closer to Christmas, more and more people will be hitting the airports to get to their loved ones come this weekend. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break, about 15 minutes away from a White House briefing. We'll keep you updated when that happens. Also waiting on a State Department briefing that'll be happening in a little bit. We'll feature that for you a little bit later in the afternoon right here on Live Now from Fox. But really the focus of today, really the top stories that we're covering for you is the new surge there in COVID-19. Waiting for the White House briefing, awaiting also President Biden to be making some remarks. I do want to play out just a little bit of Dr. Anthony Fauci from the other day giving his latest assessment on this new surge that we are seeing. We'll hear a little bit from him as we wait for the White House briefing.
Any documented cases of transmission solely by that means alone. The risk is greatest in areas with poor ventilation, but also with behaviors such as exercise, hence the danger in gymnasiums, singing, hence the danger in choirs and choruses, as well as prolonged indoor exposure. Next slide. With regard to the epidemiology and the spread, there are some very unique aspects of this particular virus. One, at least a third and maybe 40% of all patients who develop this infection never develop symptoms at all. Extremely unusual for a virus that has the capability of killing 800,000 people in the United States. Next slide. Another unique aspect is that about 60% of all transmissions occur from someone who has no symptoms, either someone who will never develop symptoms or someone who is in the pre-symptomatic stage of infection. Next slide. With regard to the clinical course, next slide, for those who do develop symptoms, the presentation is very similar to a flu-like syndrome, with the signs and symptoms as shown on this slide and the relative percentages. One unique aspect is the peculiar loss of smell and taste, which precedes the onset of respiratory symptoms and can often linger beyond the time of the resolution of the rest of the syndrome. Next slide. Again, for those who do develop symptoms, about 81% are mild to moderate and about 15 to 20% are severe and critical, leading to a case fatality rate of anywhere from 2 to 3% up to about 20% in those who require respiratory assistance, such as mechanical ventilation. Next slide. For the people who get an increased risk of severe illness, that's older adult people of any age with certain underlying conditions, particularly obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and chronic lung and cardiovascular disease. Next slide. When those do get severe manifestation, it is generally dominated by the acute respiratory distress syndrome. But as we've accumulated more clinical experience, it's clear that there are neurological disorders, cardiac and kidney disease, pathogenic processes such as hypercoagulability with microthrombi in small vessels, and a hyperinflammatory syndrome, usually in the course of the disease when it is far advanced. Children can experience a multisystem inflammatory syndrome, very reminiscent to a syndrome called Kawasaki's disease described many years ago. Next slide. There is post-COVID conditions, some that are easily explainable by residual organ system damage, and others which have signs and symptoms that last anywhere from weeks to months following the clearing of the acute syndrome and are characterized by signs and symptoms that are not explainable by a readily apparent pathogenic process. And this includes extreme fatigue, often induced by exercise, muscle aches, unexplained tachycardia, sleep disturbances, and something referred to as brain fog, or an inability to focus or concentrate one's thoughts. Next slide. These are some of the commonly reported signs and symptoms of post-COVID conditions. Again, these are all unexplainable by identifiable laboratory abnormality or identifiable pathogenic process. Next slide. Now we'll just spend a moment or two on therapeutics. Next slide. They divide it into two components. One is to treat the virus itself. We have an FDA-approved intravenously administered antiviral called remdesivir. I'll get to others in a moment. A number of monoclonal antibodies have shown to be highly effective in both treatment and prevention of this disease. And there are a number of others that are used late in the course of disease to moderate the host responses, such as the commonly used dexamethasone and a number of other products that interfere with the inflammatory cascade. Next slide. However, most recently, we have put a major effort into targeting vulnerable targets on the SARS-CoV-2 replication cycle and designing drugs to inhibit these vulnerable targets. Next slide. This slide may look confusing, but it really is simple. The big circle is a cell in the body. The small circles are the virus. When the virus enters the cell, it goes through multiple processes for its self-propagation. These are shown in the yellow highlight. One can design inhibitors, for example, of the enzyme protease, which the virus needs to replicate, or polymerase, which the virus also needs to replicate. Next slide. Using this process, a number of drugs, the most important of which have been identified to directly block the virus. One in particular, is Paxlovid, which is a protease inhibitor developed by Pfizer, which in a clinical study of a placebo-controlled trial showed a remarkable almost 90% reduction in hospitalization or death compared to placebo. Next slide. Now let's turn to vaccines. If there is one success story associated with this outbreak, it's the development of safe and highly effective vaccines in an unprecedented short period of time. Next slide. In fact, this has prompted Science magazine to deem the development of COVID-19 vaccines as the science breakthrough of the year among all scientific accomplishments in that year. Next slide. So now we have a number of highly successful vaccines, 3 separate platforms. You're all familiar with the mRNA, but there's also vector platforms and recombinant proteins. There have been a number of companies involved with the development of vaccines in the United States. One is already fully approved, the BioNTech mRNA. The Moderna mRNA is up to get an emergency use authorization and has it, now waiting for a full BLA. J&J has an emergency use authorization, and others are in line with applications for EUA, which stands for emergency use authorization. Next slide. This success has been complicated, not obviated at all, but complicated by the appearance of different variants. Next slide. The variant that is now dominating the picture, but will soon be overtaken, as I'll mention in a moment, is the Delta variant. Next slide. Which up until recently had more than 95% of the isolates that were sequenced in the United States were Delta. Next slide. Over 175 countries have dominant variant of Delta. But as we know, this has changed. Delta was very important, next slide, because it is very transmissible, 2 times more transmissible than the previous Alpha variant, with very high viral loads isolated from the upper airway, which explains its increased transmissibility. Next slide. But most recently, the world has been shocked by the appearance of a variant that is even more transmissible than the very troublesome Delta variant. First isolated in Southern Africa, it is now dominating in Africa, has taken over in England, and right now, as I speak to you, in the United States, more and more of the isolates that are being identified and sequenced are of Omicron. Next slide. The reason why it is so formidable, these 2 rather complicated looking structures are the spike protein of the virus. On the left is the Delta variant, and on the right is the Omicron. The little lines that are coming out with letters like D614G and T547K, those are amino acid substitutes that are resulting from mutations. Note the extraordinarily larger number of mutations on Omicron, which has made it very difficult in transmissibility, in evasion of immune response, as well as the possibility of pathogenesis. Next slide. So if you look at all of these 3 questions, we know that it is highly transmissible. And I'm going to show you some data on each of these. Next slide. This is the rolling 7-day average of cases in South Africa beginning in the very end of November, when South Africa was relatively quiescent in the number of cases. And then seemingly out of nowhere, there was almost a vertical spike. We know now that that's all Omicron. Next slide. This is a heat map which looks blurry, but it really tells us something very important. Go left. The peach color represents Delta. And going from left to right are the months: April, May, June, July, August, September, October. In the middle of the summer, Delta went down, and you had a number of other variants represented by these different colors. And then all of a sudden, the blue color on the far right spiked up and completely blew everything else off the scene. So now it's all Omicron in South Africa. Next slide. The same is true in Denmark. I just got off the phone this morning with my colleagues in the United Kingdom. They're seeing the same thing: increasing dominance by Omicron. Next slide. Now, we've done neutralization studies as well as looking at the clinical impact of what happens when you boost an individual over their 2 doses of, for example, an mRNA. Next slide.
So you've been listening in to Dr. Fauci right there talking about the Omicron variant as it's surging across the country. This, as President Biden is expected to be stepping up here anytime soon. And then Press Secretary Jen Psaki will also be alongside him. President Biden expected to announce a purchase of $500 million at-home rapid COVID-19 tests and a plan to distribute them free to Americans who request them through a website. This would be just one of many new steps that he says he's going to unveil to the country as cases are surging, as you heard from the top infectious disease specialist there. So this will happen at any moment, and we'll take you out live to it as we get it. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett from our Phoenix, Arizona studios here. It's 11:30 in Phoenix, and it is also supposed to be the time for the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki, but they're running a little bit behind schedule, which means President Biden, for his major address coming up in an hour, will likely be pushed back as well. He's expected to announce a purchase of $500 million at-home rapid COVID-19 tests and a plan to distribute them for free to Americans. The 500 million new tests are going to be made available next month and will likely reach Americans through the mail. So they'll be breaking down the details of that along with some of the other plans that they're expected to unveil as the Omicron variant is making a lot of people unsure about what the holiday season is going to look like. Dr. Fauci speaking yesterday more in depth about the variant, what we know at this time. We're going to play out the rest of that for you. And then when we see Jen Psaki take the podium there and start speaking, we'll go out to it live.
Focus only on the purple bar that says Omicron. 21 days after the second dose of an mRNA, the protection, which is on the vertical axis, which stands for pseudovirus neutralizing titer, which is a long way of saying the ability of your antibodies to neutralize the virus. It's markedly diminished with Omicron. But when you go to the right, which is 1 month after the third booster shot, notice how the purple bar reconstitutes right back up with the other variants, indicating the necessity for boosting to get optimum protection. Next slide. The same holds true here when you look at neutralization and what happens when you boost. You see the blue square triangles where it says 1 month and 5 months after a 2-dose vaccine. Look what happens to those blue lines when you get the boost. The protection against Omicron goes from minimal on the left under 1 month, 5 months, to maximal on the right under booster. Next slide. The same thing holds true here. When you look at 2 weeks post a dose 2, the level of antibody to Omicron in the blue shade is very low, almost undetectable. 2 weeks after the boost, it goes right back up to a highly protective level. Next slide. We've done selected clinical studies. Next slide. If you look here, the effectiveness against the virus with the Omicron wave diminishes to about 33%. Against hospitalization, it's still around 70%, but that's a very serious drop from the 93% in the pre-Omicron stage. Next slide. However, we know when you boost, you can dramatically diminish that impediment of protection. So what this slide shows you, if you look at the tan shaded line, those are people who have gotten a 2-dose mRNA without a boost. What they're measuring is the hazard ratio of getting a significant mortality. On the blue line is what happens with the boost. It almost brings down to undetectable that level of mortality. Next slide. And showing here the same thing. When you look at the red circles, the Omicron, it goes way down after the second boost. But look on the far right, after the booster shot, it goes right back up, comparable to the Delta. Next slide. So what's the bottom line of what I've been telling you about Omicron? It compromises the effects of a 2-dose vaccine against protection of overall infection, but you still maintain some protection against severe disease. And everything I've showed you about in vitro and clinical studies indicate that boosters are critical in reconstituting protection. And our booster vaccine regimens work. And we don't think there's a need for a variant-specific booster. And that's the reason why you hear me and my colleagues speak so often about the importance of booster shots. Next slide. So what about the risk of Omicron superimposed upon Delta? Clearly, as shown on the left, the unvaccinated have a high risk. But as you go from fully vaccinated to fully vaccinated plus boosted, you can see the risk of severe disease becomes extremely low compared to the unvaccinated. Next slide. And so what is the end game for as we enter 2022 and beyond? Obviously, we're not certain of it, but next slide. If you look at the different phases of an outbreak, from the bottom up, we're never going to eradicate this. We've only eradicated one virus, and that's small. Elimination may be too aspirational because we've only done that with infections in which we've had a massive vaccination campaign, like polio and measles, where even though we haven't eradicated it from the planet, we still have now no cases, with few exceptions, in the United States. So next slide, what are we focusing on? We're focusing on control, namely a level of infection that isn't zero, but that with the combination of the vast majority of the population vaccinated and boosted, together with those who recovered from infection and hopefully also boosted, that we will get a level of control that will be non-interfering with our lives, our economy, and the kinds of things we would do, namely to get back to some degree of normality. The only way we're going to get there is if we do what we've been recommending very repetitively and intensively: vaccination, booster, mitigation with masks in congregate settings. And over time, we feel confident that we will get this under control. Next slide. So I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Wow, every time I hear you talk, I feel like I'm being taken back to my college days, my biology class in college, or my advanced biology class when I was in high school. This is just an amazing time that we're in. And you joined us back in April, and frankly, I got to tell you, right now it seems like we're having a very unpleasant case of deja vu. What is it? And I know you addressed this in your presentation, but what are we doing wrong?
I don't think we're doing anything wrong in the sense of big mistakes. We're dealing with an incredibly formidable virus. But if I were to pick out one thing that we as a nation are not doing optimally, it's the extraordinary situation where you have a highly effective vaccine that is very safe, and you have 50 million people in the country who refuse to get vaccinated, many of which are motivated purely by differences in political ideology, which is really unacceptable when you're in the middle of a deadly outbreak. If there ever was a time when you wanted the nation to focus on fighting the common enemy, and the common enemy is the virus, not ourselves, it is really extraordinary that we are having interference with public health principles for reasons that have nothing to do with public health.
Politico asked John Barry, and you know he's the author of The Great Influenza, how the Biden administration can practice the basic tenets of public health communication, that's, you know, planning for the worst and always telling the truth, without sowing more division and distrust in the government and in science. What do you think the answer to that question is?
Well, there is no good answer to that question. The Biden administration has been driven purely by scientific and public health principles, and for reasons that are very complicated sociologically and politically. Those core public health principles are being interpreted as an encroachment upon people's freedom. And it has nothing to do with freedom. It has to do with protecting yourself and your family from a potentially deadly disease that has killed already over 800,000 Americans, but also relinquishing your societal responsibility to be part of the solution instead of part of the problem. And when someone says, well, I'm taking my own chances It is my body. I'll worry about it. Nobody should tell me that I need to get vaccinated or that I should wear a mask in an indoor setting. Well, that might be fine for you because you have confidence that you're not going to get seriously ill, which quite frankly, hospitals are full of people who made that mistake. And so are graveyards full of people that have made that mistake. But beyond that, you just don't realize that you don't live in a vacuum. You live in a society. And if you get infected, you could transmit that to someone else who might be vulnerable, who might be an elderly person, might be someone with an underlying condition, that actually you're playing a role in transmitting that infection to them, even though you yourself are not particularly bothered by that infection. That's the reason to prevent yourself from getting infected.
I got to tell you, I thought it was very interesting when you said that 60% of all transmissions come from those who don't have symptoms. So that means that folks could actually be carrying the virus around and not realize it, right?
Well, not only right, that's absolutely what is going on. And that's why you see case report after case report of people gathering. Nobody feels sick. Everybody's having a good time. And 50% of the people get infected just from that gathering, because clearly there was one or more person in that gathering who had no symptoms and had no idea that they were infected, which is the reason for wearing a mask when you are in an indoor congregate setting and you do not know the vaccination status of the people in your environment.
That's incredible. So, holiday season, everybody's traveling to see grandma and parents for the holidays. Is it safe to gather and travel for the holidays? And are there precautions or specific steps that we should be taking before we get together for the holiday?
Yeah. Vaccination and booster is the biggest thing you can do. And when you do travel, make sure that when you are in congregate settings, like a crowded airport, that you keep your mask on at all times. When you get on the plane, it will be required that you wear a mask. But people sometimes make the mistake of taking their mask off when they're in a congregate crowded section. The other thing one can do is you can go the extra mile and get tested before you have a family gathering or a group. Get tested the day before or the day of getting together. But vaccinated and boosted people, when the family members are vaccinated, should feel very comfortable in getting together and enjoying a holiday meal or a holiday get-together.
I think many people want to go the extra mile, at least I know I do, but there's a shortage of rapid tests, long lines at testing sites. I have to ask you, were we not prepared for this kind of a surge in terms of thinking about, I mean, we've talked a lot about being vaccinated, we've talked a lot about boosters, but in terms of testing, like at-home testing, rapid testing, there seem to be severe limits on places to find a rapid test. I mean, you can't just walk into CVS now and see them on the shelf. They're kind of hard to come by.
Well, that's correct. But if you look at what things were like a year ago, it's infinitely better now than it was, but it's still not where we want it to be. You have to admit that.
Right.
The government has now put out 10,000 centers that are giving away free tests, have invested $3 billion to make 200 million to 500 million tests available per month. That's gone a long way, but you're absolutely correct. It's spotty. In some places, you can easily get a test, but in other places, you can't. And I know that. I've tried myself.
Yeah. Well, so why? Okay. So in my mind, I'm thinking if there are, how many testing sites did you just say?
10,000.
10,000. So is there a Google map that post where those 10,000 testing sites are? Is there a .gov site that, you know, where people can go to find out where where their nearest testing site is?
You know, I know you can go online to CVS and Walgreens, and they will tell you whether they have tests in stock and when you can get them.
Okay.
That's easy to do.
Do you think that the White House might invoke the Defense Production Act to produce more tests, or have you suggested that to the president?
No, because they've already essentially put billions of dollars to do just that. And when companies are going at full speed, the Defense Production Act can't make them go at more full speed than they're already going. The Defense Production Act, it tells you, you know, drop everything else and do this.
Right.
But they're already dropping everything else and doing this.
So you've been listening in to Dr. Anthony Fauci just yesterday speaking about the COVID-19, the Omicron variant, which is causing concern for a lot of Americans just ahead of the holidays. Taking you out to a couple of these live looks that we have, the White House press briefing still delayed at this point. We're going into now 30 minutes delayed, and the president himself expected to speak in just about 40 minutes. So likely that will be pushed back as well. But when we do have it, we'll take it live for you. Also, a different look that we have here as jurors are now weighing charges against Kim Potter for killing Daunte Wright. This is a look inside of the courtroom as they are currently sequestered, and they are trying to decide this case. They are likely staying at a hotel, returning to the courthouse. This is their now second day of deliberations. In closing arguments yesterday, they were saying that Potter shouldn't be sent to prison for shooting, and they say that it was simply just a mistake. So jurors definitely have their work cut out for them in this case. Could be any time that a verdict comes out. So we've got our eyes on this courtroom if there's any type of movement. We also have a press briefing from the Pentagon right now, and so we'll be going back out to that a little bit later after this commercial break. But we're going to take, like I said, a 2-minute break, and hopefully more news to be coming on this Tuesday. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, taking you back out to a couple of these live looks that we have right now as the White House briefing has been postponed and probably will be postponed for a little bit longer here once we see it. We'll take it live for you, but we do have Secretary Blinken, which we are going to listen into as he is live, and then we'll hop into anything new coming out of the White House as President Biden is supposed to be speaking today on COVID-19.
The last time I was in this briefing room, I faced some appropriate questions about our ability to continue to facilitate the departure of American citizens and others to whom we have a special commitment. In the months since, we've made good on that promise, including our pledge to help any U.S. citizen who wants to leave. Since September 1, we've helped nearly 500 Americans depart Afghanistan. That's virtually every blue passport holder who remained in Afghanistan after August 31st, who has said they want to depart and was ready to do so. And we'll keep at it. We'll also keep working to address the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Afghanistan through our aid as the single largest provider of assistance to the people of Afghanistan, as well as through our diplomacy. Finally, we invested in the State Department to make it an even stronger, more effective, more agile, more diverse institution that can deliver for the American people in what is an increasingly complex and competitive world. Building our capacity to lead in areas of diplomacy that will matter more and more to our people in the years ahead, like global health, like climate, like technology, like economics. And as we do, we'll never take our eye off the ball when it comes to strategic competition, upholding our democratic values and human rights, working for peace. We launched a sweeping modernization agenda, including our intent to establish a new cybersecurity and digital policy bureau and special envoy for and emerging technology to help us make sure that the digital revolution serves our people, protects our interests, boosts our competitiveness, and upholds our values. New resources to enable the largest hiring increase in a decade and a significant increase in our IT budget. Foreign service positions dedicated to economic and climate issues, and new initiatives to win the competition for talent and advance diversity, inclusion, equity, and accessibility. This year, we also appointed the State Department's first Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, because our diplomatic corps should reflect our nation's full diversity, talent, and experience. And across everything we do, our number one priority is the safety and well-being of our people. Later today, I'll visit the Executive Medical Center at Johns Hopkins, where some of our colleagues who have suffered from anomalous health incidents are getting treatment. All of us at the State Department and across the U.S. government are intently focused on getting to the bottom of what and who is causing these incidents, caring for those who've been affected, protecting our people. Critical to the success of our foreign policy are the investments we're making in ourselves here at home, in education, infrastructure, research and development, and health. Domestic renewal fuels our competitiveness, and it elevates America's standing in the world. Put it all together, and there is no question that we're stronger now than we were 11 months ago. We're stronger in the world, we're stronger at home, we're on stronger footing when it comes to COVID, climate, and other urgent challenges. And we're in a stronger geopolitical position to deal with countries like China and Russia as they seek to undermine the international system that we've built and led, a system that has made the world freer, more prosperous, more secure, more connected, and has allowed our country and people to thrive. We've got a profound stake in upholding that system and standing up for the rule of law, for democratic values and human rights, a level playing field that gives everyone a fair chance to compete and to succeed. And we'll continue to drive that positive vision with our allies and partners right alongside us. Just about all the work that I've named here today will continue in 2022. Ending this pandemic and strengthening global health security, making sure the standards, hardware, and policies for new technology secure our competitive edge and improve the lives and livelihoods of our people while keeping them safe and our democracy strong. Defending and strengthening the rules-based order against those who would tear it down. Building a State Department ready to lead on 21st century challenges. We're much better positioned to make strong progress on those challenges than we were when we began, because we're building on the foundation we laid this year. And I'm proud and grateful to all the diplomats and development experts who've worked so hard to make that happen and who represent the very best that our country has to offer. This year we said goodbye to two giants of American diplomacy, George Shultz and Colin Powell. They both loved the State Department. The State Department loved them. They both believed in the power of diplomacy. And they both knew that the State Department doesn't exist to deal with problems elsewhere, to focus out there on the rest of the world, but rather to deliver for the American people, to solve the challenges that affect their lives, to create opportunities that will make their futures brighter. Those are beliefs that we wholeheartedly embrace in this administration. And I know they're shared across our political aisle. So I want to thank Congress for confirming a large slate of our nominees over the weekend. No administration in American history has had fewer confirmed ambassadors and senior officials than ours. And we need our full team on the field right away to protect our interests and our people. It has been an honor to serve the American people this year as part of our outstanding diplomatic workforce. It's also been an honor to travel with many of you here in this room, to take your questions up here at this podium from time to time. Thank you for your dedicated, persistent work to keep the American people and people around the world informed about what we do here and to hold us to account. So, I hope you all have a very healthy, restorative break. I wish you all a very happy new year. I look forward to getting to work next year. But meanwhile, I'm happy to take some questions.
Michelle. You've had a few months to reflect on what went wrong in Afghanistan. And I wonder what regrets you have about how you handled the diplomacy surrounding it, and what concerns you have, whether you've lost credibility among your allies in the way that it ended, and what you intend to do to head off a humanitarian catastrophe there, given that the U.S. still has a lot of Afghanistan's money frozen in bank accounts here.
When it comes to regrets, to looking back, there'll be a lot of time for that in the years ahead. Right now, we're focused on what we're doing, what we need to do, on action to move our foreign policy forward, to move our national security forward, to deal with the challenges that are in front of us. Now, I also ordered a review of our Afghanistan policy and the implementation of that policy, starting in 2020 and going through the relocation and evacuation. As I think you know, one of our most respected, now retired diplomats, Dan Smith, will be leading that effort, and I look forward to learning what he and his team learn in terms of the lessons to take from that experience. Others are also rightly looking at the last 20 years of our policy in Afghanistan to try to draw lessons from that, what went right, what went wrong, and how we take that going forward. But to your point, what I am focused on right now is the situation in Afghanistan, including the humanitarian situation. We continue to be the largest single provider of humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan. We've issued multiple now general licenses to make sure that other countries, institutions can feel free to move forward with their assistance and not be concerned about the application or implementation of sanctions against them. We've participated in the release of about $280 million recently in the Afghan trust fund monies that are there. And we are looking intensely at ways to put more liquidity into the Afghan economy, to get more money into people's pockets, and doing that with international institutions, with other countries and partners, trying to put in place the right mechanisms to do that in a way that doesn't directly benefit the Taliban, but does go directly to the people. We're very conscious of the fact that there is an incredibly difficult humanitarian situation right now, one that could get worse as winter sets in. And so that's an area of intense focus for us, working closely with allies and partners. We're also, of course, focused on ensuring that the Taliban make good on the expectations of the international community when it comes to continuing to allow people who wish to leave Afghanistan to do so, when it comes to upholding the rights of all Afghan citizens, but notably women and girls and minorities, when it comes to not engaging in reprisals, when it comes to making good on their commitments to counterterrorism coming from Afghanistan. So all of those things are front and center on our agenda. We're working them virtually every day with international partners around the world.
Andrew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Russia is increasing its demands on NATO. Today, the defense minister is saying that U.S. mercenaries are plotting a provocation in the Donbass, which some would say could be a pretext for some sort of invasion. The question is, since the president talked to President Putin, it seems as though the buildup is continuing, the threats are continuing from Vladimir Putin. So, at this point, how do you counter the Russian aggression? Are you concerned about something that would be less than a military invasion, that in some sort of a gray area where it might be more difficult? What would the U.S. response to that be in the Donbass, for instance? And there were reports that the U.S. and the U.K. are on high alert for a potential Russian cyber attack on critical infrastructure in Ukraine, which has happened in previous years during the holiday season, to either weaken the Zelensky government as a predicate before an invasion, or as an alternative to a military, a kinetic attack, which would be harder to retaliate against. So the bottom line is, how is diplomacy going to deal with this increasing Russian threat, which doesn't seem to be minimized at all by the talks, by the presidential talks? And
Andrea,
threats.
we're engaged in diplomacy and deterrence at the same time. These two things go hand in hand. As you know, just to step back for a second, President Biden, when he first met with President Putin in Geneva some months ago, and you were there, said to President Putin that our strong preference is for a more predictable and stable relationship between Russia and the United States. But if Russia continues to engage in reckless or aggressive actions, we will respond, and we'll respond strongly. Since then, we've seen this build up again around Ukraine. That is of deep concern, not just to us, but to allies and partners in Europe and beyond. And we've seen plans that Russia has to commit renewed acts of aggression against Ukraine that it could implement on very short order. And so we've done two things. We have worked in very close coordination with allies and partners, not only to show the shared concern, but to put in place what would be a very meaningful and massive response if Russia commits renewed acts of aggressions. We've seen, and I think you've seen, statements coming out of NATO, the European Union, the G7, all making clear that there would be massive consequences. That's the language used, massive consequences for Russia if it engages in further acts of aggression against Ukraine. At the same time, President Biden's made clear that there's a much better path, and that is diplomacy. And we're committed to engaging in that if Russia is too. And to that end, President spoke to President Putin, as you know, a couple of weeks ago by video conference. There were follow-on conversations, notably between the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and his Russian counterpart. And as the White House noted yesterday, we have said, and Russia has also said, that we're prepared to engage diplomatically through multiple channels. The existing strategic stability dialogue that we have with Russia, between Russia and the United States, through the NATO-Russia Council on issues of particular concern to NATO, and through the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, that has as its members, among others, all of our European allies and partners, Ukraine, the United States, and Russia. And I think you'll see relatively early in the new year engagements in all of those areas to see if we can advance the differences diplomatically. Russia has said, and it put out some papers on this, that it has grievances, demands, concerns. Well, so does the United States and all of our European partners about Russia's conduct, the actions it's taken. All of that will be on the table. And if we can make our way forward diplomatically, that is far preferable. Last thing I'll say on this is that in all of this, we are in absolute solidarity, coordination, consultation with allies and partners. We are doing nothing about them, without them. All of this is being done together, and we'll see which direction President Putin wants to go.
His demands, though, to not deploy troops in any of the NATO countries?
There are some very obvious non-starters in things that the Russians have put on the table. There may be other issues that are appropriate for discussion and conversation, just as there are things that we would put on the table that Russia needs to respond to. But look, the president's been extremely clear for many, many years about some basic principles that no one is moving back on. The principle that one country does not have the right to change by force the borders of another. That one country does not have the right to dictate the policies of another, or to tell that country with whom it may associate. One country does not have the right to exert a sphere of influence. That notion should be relegated to the dustbin of history. And those principles are inviolate. They're very clear. The president's held them for a long time. That's not going to change.
Just to go off of that, you've just reiterated that the United States is prepared to engage diplomatically with Russia in multiple different venues, different channels. We've been hearing that over the last few days. I wonder if a meeting between President Biden and President Putin is one of those options that the Biden administration would consider, and if there would be any preconditions that Russia would have to take before another meeting between President Biden and President Putin.
Well, of course, the presidents have met twice, once face-to-face in person in Geneva, and then just a couple of weeks ago by video conference. And the next steps on the diplomatic track, as I said, are through the strategic stability dialogue that we've already established, that is between Russia and the United States, the NATO-Russia Council, and the OSCE. And let's see if and where any of these conversations go, whether we can actually make progress diplomatically. At the same time, when it comes to Ukraine itself, we've long said that the best way to resolve the conflict in eastern Ukraine and to restore to Ukraine the border that it's entitled to is through the so-called Minsk process, the agreements that Russia and Ukraine reached many years ago now to resolve these differences peacefully. And there, we're very much prepared to try to facilitate that, to act in support of what France and Germany are doing with Russia and Ukraine in what's called the Normandy format. So we're working on all of those lines. Whether that leads to, at some point, another meeting between the President and President Putin, I leave that for another day. There are no plans to do that now. I think we have to see if, in the first instance, there's any progress diplomatically. We also want to see Russia de-escalate, to move forces back from the border with Ukraine, to take down the tension. It's much more appropriate to have a conversation in those circumstances than it is when the escalation is happening, not de-escalation.
Well, thank you, and happy winter solstice to you. I wanted to ask about the Indo-Pacific, if I may. The Build Back Better program seems to have melted down in Congress. It's unclear whether bits of that will be put back together next year. And this administration has presented domestic renewal is almost a precondition for competing with and presumably confronting China if need be. So where does that leave your foreign policy, the fact that that has gone a bit by the wayside? And what do you hope to achieve with allies and partners in the region next year? Your Southeast Asia trip was cut short. And then what do you hope to achieve with the Quad or other countries in the region?
Thanks. I'll preface this by saying I don't do politics. I don't do domestic politics, but what I can say is this, because it's what I've heard around the world. First, countries around the world have seen the investments that we've already made and that are on the books, including a historic investment in infrastructure, something that goes directly to our competitiveness, including the recovery from COVID and the support that was provided to the American people in that instance. And they also see what remains on the agenda ahead. But that does speak powerfully already to people around the world. And I think the President's commitment to reinvest in education, in research and development, in infrastructure resonates. You know, in each of these areas, we used to lead the world. We've fallen way, way back, and the president wants to change that. And I think as we continue to work on that, building on what's already been done, that will resonate. And yes, it's true that it does make a difference if we're able to get things done, to demonstrate, as the president said, that democracy can actually deliver. That's not only important for people here at home, it is important for our standing around the world. And he's already shown powerful examples of that. Let's see where we get in the year ahead. In the Indo-Pacific, we've had extensive and extended engagement almost from the start of the year right through to last week, including with the trip that a number of you were on, but not just me. The president, of course, engaging with ASEAN, elevating the Quad Leaders Summit, having as his first visitors the leaders of Japan and South Korea, and so on. The vice president's trip to Singapore and Vietnam. Virtually every senior official in this department and other relevant departments, including the Commerce Department, Treasury Department, engaging with allies and partners in the region, and that will continue. When I was there just this past week, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, coming off of the G7 meetings in Liverpool, one of the things I was able to do was lay out our vision for the region, the basic approach we're taking to the Indo-Pacific. A lot more that's going to get fleshed out in the weeks and months ahead. But at least in the responses that I got, it seemed to resonate.
And we do have the press secretary who just stepped up to the podium a little bit later than anticipated, but let's listen in to what she has to say.
President's remarks. He's running a little bit late today, so we'll let you know once we have an update. But Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
Okay, thanks, Jen. So first off, how's the president feeling given close contact? Is he symptomatic? Is he doing okay? I know he's getting tested tomorrow, but can you give us an update?
He's asymptomatic. I spent several hours with him this morning, and he is feeling great, and you'll see him at the speech shortly.
And then second question is, the 500 million test kits that are being distributed in January, is that going to be enough? How are you guys going to work to get more, given what looks to be a really serious testing kit shortage right now, especially as Omicron is cresting?
Absolutely. So what the president is announcing today, everyone should see as building on the steps we've taken over the last couple of months. Over the last couple of months, we've quadrupled our testing capacity. I'll talk about that in a moment. It's not related to your question. That would have been very impressive. But we've quadrupled over the last few months our testing capacity. As some have asked, so let me clarify too, the 50 million tests that we are distributing this month to community health centers and rural health centers, this is in addition to those 50 million tests that are being distributed. The 20,000 sites that are already up and running, this is in addition to that the president is announcing today. So I reference that, Colleen, because it's important for the American people to hear and understand we're going to continue to build. So the 500 million test kits that will begin to be available in January is a significant, the largest purchase we have done to date. And it is building on what we've done to date in an effort to make testing more free, accessible to people across the country. Go ahead.
Drill down on some specifics on this 500, half a billion, if you will.
Yes.
We like that big number in TV.
$500 million, okay.
So when can Americans expect to see these tests? Where are they coming from? How many can a family or a person order at once? Is this website going to be able to sustain all of these people who will want to get on and get these tests?
To answer your last question, yes, that is our expectation, and we are preparing for that. We will have more information as it is available, including what the website looks like. We will make the website available as soon as these tests are available. They will start to be available in January. And in terms of the numbers that different families can order, we are working through all those very important details right now.
So Dr. Fauci said today that it's going to be a matter of a couple of weeks when we start to see a decline from Omicron. Are these tests, this batch of 500 million, going to actually make a difference in the surge that we're seeing right now, or are they coming too late for this?
Well, again, our objective here, the president's objective, has been to build on the steps he has taken over the last couple of months. Again, quadrupling testing capacity, making it more available in more communities, opening more testing sites across the country, and really directing our efforts and our resources toward the parts of the country where they need help the most. So I know part of the announcement today is obviously testing sites and opening additional testing sites. We have additional testing sites up and running in New York City. We will have them up and running in New York City, for example, by the end of this week. Additional testing sites will come online next week as states we are coordinating with to determine logistics, scale, and timing can be finalized. And part of our effort now is also to make assessments about where additional testing sites will be needed. So we have teams out on the ground to make that assessment with governors, state leaders, local health officials who are experiencing spikes or who anticipate experiencing spikes. And that's just the testing center component where people can go and get them in person. And again, this is building on the testing capacity we've already built to date in January.
But you're still seeing, sorry, last question. You're still seeing these long lines all around the country. So at the end of 2021, as we close out this year, I still have to ask, when can every American who wants to get an at-home test get one? Because they can't get one today.
Well, as I just noted, one step we're taking is really surging capacity and opening these testing sites in parts of the country where they have been hardest hit. New York City is one of them. And those testing sites will be up and running in New York City by the end of this week. And we will continue to surge capacity and open additional testing sites in other parts of the country. And that is something that can happen very rapidly, and our team is ready to deploy those resources. There are still 20,000 sites across the country where people can go. There are still 50 million tests that we are distributing to rural community health centers. And we're doing this as quickly as possible. 500 million tests in January is the largest order we have ever made to date, and we're going to do it as quickly as we can, but they won't be available until January.
Where are they coming from, these 500 million tests?
The 8 approved by the FDA, the 8 tests approved by the FDA.
Hold up in getting those, or it's going to
Well,
be
those final approvals just went through in November, so that has been part of our ability to expand our capacity, in addition to using the Defense Production Act and our investment in $3 billion to do that.
Is it possible to reduce the 10-day isolation period? Is that something that's under active consideration?
I know that Dr. Fauci spoke to that briefly. That would be a decision made by our health and medical experts and the CDC, so I would certainly point you to them. We're always assessing and looking at different steps that can be taken. Go ahead, Jeff.
Is the president satisfied at the speed at which all of this is happening? It was nearly 4 weeks ago over Thanksgiving vacation in Nantucket when he first talked about the Omicron variant. We've known Christmas obviously is coming for a long time, and yet these sites will not be set up until the end of this week, which is Christmas. Is he satisfied at the speed in which this is all happening?
Well, what the president's promise to the American people is, Jeff, is to constantly re-examine and improve our COVID response, including testing and testing access, and always look for a way to do better. And the announcement today is an effort to do exactly that. We have taken a number of steps over the past several months, and his view is we need to do more, and we need to do it more as ambitiously and aggressively as possible. And his announcement today is a reflection of that, and should be seen as his own assessment that we should be doing more.
As you know, a couple weeks ago, you stood here at the podium when there was a discussion about sending tests to people's homes, and you said, should we just send them to every American? As you've reflected on the change in Omicron here, have you reflected on your tone in that answer?
Well, Jeff, I would say there's not a day that goes by that I don't leave this podium and wish I would have said something with greater context or more precision or additional information. And that day there was a lot of good questioning on testing, and during that briefing I conveyed a lot of information about our expansion of testing, about the 50 million tests that we were making available, about the 20,000 free testing sites. And should I have included that additional context again in that answer? Yes, going back, I wish I would have done that. To be clear, so people have accurate information about how it works out there, which I know is your objective as well as mine, we're making tests free and accessible without the risk of them going to waste in the home of people who do not want them. So people will go to a website, which again we will put out there in January when the information is available, and they will be able to request free tests. That's something that is a reflection of the president's commitment to continue re-examining and improving our COVID response.
Why not? There's more to ask here, and I realize you may not have answers yet, but Is there any sense of whether you'll be able to guarantee that from moment ordered online, how long one will have to wait to receive them? And are you going to be relying on FedEx, UPS, Amazon, or postal service to help distribute these?
Again, really good questions, and we, of course, want people to be able to rapidly receive the tests. And people have certainty to know they can get a test, they can feel safe going to their workplace, seeing their family members, sending their kids to school. That's our objective. The details of how it will be distributed and the mechanisms will all be coming soon.
And has there been any active discussion yet between the White House and Congress about a possible supplemental now to deal with Omicron? I realize mayors and governors are flush with cash thanks to all the legislation passed this year. But is there any discussion yet about possibly another supplemental?
There's always, as you know, from covering Congress, an open line of communication with members and leadership about what may be needed. And we're always having that conversation. But right now, we believe we have the resources to get people vaccinated, to make those available. And part of what you'll hear the president convey today is how important it is for individuals to make the choice to take that step to protect themselves.
Quick unrelated, we're nearing the end of a year, and in the spirit of the holidays, presidents often will announce pardons and/or commutations. Should we be anticipating any by the end of 2022 or 2021? Sorry.
I don't have anything to preview at this time. I would just reiterate that the president has every intention of using his clemency power, and there has been some reporting which is accurate out there about looking at nonviolent drug offenders, but I don't have anything to update you on at this point in time. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thanks, Jen. These 500 million tests are not getting to people in time for the holidays. And I know that you said you wish you'd rephrased your December 6th answer, but it seemed to discount at the time, which was only 2 weeks ago, the idea of sending tests to Americans at home. So what made you guys shift gears? When did that happen? And is any sort of lack of urgency in doing that sooner costing us now?
I think it's important, Jackie, and I appreciate you asking the question, for people at home to understand that this has all been a building process. And that includes the approval of tests. There are now 8 available as of November. That's important because we needed enough tests to be able to tap into to get the supply. It includes quadrupling, not including the president's speech today, our testing capacity over the course of the last couple of months. It includes the 50 million tests that we made available to rural community health centers and community health centers, all components that I talked about exactly on that day in the briefing. If anything, it was a lesson to me to always include the context and make sure you use every opportunity of questions you all asked to do exactly that. But today, what the president is announcing, and this is again to Jeff's question and to yours as well, to be clear, we're not sending a test to every single home in the country. We are providing an opportunity, another opportunity or ability for people to, an important one, go on a website and request a test if their preference is to get that test to their home. Not everybody will do that, but we want people who want to do that, who want to get tested, who want to request tests that way, to have that ability to do.
Obviously, this new push for testing is a big component of the strategy to combat this winter. But is there any concern that there hasn't been enough focus also on therapeutics, given that you have vaccines in other parts of the world that don't offer any protection against Omicron? We're lucky in the U.S. that Pfizer and Moderna do, but this is a virus that's spreading in all parts of the world. We saw it pop up here, and then just in 3 weeks, it's the dominant strain.
You're absolutely right, Jackie. The vaccine, not the vaccine, I'm sorry, the virus does not see borders, and obviously fighting the virus, getting the virus under control is going to require getting it under control globally. Part of what our objective is, an effort from the U.S. government, is to continue to be the global supplier of vaccine doses and also a range of materials needed to produce vaccines, to treat people who are sick. That certainly is a part of our objective.
Would there be a greater push to produce therapeutics? It's something like the pill that's supposed to come out and get that out with as much urgency as we're having for the vaccine.
We will, of course, be focused on that, but I think it's important for people to know the best way to protect yourself is to get vaccinated and get boosted, and that is the most effective step that any person living in the United States or around the world can take, and that is what our priority is on.
Real quick, one last question. You had said back in, I think it was June, that we would hear pet news on a day when it was a tough news day. And
it was a late joke.
But yesterday we heard about Major being rehomed. a new puppy, and a White House cat. So is this like the worst week ever for the White House?
Believe it or not, Jackie, I don't have time in my schedule to coordinate with the pet folks, but the pet was a present from the president's brother. I met the pet this morning, the pet commander. We can call him by his name. And he's very adorable. He's going to bring joy to the president, the first family, to all of us probably as well. And as I think was noted by the First Lady's team, we can expect to meet the cat, a she, as I've learned, in January. Go ahead.
Hey, Jen. Here in the district, and we're seeing similar numbers in a number of other jurisdictions, we're seeing all-time highs in terms of cases, not just this year, but for the entirety of the pandemic. A number of these are also breakthrough cases. We used to hear the administration talk about how rare these were, but there seems to have been a change in tone around these. Is it almost inevitable now, is that the view of the administration, that many Americans, including vaccinated Americans, will see a positive case in the next few weeks?
Well, I'm going to let our medical doctors give an assessment of that. We do expect, though, and I would echo what they have said, that there to be increases of cases and increases of breakthrough cases. We are still seeing a significant amount of protection from even getting the virus, from the vaccines, from being boosted. But there will be breakthrough cases. We have breakthrough cases in the White House. I'm sure you will have them in your news organizations, and we're seeing numbers go up in New York City, in DC, and other parts of the country. What we will continue to convey, because we recognize that a lot of people are sitting at home, many of whom are vaccinated and are scared, and we want to convey accurate information to them about the effectiveness of the vaccines. And this is a very interesting chart, which is why I love charts, but this is an interesting one, that fully vaccinated, this is looking at average weekly deaths. If you look at the number of fully vaccinated versus unvaccinated, we've seen it have peaks and valleys, but it's 14 times higher for unvaccinated individuals, 14 times more likely to die of COVID than if you are vaccinated. No one wants to get COVID, but I think what the president is conveying is get vaccinated. You may have some light symptoms, you may have no symptoms. That is far preferable to being hospitalized or even worse.
Can you speak to some of the protocols that are in place here
Sure.
in the White House? Because I think a lot of Americans have questions about if they were to test positive or in close contact, what are the protocols that they should follow? What are they in place here at the White House, especially as it relates to this individual who tested positive, who the president was in proximity to?
What is their protocol, or what is the president's protocol?
What is the protocol for other White House staff, others who are interacting with this individual?
Well, for if somebody is a close contact, so the guidance of the CDC is if you are a close contact, you should be tested 5 to 7 days, 5 days and 7 days post-contact. We do 3 and 5 days post-contact here at the White House through PCR tests. The president has had his 3-day PCR test yesterday. He will have his 5-day PCR test tomorrow. I would also note that as it relates to our own protocols here, because we of course go over and above in a lot of ways here, every time you're going to travel with the president or even meet in the Oval Office with the president, you're required to be tested that day. So there are additional there are also regular testing protocols for others who may not be interacting with the president, and we also wear masks around the building as well.
A question on Build Back Better as the White House tries to look at a path forward here. On the child tax credit, it seems inevitable at this point, unlikely at least, that millions of Americans who benefited from that child tax credit, from that monthly payment, will not get that in the month of January. What is the White House's message to them? And Senator Romney has put forward a proposal that he says would be a bipartisan pathway forward. Is that something the White House is looking into?
Well, most importantly, the president's message is that his preference was to get Build Back Better passed in December so that people could have the child tax credit extended, a benefit that has contributed to cutting child poverty in half this year and has helped put money in people's pockets and food on the table and make sure many, many families could help make ends meet during an economic downturn that was tied to the pandemic. And I would say on the second piece of your question, we are going to work with anybody who's interested in taking steps to lower costs for the American people, whether it's on child care or elder care or health care. We want to get Build Back Better done because the comprehensive package package is going to have an enormous impact, according to dozens of economists across the board. It would require 60 votes in order to get individual pieces passed. Okay, I'm sorry, because I don't want you to miss the speech. I'll try to go to like 2 more here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Will certain groups be prioritized on the testing website, or is it just first come, first serve?
It's a really great question. We obviously want to do this in an equitable way. That is how we have approached every element of our COVID policy, but that is part of what is being discussed and determined now.
And what are the procedures that would go into place if the president did, in fact, test positive for COVID?
He would follow CDC guidelines.
Would he stay in the White House? Would he go to Walter Reed, or is that still undecided?
I don't have any predictions of that. I think it depends on whether he would be symptomatic or not, but let's hope that's not a challenge we will be facing.
Can you just quickly say whether the staffer that tested positive for the Omicron variant? Excuse me.
I don't have any additional information. Go ahead, last one, and then people can come see me in my office after speech.
There's a report that you're considering extending the student loan relief past the February deadline. Can you comment on that, whether that's on the table or a decision that's been made?
The president has not made a decision yet.
Okay. And can you, briefly, you said he's asymptomatic. That is sometimes the phrase used for people who tested positive but don't have symptoms. You just mean he's not symptomatic?
He does not have symptoms, yes.
He's not tested positive, though, because this is causing
Yes,
confusion out there.
apologies. He has not tested positive. He tested negative yesterday, as we indicated, and he'll be tested again tomorrow. He does not have any symptoms either.
We're reporting that the FDA will authorize both the Merck and Pfizer pills. I would obviously welcome your confirmation of that if you could give it, but more realistically, can you say what role having those pills will play in the overall response? How does it change your view of tackling this with those pills in hand if they are in fact available?
Well, again, I'll just preface that I'm not going to, of course, get ahead of the FDA or the process, the gold standard, as we like to say, but certainly having antivirals available is another component that will help us fight the virus, address the pandemic, help people return to a version of normal, and we will be prepared, like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, to ensure we are making these antivirals available to the public. All right, thanks, everyone.
All right, so we are moments away now from President Biden to be making the address to the nation on where we are in the COVID-19 fight. We will continue to bring you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back here from our 2-minute break, we'll go out to Chicago, where Mayor Lori Lightfoot and other health officials in Chicago are about to announce some things regarding the COVID-19 pandemic in the city there. We'll bring that to you on the other side of the break. We're live for you on Live Now from Fox, taking a look here at the podium inside of the White House. We are just moments away from President Biden to be making an address to the nation on the COVID-19 war that we continue to be in right now. We'll continue to wait on this shot. As soon as we see the president, we will go to it right here, and we'll be bringing it to you from the beginning all the way until the end. In the meantime, everybody, let's go out to Chicago. Mayor Lori Lightfoot talking about the pandemic as well.
Significantly, meaning when we are out of this current surge. Exempt from this order are houses of worship, K through 12 schools, grocery stores, office buildings, and residential buildings. Now, that doesn't mean that people who are in control of those spaces shouldn't themselves affirmatively take precautions. But for now, this order doesn't cover those venues. Also exempt are any individuals entering an establishment for less than 10 minutes for the purpose of merely ordering food or drink. So if you're going in that coffee shop to pick up and go, you don't need to show proof. But if you're going to linger, you're going to eat that muffin, you're going to sit down with your laptop, you got to show proof of vaccination. Other exemptions. Any non-resident performing artist or athlete visiting our entertainment or sporting venues. So if you're on a team from another city, you don't have to show proof of vaccination to get into the venue. Any individual 18 years of age or younger participating in an organized school activity, or any individual who enters for the purpose of voting in a municipal, state, or federal election, although we don't expect that to be relevant, certainly in the short term. To reiterate, if you are a vaccinated resident, starting January 3rd, don't forget your CDC COVID-19 vaccination record card, or a physical or digital photo of that card to enter any bar, restaurant, theater, sporting arena, or other establishments that serve food or drink. For the vaccinated, you are free to go about your business, but show that proof. Now, another important exception in responding to our employers. There is a text